Chapter 1586. Lin Fei was very satisfied with today's harvest. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the sovereign's battle robes and sabers. After all, he had a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. Just that saber alone was enough to make countless people go green with envy. For example, the sovereign's battle robes and sabers couldn't block the Soul Destroyer saber's attacks at all. They were either cut in half or destroyed. And this was even with Lin Fei restraining himself. Otherwise, a single slash would have made them realize the difference in weapons. No matter how powerful a high-grade sovereign's battle saber was, it was still very weak in front of a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. A few slashes would probably be enough to break it. Lin Fei's attention was completely focused on the Divine General Dais. He had just obtained a lot of useful information from Hegemon's boundless memories. Lin Fei also learned a few secrets. So this Divine General Dais is a connection between the higher realms and the lower realms. As long as I become a Divine General or a partial Divine General, I can communicate with the higher realms and obtain some inheritances. No wonder everyone is so enthusiastic. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Divine General Dais. Right now, Lin Fei was most interested in the Divine Crystals. If he hadn't searched Lin Fei's memories, he would probably have continued to plunder the Divine Crystals. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had pretty much swept through the middle regions. After today's events, the people in the middle regions would probably be even more careful. After all, over 100 sovereigns had been unable to take him down. If word got out, they would probably realize how terrifying he was. Lin Fei's thoughts were much calmer now. There were benefits to being stronger, but it would only make people more cautious. It seems like I can only target the upper regions. Lin Fei gazed into the distance, as if trying to see through everything in front of him. According to Hegemon's boundless memories, the upper regions were the true source of divine crystals. The reason why they didn't dare to go up was because the upper regions were clearly divided. Many of the peak 8-star sovereigns overseeing the upper regions had one or two divine techniques. Now that they had the help of divine crystals, their combat prowess had greatly increased. This was one of the main reasons why they didn't dare to go up. A hegemon with a godly class technique wasn't as simple as 1+1. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Fei. The might of a divine technique was extraordinary, but it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Combined with the top-grade ruler's battle blade, the soul-extinguishing blade, it was enough to catch them off guard. Not only can I target them, but the geniuses on the Godly General platform seem to have a lot of good stuff in their pockets as well. Furthermore, there are the 10 princes, all of whom have noble bloodlines and the battle prowess of 9 stars. If I can collect as many of them as I want, my strength will increase rapidly. Lin Fei was still not satisfied with getting a few thousand divine gems. Let's head to the upper zone first. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave and head to the upper regions, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. An old man appeared in front of Lin Fei with a group of people. Elder, he's Windcloud Traceless. An early-stage 8-star ruler informed the old man. Hegemon Void Noon was extremely fast. Although he wasn't skilled in the Tao of space, Hegemon Void Noon had the combat prowess of a peak 8-star ruler, and he was extremely fast. As soon as Hegemon Void Noon arrived, Hegemon Baihua gave him a report of what had happened. Judging from the residual ripples, Hegemon Void Noon could tell that a major battle had taken place here, and that this black-robed man had been one of them. He was a 6-star ruler. Sir, are you Windcloud Traceless, or perhaps D. Tian? Hegemon Void Noon asked while sizing him up. This person was able to call him by his Daoist name, and yet was a complete stranger to him? Lin Fei was suspicious of his motives. Heh, my name is Windcloud Traceless. I don't remember ever having the name D. Tian attached to me. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Might I ask who you are? Could it be that you want to profit from me, just like them? No matter who these people were, Lin Fei wouldn't admit that he was D. Tian. Fortunately, he had recently trained in a special deity tier technique. It was known as a high-level life form. It was this technique that had caused Lin Fei's aura to change. The ripples of his divine sense had completely changed as well, and the shape of his face had changed slightly as well, but not by much. No matter who it was, even those people from before, they wouldn't be able to recognize him as Tian. Hegemon Void Noon didn't plan on forcing the man to admit it. It was enough for him to have a suspect. However, the man before him was indeed different from the information he had received. In particular, his aura was genuine, not fake. Hegemon Void Noon had at least this much insight. However, this man was indeed rather similar to Tian. Hegemon Void Noon had no choice but to consider this carefully. In addition, he had learned that this man had a deity tier technique, a dominating saber technique, and a large number of divine crystals, at least a few thousand. It was impossible for him not to be interested in such a large sum of divine crystals. He wouldn't have come here for nothing. We are from the Heavenly Oasis Gate. We suspect that you once attacked one of our disciples. We would like to invite you to pay a visit to our Heavenly Oasis Gate. One of the hegemons said arrogantly. A few thousand divine crystals was enough for them to make a move. In the upper regions, they had killed a large number of heaven-burning beasts, but they hadn't reaped such a large harvest. If they could get their hands on these divine crystals, the strength of the Heavenly Oasis Gate would undoubtedly increase significantly. After all, divine crystals were top-tier consumables. The sect with more divine crystals would have the right to speak, and no one would dare to look down on them. A few thousand divine crystals was enough to tempt anyone. Lin Fei realized that someone must have been lying in ambush in the area, secretly informing the sect, and just happened to arrive at this time. Lin Fei knew about the origins of the Heavenly Oasis Gate. A first-rate sect in a certain we've had 9 stars hegemons overseeing it, and the patriarchs of these sects all knew deity tier techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to maintain their position as first-rate sections. Even Hegemon Wuxia's sect couldn't compare to the Heavenly Oasis Gate. How could Lin Fei be happy that someone had come to rob him? It didn't matter if they had come for the battle fortress or the divine crystals, Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Your Heavenly Oasis Gate sure is arrogant. I don't even know your Heavenly Oasis Gate, and you have the nerve to say that I attacked your disciple? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Lin Fei laughed coldly. You just want my divine crystals. If you have the ability, come and try. Over 108-star hegemons can't do anything to me, and you guys dare to make a move? Only the elder at the front of the group had some strength. Lin Fei didn't care about the rest of the hegemons. The Void Noon ruler didn't dare to look down on Feng Yunwan. To be able to exchange blows with over 108-star hegemons, no matter which weave it was, would definitely cause a sensation. Although Feng Yunwan was still some distance away from becoming one of the 10 princes, he wasn't too far off. Although the Void Noon ruler was wary of Feng Yunwan, that didn't mean he would let him go. After all, Feng Yunwan was alone and had no background. Since the Heavenly Oasis Gate had run into him, he belonged to them. The hegemons all revealed looks of anger. Normally, any hegemon who heard the name of the Heavenly Oasis Gate would turn pale. Only this Feng Yunwan didn't know what was good for him and dared to speak to them in such a manner. Wasn't he just a clan from the Yellow Springs Weave? A single sentence from the Heavenly Oasis Gate would be enough to deal with him. 9 stars hegemons? So what if he didn't have a deity-grade cultivation technique? Daoist Feng Yunwan, regardless of whether you participated or not, the disciples of the Heavenly Oasis Gate can't die in vain. I'll have to invite you to our temporary encampment as a guest. The Void Noon ruler said calmly. He then flicked out 3 fingers. The first finger shot out. The void completely collapsed, and it was coming at him in a ferocious manner. This was the attack that the Void Noon ruler was most proficient in. 3 heavenly shocks. As the fingers shot out, Lin Fei instantly felt as though his entire body was about to be torn apart and turned into pieces. This was an extremely tyrannical attack, and it was the strongest he had seen so far. This is a true 8-star hegemon. Those from before were too weak. Lin Fei's interest was immediately piqued. The 8-star hegemons that he had encountered before were indeed very strong. Now that the Void Noon ruler had made a move, Lin Fei realized how strong his opponent was. This person's strength was equivalent to the combined strength of tens of 8-star hegemons. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was more or less the same. The Void Noon ruler was already a peak 8-star hegemon. His true strength was equivalent to the combined strength of 100 ordinary peak 8-star hegemons. Otherwise, why would he be able to become an elder of the Heavenly Oasis Gate? This was also the difference between realms. Once the 3 heavenly shocks was used, a single flick would be able to kill an 8-star hegemon. It was extremely terrifying. Daoist Feng Yunwan, what do you think of my first of the 3 heavenly shocks? The Void Noon ruler also wanted to size up his opponent's strength. If his opponent couldn't withstand his first attack, then he would directly take him down. A few thousand divine crystals was a huge sum, and the Void Noon ruler had to take it seriously. Now that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly, why would he be afraid of a mere finger? He also wanted to see how powerful this finger was. It's very imposing, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Fei laughed loudly, without a hint of nervousness on his face. These words made the people behind the Void Noon ruler unhappy. The 3 heavenly shocks was their sect's top-notch cultivation technique. Only a few people had truly cultivated it, and its power was extraordinary. Lin Fei grabbed the Soul Destroyer blade and slashed at his opponent's finger. The Supreme Grade Ruler's battle blade's aura enveloped everyone, causing their ruler weapons to tremble slightly. Boom! The long and narrow blade light landed on the finger. Boom boom boom. The blade light and the finger continuously clashed. Supreme Grade Ruler's battle blade. The Void Noon ruler had underestimated this Feng Yunwan. He had actually taken out a Supreme Grade Ruler weapon, and it even came with attributes. Even the Void Noon ruler himself used a high-grade ruler weapon. Even the Void Noon ruler felt envious. If he had a Supreme Grade Ruler's battle blade, his strength would increase greatly. Second Heavenly Shocks. Third Heavenly Shocks. Chapter 1587. Void Noon ruler was no longer willing to underestimate his opponent. When he attacked again, he only had 2 attacks left. Terrifying finger shadows swept through the entire region. Even the hegemon standing behind hegemon Void Noon felt an incredible pressure. This was the true combat power of an elder. The elder is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that Feng Yunwan won't be able to withstand the elder's next 2 attacks. Everyone knows that the power of the next 2 attacks will increase exponentially. I've only just learned the first heaven shock. I can barely use the second heaven shock. They did not believe that Feng Yunwan could withstand the elder's attack. Although the elder had yet to enter the 9 stars ruler realm, his combat power was not weak at all. With the combined power of 100 people, he could completely crush any peak 8 stars ruler. No one could underestimate him. Rumble. 2 finger shadows swept across. The area where Lin Fei was directly turned into a black hole. Any matter would be torn apart by the finger shadows. If the space was not strong enough, Void Noon ruler could completely destroy the space barrier. This was the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. It was also terrifying strength. Ordinary 8-star rulers would die countless times under this attack. No matter how many rebirths they had, it would be useless. Facing Void Noon ruler's attack, Lin Fei only used 2 saber strikes. The terrifying saber light collided with the finger shadows and continuously exploded. The saber light shattered and shot in all directions, tearing open many black holes. So strong. He really lives up to his reputation. After swinging his saber twice, Lin Fei left this area and appeared in another area. With this exchange, he could roughly understand his opponent's strength. He was indeed very strong. No wonder he could occupy a position in the upper area. Daoist Feng Yunwan is not bad either. You're really young and promising. When I was your age, I was far weaker than you are now. Void Noon ruler retracted his hand with a complicated expression. However, when he retracted his hand, his fingers trembled slightly. These 2 strikes were not easy to bear. Void Noon Ruler had still underestimated his opponent's strength. He used the third heaven shock, but was still blocked by his opponent. You flatter me. I have something to do today. Let's have a good spar another day. Lin Fei said this and directly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone used their divine senses to search but could not find any trace of him. Such a high-level concealment movement technique. There's not even a trace. There is no trace of it in the space, as if it has completely disappeared. The Empyrean school's sovereigns were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerful concealment techniques before, but they had never seen one as profound as this. Hegemon Void Noon's face flickered over and over again. Clearly, he hadn't been able to find any traces of this person. Unexpectedly, this person had disappeared right before his very eyes. Elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Sect, I have something for you as well. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared. The Soul Destroyer saber brought with it a terrifying saber light and crushed towards them. How dare you! The Void Noon Hegemon was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He produced a jade green, crystalline leaf in front of him, which blossomed with light and enveloped everyone within. Boom! The saber light rumbled and crushed over. The people under the light all seemed to have lost their souls. They only came to their senses after a few breaths had passed, and their entire bodies became muddle-headed. Since your Heavenly Illusionary Sect dares to attack me, why can't I attack you? Haha. Lin Fei's cold laughter came from all directions. The Void Noon Hegemon's gaze kept moving. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given him the chance to leave. I didn't expect this wind cloud traceless to be this powerful, and he even has such a concealment technique. He should be extremely proficient in the Tao of space. This isn't good for the Heavenly Illusionary Sect. The Void Noon Hegemon, who felt that he was quite strong, felt very helpless at this moment. In this silent void, it was unknown whether or not this wind cloud traceless existed. However, the Void Noon Hegemon couldn't find him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, a few of the people he had brought might have died. If that happened, the Heavenly Illusionary Sect would have lost all face. All of you, be careful. Don't leave my range. The Void Noon Hegemon didn't dare to stay any longer. The commotion here would inevitably attract people. As they retreated, the Void Noon Hegemon was at the back. A few cracks appeared on the leaf floating in the air, causing the Void Noon Hegemon's heart to ache. How did he end up in such a situation? After this, the Void Noon Hegemon felt a tinge of regret. He had only realized that this slightly stronger ant was extremely powerful after exchanging blows with him, and he had nearly flipped him over. The Void Noon Hegemon didn't know how he had returned. He had been very careful along the way, afraid that the detestable wind cloud traceless would attack again. The Void Noon Hegemon only relaxed when he entered the Heavenly Illusionary Sect's region. Lin Fei had left after the first attack. The power of that saber strike was enough to kill an 8-star ruler, but it had been blocked by the jade green leaf. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed. He believed that the saber strike was enough to make the Heavenly Illusionary Sect feel apprehensive. Without fighting a true peak 8-star ruler, one would never know the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. To think that they could be this tyrannical. In the space leading to the upper region, Lin Fei advanced carefully, his mind still on the previous battle. In addition to the memories he had obtained from Boundless Hegemon, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of peak 8-star rulers. If I wanted to kill a peak 8-star ruler, I might have to spend 200,000 to 300,000 divinity points. However, it's not like I don't have a chance of winning. My Tao of space is my greatest weapon. Even the Heavenly Illusionary Sect's elder couldn't see any traces of me. At least in this region, my Tao of space can be considered perfect. Lin Fei already understood how terrifying the upper region was. Not only were there the 8 great sects, but there were also supreme hegemons. Stealing their divine crystals was equivalent to stealing food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, it would be done in front of a tiger. Now, Lin Fei was confident. Is that the divine general platform? After smoothly passing through the border, Lin Fei stealthily entered the upper region. He stood on a towering tree, and the lush branches covered his figure. The moment he entered the upper region, Lin Fei sensed surging auras. There were at least a few hundred of these auras, and they formed balls of light in the sky. In Lin Fei's eyes, they became extremely dazzling. Even the heavenly illusionary sex elder doesn't have such an intense aura. It seems like they are peak 8-star rulers. Their true strength must be even higher, to the point of being heaven-defying. Looking at the balls of light soaring into the sky, Lin Fei took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Such a powerful opponent was truly exciting. Lin Fei's gaze quickly landed on the stone platforms. Chapter 1588. Looking at the golden stone platform that was blooming with divine light and attracting countless movements, coupled with his own understanding, he knew that was the final destination of the geniuses. A golden stone platform emits so much divinity. What kind of joke is this? If I devour it, won't I get a lot of divinity points? The golden stone platform is in the endless space. It's a more complete great Tao of space, and I can only peek at a small part of it. Looking at the golden stone platform, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. He seemed unwilling to give up. If it wasn't for the divinity light emitted by the golden stone platform, which turned into layers of worlds and made the golden stone platform faintly visible, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. At this time, on one of the stone platforms, divine light gathered again. He saw a shadow moving in the endless space and appearing on another black stone platform. That seemed to be divine light just now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei had never been wrong about his own intuition. The movement just now was very likely divine light. That is indeed divine light. The little devil came out, wagging his tail, and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Master, you better go up and occupy those divine platforms and plunder those divine lights. Just now, I used the system to analyze and came to a conclusion. Those divine platforms contain countless divine lights. The little devil couldn't help but drool. That's good stuff. It's even more efficient than plundering divine crystals. Are you sure? Lin Fei could indeed see that those divine platforms were extraordinary. The only thing he didn't expect was that those divine platforms contained a large amount of divine light. Who do you think I am? I am your guide, a guide who has always been serving you. Those who have ascended the divine platforms contain a large amount of divinity in their bodies. Now that they are blessed with divinity by the divine platforms, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Even cultivating for hundreds of chaos years might not be as fast as them. They're cheating like this. Lin Fei himself was cheating. Now that the divine platforms were also cheating and directly used divinity to enhance their strength, the hundreds of light balls outside were enough to show how much those people valued the divine platforms. This kind of speedy opportunity was very rare. Otherwise, why would there be a gathering of large sects? Who would want to nurture a true powerhouse? I can guarantee that the divinity contained in those golden stone platforms will be even more terrifying. As long as you take down these divine platforms, you can rely on them to absorb as much as you want. When your divinity points reach a terrifying number, there will be even greater benefits waiting for you. The little devil laughed mischievously as if he was tempting Lin Fei. At this time, a multicolored light appeared on one of the divine stages. The people on the divine pedestal persevered for a longer period of time. Their bodies were bathed in the divine light, and the divinity in their bodies was continuously strengthened. Even though they were separated by endless space, Lin Fei could still see how terrifying the amount of divine light was. However, the amount of divine light absorbed by those people was negligible. If that's really the case, I want to give it a try. Lin Fei would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Stealing divine crystals was dangerous, but the rewards were not small either. Compared to the middle region, it was much more difficult. Those balls of light that shot into the sky were not any weaker than the elders of the Great Empyrean Gate. Lin Fei could imagine the risks involved. Ascending to the divine stages seemed difficult, but it should be relatively easier. As long as he ascended to the divine stages, it would be like an oil well for him to absorb as much as he wanted. This was an opportunity that Lin Fei wouldn't miss even if he was beaten to death. This matter can't be rushed. I'll find someone to understand the situation. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Other than understanding the situation, he also wanted to find out whether the matter of the battle fortress had spread. This matter was very important. The upper region was occupied everywhere. Lin Fei didn't want to make a move. Using the great Tao of space, he carefully avoided the powerful rulers and didn't attract any attention. As for the Great Empyrean Gate, they didn't make a sound either. Perhaps they didn't dare to reveal this information. The upper region was very large. Lin Fei spent 7 days in a row going to various sects and capturing some 8-star rulers. From there, he searched their souls and gathered all the information. The current situation was very beneficial to Lin Fei. The matter of the battle fortress in Sky City has been exposed. This is normal. After all, there are still 10 to 20% of the rulers. I can't kill them all, and the divine servants won't agree. There was indeed news about the battle fortress on the Divine Mountain. There were very few people who believed it, and no one knew what they were searching for in private. The only good news was that there wasn't much news about him. Back then, he had left behind a black robe. Now that Lin Fei had changed his divine sense waves and aura, he didn't have to worry about being seen through. The first-rate sects might have people looking for him, but the top-rate sects didn't seem to be doing anything. Perhaps they didn't believe the authenticity of the news. Out of the 10 battle fortresses, 3 had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't something that could be discovered in a short time. No one would think that they were located in Sky City. Lin Fei quickly put down the news. After capturing quite a few 8-star rulers, Lin Fei had gained a certain understanding of the upper regions. Apart from the 8 great sects, there were representatives of the 7 hegemons and first-rate sections. This time, apart from plundering divine crystals, they were protecting the geniuses of their sects in the fight for divine generals and partial divine generals. As for the difference between divine generals and partial divine generals, these people didn't know. Perhaps it was because their statuses weren't high. There were 3 spots in total. 1 divine general and 2 partial divine generals. Of the 3 rulers fighting for the positions, the 10 princes, the 8 great sects, and a few other monstrous geniuses were the most promising. Lin Fei also saw information about young Master Fan and immortal sovereign Su Feng from his memories. Young Master Fan had left the immortal court and used his bloodline to join a mysterious power. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was now a peak 7-star ruler. He had ascended to the altar of gods and refined divine light, increasing his strength yet again. Sovereign Su Feng had joined the Temple Rakshasa Gate of the 8 great sects and was now a peak 7-star ruler, the same level as young Master Fan. When he saw this news, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It hadn't been easy for him to become a 6-star ruler, but they had all become peak 7-star rulers even faster than him. If they were able to ascend to the altar of gods, their strength would definitely increase dramatically, and they wouldn't be any weaker than Hegemon Void Noon of the Heavenly Oasis Gate. Lin Fei had finally experienced the benefits of a bloodline. The reason why the 2 of them had been able to make breakthroughs in such a short period of time and consolidate their strength was because of their bloodlines. I have to ascend to the altar of gods. I can't leave the good stuff for them. How am I supposed to ascend to the altar of gods? That's going to be quite troublesome. All I can say is that you guys have nothing better to do, so why did you come up with this? Aren't you just giving me a headache? By now, there were more than 1,000 monstrous geniuses making breakthroughs on the altar of gods. All of them were top-tier geniuses of the endless territories, and they had limitless potential. At least 2/3 of them would become rulers of the 9 stars. No one dared to underestimate this kind of potential. Even if some of these geniuses were unable to become rulers of the 9 stars, once they survived the altar of gods, even ordinary rulers of the 9 stars wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But now, Lin Fei was having a headache about how to enter. The reason was actually very simple. The people from the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons had set down a rule. Anyone who wanted to enter the altar of gods had to obtain their permission. This was because they were guarding that place. Anyone who tried to force their way in would be killed, and their clan would be purged. Quite a few sects and clans in the middle region had already been purged. Now, it was the purge outside, and there would be another big purge outside. As time passed, no one dared to barge in recklessly. Lin Fei's information didn't have a detailed understanding of that place. With so many experts, Lin Fei was very confident. According to his memories, that place was not only guarded by experts, but also protected by treasures. One needed a treasure to open the door to enter. The 8 great sects and 7 hegemons guarded the entrance. Anyone who wanted to enter had to be recommended by someone from the upper echelons, and they had to pass a test. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. They completely monopolized the altar of gods. In the next few days, Lin Fei tried to approach the entrance. That place was heavily guarded. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had a spatial bloodline, he might have been discovered long ago. During this period, Lin Fei saw some monstrous sovereigns being led in. There were a total of 10 peak 8-star sovereigns who opened the entrance. Each of them was even more powerful than the Void Noon Sovereign. They guarded the entrance every day. Upon seeing this, Lin Fei knew that he couldn't force his way in. Even if the 10 sovereigns could defeat them, they wouldn't be willing to open the entrance. Moreover, there were so many people guarding the entrance. This method was completely impossible. Looks like I have to think of another way. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and pondered. At the Great Void Door. Ever since he returned from outside that day, the Void Noon Sovereign acted as though nothing had happened. That detestable old ghost. Isn't he just one step closer? The Void Noon Sovereign once again returned to the Senfu. He wasn't in a good mood. A few days ago, he had personally tried to bring Feng Wuhan back. However, he hadn't succeeded. In fact, he had developed an inexplicable sense of fear. This was especially true during the first few days. He was afraid that Feng Wuhan would attack him. Even though he had set up layers of array formations, the Void Noon Sovereign was still worried. Only after a few days had passed did he relax. During this time, the Void Noon Sovereign had also sent people to gather information. However, there had been no news of Feng Wuhan. It was as though he had never appeared. This surprised the Void Noon Sovereign. Could it be that Feng Wuhan hadn't come? That was impossible. Anyone would be tempted by the Divine General Platform. However, there was still no news of Feng Wuhan. The Void Noon Sovereign could only put this matter aside. On the Divine Platform, the 2 disciples of the Void Sky Gate hadn't broken through. This made the Void Noon Sovereign very unhappy. He silently cursed them for being useless. Even if they could catch up in the future, they wouldn't be able to obtain many fortuitous encounters. Void Noon Sovereign, it looks like you're in a bad mood. A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet hall. Lin Fei's figure silently appeared not far from the Void Noon Sovereign. He was holding an immortal fruit in his hand and eating it with relish. Chapter 1589. Void Noon Ruler had been suppressing his anger. He, a mighty peak 8-star ruler, had not been able to capture a junior, and he had even allowed him to leave so easily. This was already a huge joke. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. However, he had been caught off guard by Lin Fan, and he had been left in a state of panic. Now, this guy still dared to come. Did he really think he did not exist? Void Noon Ruler almost slammed the table and stood up. He stared coldly at Windcloud Traceless. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You said that you want to use an array formation to kill me? Do you believe that I won't turn your heavenly illusionary gate into a river of blood? I remember that you're the strongest elder in the heavenly illusionary gate. You know the people below. You know." These 3 words stabbed into Void Noon Ruler's soft spot. That was right. He was the strongest in the heavenly illusionary gate. If this guy attacked the other disciples of the heavenly illusionary gate, very few would survive. What Void Noon Ruler was most wary of was that this guy had a profound concealment technique. For example, now, he had appeared without a trace. Just thinking about it gave Void Noon Ruler a headache. However, Void Noon Ruler was unwilling to let this guy swagger in front of him. Senfu was his territory. He could easily take down this guy. A few thousand divinity crystals was not a small sum. Void Noon Ruler was very wary now. He did not understand what this guy was doing here. Windcloud Traceless, don't think I don't know your background. You're from the Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave. If you dare to start a massacre, I can guarantee that your clan will be wiped out. The Windcloud clan will no longer exist. Void Noon Ruler threatened. Void Noon Ruler could not allow his opponent to suppress him. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, Brother Void Noon, you can arrange for someone to attack the Windcloud clan. You should know that with my strength, as long as I don't die, I'm sure you know how much potential I have. Even if the Windcloud clan is removed, as long as I'm around, the Heavenly Illusionary Gate can't stop me. You. The aura that Hegemon Void Noon had worked so hard to build up was instantly suppressed. Using the Windcloud clan to threaten someone was something Void Noon Ruler was used to. However, Windcloud Traceless did not care. Most importantly, Void Ruler did not dare underestimate Traceless Windcloud's potential. That day, they had exchanged blows. Although it had been a simple exchange, Void Noon Ruler had been able to test out a portion of his opponent's power, which was no weaker than his own. If such a person continued to grow, it would be the equivalent of adding a terrifying enemy to the Heavenly Illusionary Sect. No one would be willing to do such a thing. It was precisely with this in mind that the Void Noon Hegemon chose not to attack. The other party was able to sneak in without anyone noticing, and the layers of arrays and restrictions outside were useless against them. The other party could come and go as he pleased. When that time came, the ones who should be careful would be the Heavenly Illusionary Sect. I came all the way here. Aren't you going to invite me to sit down? From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that the Void Noon Hegemon didn't have the courage to make a move. After all, no sect, especially a first-rate sect, would dare to offend a Hegemon with limitless potential. The Void Noon Ruler let out a snort. He had to admit that the other party was qualified to speak fairly with him. After all, the other party had the strength. Please sit. Lin Fei chuckled as he sat down. This made the Void Noon Hegemon feel even more displeased, but there was nothing he could do. I heard that the Heavenly Illusionary Sect has a good wine. Aren't you going to let me have a taste? You. Don't go overboard. You don't know what's good for you. The Void Noon Ruler said angrily. As long as I call out that Tian is here, do you think you can escape? The people from the 8 great sects and the Supreme Overlords will be very interested in you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I think you won't dare to call out to me. If they really come, all I have to do is say that the item is in your hands. Do you think they will believe me, a 6-star ruler, or suspect the entire Heavenly Illusionary Sect? The Void Noon Ruler wanted nothing more than to punch the fellow in front of him to death. To think that he would resort to such underhanded tactics. The Void Noon Ruler couldn't retort. If those people really came, based on Feng Yunwan's words, they would definitely suspect the entire Heavenly Illusionary Sect. They would rather miss this opportunity than let it go. This fellow was very evil. Helpless, the Void Noon Ruler could only take out the Heavenly Illusionary Sect's Supreme Grade Immortal Brew, the Triple Door. As for the anger in his stomach, he could only suppress it for now. The Void Noon Ruler couldn't think of a good way to deal with this fellow who made him feel apprehensive. The Void Noon Ruler could only wait and see what Feng Yunwan planned to do. If Feng Yunwan really thought that the Heavenly Illusionary Sect was easy to bully, he would definitely make Feng Yunwan regret it. Good wine. Lin Fei didn't even look at him as he gulped it down. The Void Noon Ruler had to look up to him just because of his boldness. Aren't you afraid that I'll use some tricks in the Immortal Brew? Lin Fei shook his head. Do you think such shameless tricks will work? The Void Noon Ruler indeed wouldn't use such tricks. There was no point. He wouldn't do something like that in front of Feng Yunwan either. It was too meaningless. Gulp, gulp. After downing a bottle of Immortal Brew, Lin Fei couldn't stop praising it. Fellow Taoist Feng Yunwan, you've sat down, and you've drunk the immortal brew. Can you talk now? I'm not in the mood to chat with you. The Void Noon ruler roared. I heard that the people of the Heavenly Illusionary sect aren't very good on the god pedestal. What does that have to do with you? The Void Noon ruler felt very uncomfortable. He blamed his disciples for not living up to his expectations. They didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a good opportunity, while the others improved by leaps and bounds. Your enemy, the Mountain Sea sect, has disciples that are much stronger than yours. When they come out. When Lin Fei said this, the Void Noon ruler was furious. Stop talking. Why not talk about you? I heard that the Myriad's ruler has great potential. In the future, he will definitely inherit the position of sect leader. As for your Heavenly Illusionary sect, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but when the time comes, your Heavenly Illusionary sect definitely won't be as lucky as it is now. Lin Fei was intentionally provoking the Void Noon ruler. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to succeed. The Void Noon ruler had indeed thought of this. He had no other choice. The Void Noon ruler had already figured out something. He stared at Feng Yunwan and said, "You want to ascend to the deity altar? You're dreaming if you want our Heavenly Illusionary sect to push you up." He sounded very determined. The Void Noon ruler wouldn't help Feng Yunwan. Lin Fei's expression was the same as before. There was no change at all. You're right. That's why I'm here. Fellow Taoist Su Wu, you don't have to be in such a hurry to say things. Everything can be discussed, right? Discussed my ass. The Void Noon ruler quickly calmed himself down. The deity altar doesn't belong to our Heavenly Illusionary sect. Fellow Taoist Feng Yunwan is very capable. It's not like you can't ascend. Why do you need to look for our Heavenly Illusionary sect? The Void Noon ruler said coldly. Chapter 1590. Lin Fei's idea was simple. He would start with the Great Void Gate. The Great Void Gate had the right to recommend people. As long as he recommended them, Lin Fei would have a way to get through. He had not been observing and understanding them for nothing. Lin Fei had swaggered over. The reason he was so sure that Ruler Void Noon would agree was because of their previous fight. Ruler Void Noon knew how to deal with someone as strong as him. Strength was one aspect. Lin Fei and Ruler Void Noon had fought before. They had an understanding of each other's strength. This was a balanced foundation. Strength alone was not enough. Benefits were crucial. Based on these 2 points, Lin Fei believed that the Void Noon ruler would agree to his request. No one could refuse such a request. In comparison, as long as he reached the deity pedestal, there would be plenty of divinity points waiting for him. As long as he passed one stage, he could get them back. On the deity pedestal, no matter how dissatisfied the people outside were, no one could stop him from getting rich. Enough benefits? How arrogant. Ruler Void Noon laughed coldly. He did not care too much. Now that he knew what the other party's goal was. Hearing the other party say enough benefits, Ruler Void Noon could not help but strike a blow. Their Great Void Gate had the right to recommend people. This was one of the reasons why first-rate sects could stand tall. Almost all the people who recommended people joined these sections. Without the permission of the sects, no one would dare recommend themselves. No one was willing to nurture a strong enemy. Geniuses from various places would join the sects to ensure that the sect's strength would not be affected. Naturally, Ruler Void Noon would not recommend Traceless Windcloud. Besides, he was someone connected to D. Tian. If he had a chance, he would have captured him and interrogated him or searched his soul. That way, he would know Traceless Windcloud's true identity. Lin Fei smiled and thought, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Let's see if you can still say something like that. You'll know after you see it. How about we make a bet? If I can take out something that can move you, and I win, you will recommend me to the Divine Palace. As for whether I can go there or not, that's up to me. If I lose, I'll give you the item and 500 divine gems. Do you dare to bet with me? Lin Fei said. That's right. The Void Noon Hegemon was badly startled. The 500 God crystals alone was enough to move the Void Noon Hegemon. With these 500 God crystals, he could exchange them for many things. Some of them were even treasures that Void Noon Ruler had been looking forward to for a long time. With those treasures, his strength would rise to a new level. This Wind Cloud Traceless is a very evil person, and he has a concealment technique that allows him to appear and disappear unpredictably. Now, he even dares to come here in broad daylight. If I don't agree and he decides to take his anger out on me, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any casualties. I might as well agree. In any case, he won't win. If he can bring out something that moves me, I'll think about it in the next life. Lin Fei was not anxious at all. Brother Fengyun, since you've put it this way, if I don't agree to it, others will think that I'm bullying you. I'd like to see what you, a member of the Fengyun clan, can bring out. Don't bring out those God-tier cultivation methods, I'm not interested in them. If you dare to bring them out, I'll agree to this bet. Void Dominator was inwardly delighted. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the deity-tier cultivation technique. As long as he cut off this portion, what else could Traceless Wind Cloud possibly offer? This guy sure has a broad mind. He even knows how to set a limit for me. Lin Fei chuckled. Deity-tier cultivation technique? Do you think that's possible? Who wouldn't be tempted by something? Even if I have it, I won't bring it out. Even without the deity-tier cultivation technique, I'll still win. We'll do as you say. I hope you won't regret this. The two immediately swore an oath to the Heavenly Tao. Once the oath was made, the Heavenly Tao sent out a ripple, confirming the oath. Alright, now that the oath is made, no one can go back on it. I'd like to see what good stuff you have. Void Dominator said disapprovingly. A 6-star martial dominator, aside from divinity crystals, also had a deity-tier cultivation technique. Void Dominator did not believe that he could bring out anything else. He was certain to win this bet. 500 divinity crystals. Void Dominator was excited just thinking about it. As long as he rejected it, Traceless Wind Cloud's expression would definitely look good. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. One look at Void Dominator's expression and he knew what he was planning. This was all within his expectations. No one could resist the temptation of 500 divinity crystals. Take a good look. Lin Fei waved his hand, setting up layers of spell formations and restrictions within the Senfu. A set of silver battle armor appeared in front of him, emanating a terrifying pressure. It's just a sovereign battle armor. Take a closer look. Void Dominator had no intention of taking a closer look, but when his divine sense landed on it, his eyes were completely drawn to it, and his voice trembled. A supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator's battle armor was just a high-grade sovereign battle armor. However, he had paid a hefty price for it, using 30% of his wealth. A supreme-grade sovereign battle armor was something that had a price but no supply. Whenever a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor appeared, it would immediately attract experts to buy it. Void Dominator had some wealth, but compared to those major figures, he was dozens of streets behind. Void Dominator would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. This is indeed a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. It doesn't have any additional attributes. Of course, fellow Daoist Void Dominator can find someone to add additional attributes to it. It won't be difficult at all. Void Dominator truly hadn't expected the other party to take out something as good as a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. With such a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor, he would be outstanding even among peak 8-star sovereigns. None of those who stood at the peak could look down on supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator had seen Windcloud Traceless wield a supreme-grade sovereign battle knife. Now he had a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Where did this guy get it? Did he find a secret realm and get it? It was rare for a sovereign to have a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures were even rarer. Only the 10 dukes had them. Fellow Daoist Windcloud is truly generous. I'm quite tempted by this supreme-grade sovereign battle armor, Void Dominator said. However, everyone knows the benefits of the divine dais. Lin Fei didn't plan on tempting Void Dominator with just one item. Void Dominator's intentions were clear. He was waiting for the other party to concede. If this was a different place, Void Dominator would definitely agree. This sort of thing would never happen again in his life. The supreme-grade sovereign battle armor is just one of many things. I wonder what would happen if I added this item. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and a long sword appeared in midair. It also emitted the aura of a supreme-grade sovereign. A supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword. Hegemon Void Noon shot to his feet, his eyes wide and his breathing ragged. He was already tempted by the supreme-grade ruler's battle armor, but now there was a supreme-grade ruler's immortal sword. Hegemon Void Noon almost suspected that it was a fake. Since when were supreme-grade rulers' treasures so common? Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. These two supreme-grade sovereign treasures were very cheap. They were the most ordinary ones without any additional attributes. They were far less valuable than the Soul Destroyer saber in his hand. Let's see if you're tempted or not. Void Dominator had been tempted by the supreme-grade sovereign battle armor at first. Now that he had taken out a supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. One for defense, one for attack. The two added together wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. For a moment, the Void Noon Hegemon had the thought of taking action to capture Traceless Wind Cloud. Even if he couldn't do it alone, he could summon all the powerhouses within the Immortal Mansion. Even if he had to pay a hefty price, he would capture Traceless Wind Cloud. But Void Dominator quickly suppressed this crazy idea. If he did that, the 8 great sects and the other hegemons would immediately notice it. When that happened, it would be hard to say who would end up with the treasures. They would be the ones to suffer. One supreme-grade sovereign battle armor was enough to cause a frenzy. If there were 2, it would be normal to destroy an alternate world. There was no need to doubt that a ruler could do it. Daoist Void Dominator, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you refine the supreme-grade sovereign battle armor and supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword, your strength will increase tremendously. Your status in the sect will rise as well. You'll be able to go to more dangerous places. You might even be able to break through to the 9 stars realm. Void Dominator's breathing quickened. No one could have imagined that someone would take out 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures. Void Dominator also understood why he had to set up a restrictive array. Right now, Void Dominator could not resist this temptation. As long as he had these 2 treasures, all his previous enemies and old rivals would no longer be a match for him. Void Dominator was completely confident that he could destroy them one by one. And the premise was that he had to recommend Traceless Wind. Void Dominator did not care whether he succeeded or not. The items in front of him were real, and no one could refuse them. Furthermore, they could become his trump cards. Void Dominator tried his best to calm himself down. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had not made a move. Otherwise, these 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures would have belonged to someone else. If that happened, he would be filled with jealousy. You win. Void Dominator said in a low voice. I will bring you there. Whether you succeed or not is up to you. The Void Sky Gate only has the right to recommend you. If you can pass the test, you can enter. Lin Fei laughed. I only need a recommendation. You don't have to worry about the rest. If I really do go, I will definitely avenge the Void Sky Gate and chase that Dominator myriads down. Void Dominator was indeed tempted. If he could chase that Dominator myriads down, that would be a good thing. Void Dominator did not like those guys. Given Traceless Wind's strength, if he really wanted to go, he definitely had the ability to do so. At this point, the situation was very clear. Chapter 1591. 2 supreme-grade ruler treasures were given to ruler Void Noon. Everything was quickly arranged. Lin Fei did not stay in Senfu. After discussing what to do next, he left Senfu. 3 days later. Lin Fei entered Senfu of Heavenly Illusionary Gate again and saw Ruler Void Noon, who was in good spirits. Taoist Windcloud, you came so quickly. Ruler Void Noon was still waiting for him alone. Ever since he got the 2 supreme grade ruler treasures, Ruler Void Noon spent a day inspecting them. After confirming that there were no problems, he refined them and turned them into 2 powerful trump cards. In these 3 days, he spoke with more confidence. If I didn't come quickly, I'm afraid you'll forget, and I'll be the one to lose. Lin Fei said with a smile. Ruler Void Noon did not like his smile, but there was nothing he could do. He snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. I've already arranged everything for you. However, I heard that several potential rulers are going to the altar today. Behind them are people from the 8 great sections. You must be mentally prepared. Even if Ruler Void Noon did not say it, Lin Fei would have heard about it. I'll have to trouble you, Taoist Void Noon. The Void Noon hegemon led Lin Fei towards the entrance. Lin Fei wore a black robe that covered his face. He walked unhurriedly behind Ruler Void Noon, just a body's length behind as they passed through layers of restrictive arrays. They're really careful. They actually set up so many restrictive arrays. There must be at least 10,000 of them. Ruler Void Noon would take out a token every time they passed through an area. Along the way, Lin Fei was checked by at least 100 rulers' divine senses. Lin Fei was a 6-star ruler now and did not need to hide at all. The end is up ahead. Ruler Void Noon said softly. As long as hegemon Void Noon brought Windcloud Traceless over, he would not have to worry about the rest. Windcloud Traceless would no longer have anything to do with him. Even if Windcloud Traceless did not qualify to enter, hegemon Void Noon would not care. Taoist Void Noon, you're here. They passed through the last restrictive array. The Void Noon Sovereign brought Lin Fei to an empty space. Off in the distance, there was a space-time portal. There was no one around it. Lin Fei glanced at the space-time door and lowered his head. He did not look at it. With that one glance, Lin Fei already knew that there were over 100 sovereigns hidden in the depths of the void, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. This was also because Lin Fei had the space bloodline, which allowed him to sense the fluctuations in the depths. A silver-armored hegemon walked over from afar. He was tall and muscular, and with every step he took, the surrounding space seemed to transform. This person seemed to be very familiar with the Void Noon hegemon. This is Elder Tianba of Jianghu School. He is the examiner. Lin Fei knew Jianghu School very well. It was one of the 8 major sects, a very powerful sect. I was in a hurry to ascend to the god's dais, so I had no choice but to come. Hegemon Void Noon smiled apologetically. Elder Tianba glanced over and saw a 6-star sovereign. He did not reveal any strange expression. This is the potential sovereign that the Heaven Illusionary sect recruited? Hegemon Void Noon nodded. Yes, a guy with a lot of potential. That is why I wanted him to try. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. Elder Tianba and hegemon Void Noon were on good terms. When he heard that he was going to arrange for a disciple to ascend to the god's dais, he did not care too much. As long as his strength was not too low, everyone would agree if Jianghu School asked. This was a 6-star sovereign. Elder Tianba did not seem very happy. Right now, the potential sovereigns who entered the god's dais were at least 7-star sovereigns. This was not enough. Almost all of them had the strength of 8-star sovereigns. A 6-star sovereign young man did not seem very presentable. Hegemon Void Noon did not dare to say anything. Although he knew Elder Tianba, it did not mean that he had to listen to him. Taoist Void Noon, if it was a few days ago, I would have agreed to your arrangement. Elder Tianba's gaze paused on the black-robed young man. I'm afraid it won't be possible today. The other potential sovereigns are here too. You know, we have a limit on the number of people we can send every day. Sigh, speak of the devil. They are here. Hegemon Void Noon turned his head and saw several sect elders pass through the restrictive formations and appear here with the youths. It's them. Hegemon Void Noon inhaled sharply. He recognized them at a glance. Heartless Sect, Heavenly Wave Sect, Wind Fire Sacred Mountain, 6 sacred sects. Good heavens, each of these sects is a first-rate sect. They are stronger than the Heaven Illusionary Sect. In fact, they are even stronger. Hegemon Void Noon groaned inwardly. Why did he encounter such a thing? Today's timing was not good. Taoist Void Noon, what a coincidence. You are here to send your disciple as well. I heard that your disciple did not perform too well on the God's dais. He is not even as good as our Wind Fire Sacred Mountain's disciple. Ha ha ha. A black-faced hegemon amongst the group of people who had just arrived laughed loudly. Hegemon Void Noon's eyes were filled with anger. Wind Fire Sacred Mountain was one of Hegemon Void Noon's opposing sections. They had fought against the Heaven Illusionary Sect for a long time, and as time passed, the Heaven Illusionary Sect had gradually fallen behind. Hegemon Void Noon retorted, "Fellow Taoist Void Noon, it is not up to you to decide how my disciple fares. Until the very last moment, who dares claim to be the greatest winner?" Hegemon Void Noon retorted, "Oh? Fellow Taoist Void Noon, what is wrong with you today? How dare you speak to me like that? Don't forget who I defeated in the past. I wonder if you have grown any stronger after all these years. Master, there is no need for you to do anything. Your disciple can beat him down by himself." A young man next to Hegemon Void Noon said arrogantly. He didn't even look at Hegemon Void Noon as if he was worthless. Hegemon Void Noon roared with laughter. "Did you hear that? You weren't a match for me in the past, and you won't be a match for me today either. I imagine that even my disciple will find it extremely difficult for you to deal with him." Hegemon Void Noon forcibly suppressed his rage. If this was a different place, he would definitely make Hegemon Void Noon pay a heavy price and make him regret saying such words. Elder Tianba stepped forward, preventing the two from continuing. "Hunt, this isn't Wind Fire Sacred Mountain. Be careful." Hegemon Void Noon snickered at these nonchalant words. The current Heaven Illusionary Sect was far from the old Heaven Illusionary Sect, and now that Hegemon Void Noon had become much more powerful, he didn't take Hegemon Void Noon seriously. Fellow Taoist Void Noon, they have a total of 8 disciples who will be participating in the selection. Today, we can only send 5 potential hegemons in. Will your disciple be sure to go? Hegemon Void Noon said. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he has to give it a try. Ahaha, a mere 6-star hegemon dares to go to the God dais? I can slap your disciple to death with a single finger. Hegemon Ankh laughed arrogantly, then waved a finger, sending an enormous finger stabbing out. Chapter 1592. This was a blatant refusal to give him face. Void Noon Ruler was also a famous senior. How could he allow a junior disciple to be arrogant in front of him? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't attack. Someone would hate them more than he did, and might want to kill them. Hunting Sovereign, you'll definitely regret allowing your disciples to act. Even I admit that I can't take him down. Now that you've offended him, your Windfire Sacred Mountain will suffer. At the very least, your disciples won't have a good time. If you were anywhere else, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Void Noon Ruler was very clear about Windcloud Traceless strength. Offending Windcloud Traceless here would definitely not end well for them. He knew that Windcloud Traceless wasn't a good-tempered person. He didn't even respect him, let alone others. Hunting Ruler, how dare you? Void Noon Ruler still had to show his respect. His words were loud, but he didn't attack. The people from the other 3 sects were happy to watch the show. A 6-star ruler wanted to ascend to the spiritual pedestal. What potential could he have? It was a good thing that Ankang sent him away. Sky Illusionary Gate was getting worse by the day, especially the disciples who went up recently. They didn't have any good breakthroughs, wasting their chance. These sects didn't need to care. Sky Illusionary Gate definitely wouldn't make it in the future. In such a situation, they wouldn't say much. If he was taught a lesson, then so be it. As for that 6-star ruler, they couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Lin Fei kept his head down. He wasn't interested in these things. As long as he could enter the spiritual pedestal, it would only take a while. In the end, things didn't go as smoothly as he imagined. The person who suddenly appeared first caused a commotion with Void Noon Ruler, and this elder Tianba didn't stop it, letting it continue. Lin Fei immediately understood that Sky Illusionary Gate wasn't in a good situation. Many first-rate sects viewed them with enmity. Originally, Lin Fei didn't think that things would escalate to him. He didn't expect that someone would step on him to show his respect. F***ck, this Onkong brat is really unkind. He wants to kill me. As the giant finger stabbed out, layers of space appeared. Lin Fei felt as if he was about to fall into a chaotic space. He was about to be killed by this finger. You're courting death. Lin Fei was low profile, but it didn't mean that anyone could kill him. In a fit of rage, he also pointed his finger at Zhang Xian. This wasn't a powerful attack, but it was still extremely domineering. Boom boom boom. The void around the two of them was constantly torn apart, but it quickly recovered. Hegeman Ankh was slightly startled. He hadn't been able to kill his opponent with his finger attack, but had instead been forcibly broken apart. He felt quite uncomfortable. A mere 6-star Hegeman actually dared to exchange blows with him? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Not bad. You were actually able to block my finger attack. After making this move, Lin Fei did not attack again. Before entering, Lin Fei did not intend to reveal his strength to avoid arousing suspicion. It would be fine as long as he performed at the same level as the other party. I'll remember you. Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you with a single punch. Lin Fei stared at Hegeman Ankh and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei instantly felt 2 rays of cold light fall on his body. Fellow Daoist Su Wu, your disciple is very bold. He even dares to threaten my disciple. Hegeman Hunting hadn't taken him seriously at first, but after exchanging blows, he was able to see some things. Heh, that's not really a threat. If your disciple can attack, why can't my disciple? It's just a few threatening words. Hegeman Su Wu felt much better now, even though there was no relationship between them. In a situation like this, they were definitely on the same side. The remaining 3 sects all looked at Hegeman Su Wu's disciple in a higher light. He had some strength. In their eyes, he only had some strength. They didn't need to care about him. Elder Tianba coughed lightly. This is the God Mountain, an area controlled by the 8 great sections. If any of you dare to attack again, I will immediately revoke your right to enter. Hegeman Ankh didn't take him seriously. He pointed with a finger. I'll remember you too, disciple of the Sky Void Gate. Come with me. Elder Tianba continued walking forward. A few sects walked at the very front. Their gazes didn't linger on Lin Fei for long. Hegeman Ankh made a beheading gesture, then swaggered away. I'm not too sure about this. You can't blame me for this. Hegeman Void sent via divine sense. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Lin Fei said, they're just a few ants. I don't take them seriously. Ankh, if you run into that person just now, find an opportunity to kill him. I don't like him very much. Hegeman Hunting said. Ankh nodded. Master, don't worry. I only used 60% of my strength in that finger attack. If I used my full strength, he would definitely die. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still kill him. He dared to threaten me in front of everyone. I'll kill him with a single punch and teach him what it means to say that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Master, the Sky Void Gate is on the verge of decline. After the Divine General Deus ends, the Sky Void Gate probably won't be able to maintain its position as a first-rate sect. Who knows how many sects will want to topple them? Another youth, Hegeman Green Peak, said. The hunting Hegeman laughed smugly. The Heavenly Oasis Gate is nothing. Those who were able to come down from the God's dais are destined to be future experts. Don't disappoint your master, the two of you. Your master thinks very highly of you. The two of them expressed once again that they wouldn't disappoint their master. They would strive to obtain the most benefits from the divine dais and strive to reach the top 3 positions. The entrance is right in front of us. Since the number of spots is limited, in order to maintain the balance, only 5 of you can enter. Elder Tianba swept his gaze over everyone. As for the rest of you, I can only say that you aren't lucky enough to enter. Elder Tianba stretched out his hand and pointed, tearing open a void. An arena immediately appeared in the void. A void arena was constructed in an instant, proving the strength and realm of the Jianghu sex elder. The 9 of you walk around the arena. This elder will release the puppet sovereigns, and whoever collects the first 5 puppets can enter the divine pedestal. This is also to fully allow the sovereigns with potential to enter the divine pedestal. I believe you understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the rules set by the 8 major sections. No one dared to refute it. Otherwise, they would be going against the 8 major sects and the super overlords. No one would be stupid enough to do that. They could only follow the rules. I like this. We can only see who is the strongest based on our own abilities. I can definitely enter the divine dais. Collect puppet sovereigns? Lin Fei was very clear about the trick. If one's overall strength wasn't strong, they were destined to be eliminated. In Lin Fei's opinion, entering the top 5 wasn't difficult. It was just a competition of speed. What Lin Fei was least afraid of was speed. Alright, everyone can enter. Elder Tianba said with a smile. One figure after another rushed into the void, ascending the void arena as if they wanted to choose a good spot. Young man, are you sure you want to go up? Elder Tianba asked when Lin Fei was about to enter. This was also to give face to the void sovereign. There are so many experts here. I really want to give it a try. Lin Fei said calmly. Elder Tianba immediately regarded him as an arrogant person. There were 4 sect disciples present, and there was the previous conflict. As long as this kid entered, the people of Windfire Sacred Mountain would deal with this kid immediately. The result was also determined. There would be no other result. Originally, he wanted to give face to the Void Sovereign. As long as he didn't enter, those people couldn't do anything to him. No one dared to kill here. That would be challenging the 8 major sections. The Void Sovereign lowered his head and didn't say anything. If Feng Wuhan was a disciple of the Sky Illusionary Gate, the Void Sovereign would definitely agree. Unfortunately, Feng Wuhan wasn't. Even if he said something, the Void Sovereign wouldn't listen. Senior, can I ask, can I kill people inside? Without waiting for Elder Tianba to speak, Lin Fei spoke first and even said something that was filled with killing intent. Can I kill people inside? Elder Tianba said coldly. The Void Arena doesn't prohibit killing people, but you have to have the ability to kill. Others didn't kill you, but you were killed instead. This kid really didn't know how high the sky was. Elder Tianba didn't want to say anything. It wasn't like he hadn't seen rulers who tried to be brave. In the end, none of them had a good ending. They all died because of an unexpected disaster. Taoist Void Sovereign, your sex disciple isn't bad. The Wandering Sovereign sneered. He really hadn't seen such a brainless fellow before. This kid was clearly going to die, but he still said it as if it made sense. Being able to kill a disciple of the Sky Illusionary Gate was something to be happy about. He believed that when that happened, the Void Sovereign's expression would definitely be very good. Under everyone's strange gazes, Lin Fei flew into the void. He didn't rush and entered the void arena. Elder Tianba also entered the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the void arena, sealing it. You all have an hour to collect the ruler puppet. During this time, you are not allowed to leave the arena. If there are no objections, this elder will release the ruler puppet. Lin Fei casually stood in a corner of the void arena. In the other areas of the arena, they were standing in pairs. Needless to say, they were working together. Lin Fei could also see that their gazes were not very friendly. Lin Fei knew very well that they wanted him to be the first person they could expel. After killing him, they only needed to get rid of 3 more people, and they could enter the God Arena. This was the best method. Of course, they didn't need to get rid of them. They just needed to get rid of him. Kid, you're very bold. You really dared to come in. Later, I'll deal with you first. I guarantee that you'll die a quick death. Ruler Ankang's voice exploded in Lin Fei's ears. And he was very arrogant. Lin Fei gave Ruler Ankang the middle finger. I'll be waiting. Hua hua hua. Chapter 1593. Boom boom boom. 100 humanoid sovereigns rushed down, all of them emanating powerful auras. Their strength was stable at the level of a 5-star sovereign, and with the special characteristics of the puppet sovereigns, their strength would increase by 20 to 30%. After Elder Tianba released the first wave of puppet rulers, he stopped moving. Humph, let's see what an arrogant brat like you can do. The elder of the Jianghu sect, Elder Tianba, was not optimistic about this disciple from the heavenly illusionary sect. If he were to face a few disciples from other sects, he might be the first to be kicked out. 100 puppet sovereigns charged down, attacking them. Long sabers, long swords, long spears, and all sorts of other weapons appeared in the puppet sovereign's hands, causing a field of light to envelop the arena. Kid, I'm coming. As soon as the hegemon golem descended, hegemon Ankh let out a loud laugh. A powerful aura rose up from his body, and a terrifying domain-type power radiated outwards. Bang bang bang. The descending puppet sovereigns were all sent flying. Hegemon Ankh was completely unstoppable. Right now, what he wanted to do more than anything else was to kill this brat from the Sky Void sect. This brat had dared to threaten him in front of so many people. He really didn't know what was good for him. His master wanted him dead. Hegemon Ankh wanted him dead as well. There was no room for negotiation. Didn't you want to kill me with one punch? Now, I will use my strongest power to kill you and let you know the true power of a potential ruler. Ankang's ruler domain continued to expand. Netherworld battleship. In the domain, a terrifying black ship attacked. As soon as the battleship appeared, the huge arena began to tremble, as if it couldn't withstand its power. Brat, you definitely don't know what this is. This is the power of my bloodline, a power that you will never be able to possess in your entire life. You will die beneath my worship. Hegemon Healthguard wanted to make a statement in front of everyone. The hunting hegemon glanced smugly at the nearby hegemon Void Noon, then laughed. Fellow Taoist Void Noon, what do you think of my disciple? He was born with the Netherworld bloodline. I wonder what bloodline your disciple has. It can fight against the Netherworld bloodline. In first-rate sects, having the potential to become a ruler did not mean that one was strong enough. The most important factor was his bloodline. The quality of one's bloodline was very important for breaking through to the next few realms. There was a huge difference between an 8-star ruler and a 9-star ruler. The Netherworld bloodline could be considered an upper-middle level bloodline. This was the reason why the hunting hegemon valued his disciples so highly. So, it's the Netherworld bloodline, and the quality is above average. He's indeed worthy of being called a potential dominator. Now that I'm a 7-star sovereign, my combat prowess should be equivalent to 30 to 48-star sovereigns combined. The Void Noon hegemon didn't say anything. How could he know what kind of bloodline Traceless Windcloud had? Naturally, he would not say anything about it. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. The Netherworld bloodline is indeed not bad. It's of an above-average grade. It has a high chance of becoming a dominator of 9 stars in the future. It's a pity that he didn't know who Traceless Windcloud is. The Void Noon hegemon said nothing, causing the hunting hegemon to feel even better. He believed that the disciple of the Sky Oasis sect was inferior to his own disciple, and so he didn't dare to speak. Letting a disciple kill a disciple from the heavenly illusionary gate was not a bad thing. Under such circumstances, even if the Void Noon ruler was dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger and accept his bad luck. After all, everyone had made this decision together. The terrifying attack of the Netherworld warship arrived. Lin Fei's expression did not change. Is this your bloodline? It seems to me that it's only a so-so. If the opponent had not been so overbearing, Lin Fei might not have truly wanted to kill him. Now, however, the opponent had come to die. Lin Fei could not be blamed for killing him. Lin Fei laughed coldly, then disappeared from the void arena. The Netherworld warship stopped. It had lost its target. Where is he? The peacekeeper Hegemon could not help but cry out. Streaks of divine sense searched. The opponent had disappeared into thin air, just like that. Impossible. This is the void arena. How could he not be here? The peacekeeper Hegemon shook his head. The guy whom he thought was definitely going to die had disappeared, just like that. Outside, Elder Tianba revealed a look of confusion. Had that kid used some sort of trump card? I said that I would kill you with one punch, and I will kill you with one punch. I definitely won't use a second punch. A deep voice rang out from behind the peacekeeper Hegemon. The peacekeeper Hegemon's gaze instantly turned cold, as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. He immediately retreated. However, no matter how he retreated, the kid he had to kill was still right in front of him. Then, he saw a punch flying towards him. The punch transformed into a streak of light, broke through the peacekeeper Hegemon's domain, and landed directly on him. Boom! A ruler battle robe appeared on the peacekeeper Hegemon's body. It was a high-grade ruler battle robe. I have a high-grade ruler battle robe to protect me. You can't kill me. Crack, 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 crack. The peacekeeper Hegemon looked down. The high-grade ruler battle robe on his body began to crack. The cracks increased, and then it exploded into pieces. The peacekeeper Hegemon became one of them. This is the space bloodline? Elder Tianba suddenly understood. Then, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The Sky Illusionary sect actually recruited someone with the space bloodline. I don't know how pure his bloodline is, but he must be quite extraordinary to be able to avoid their divine senses. No wonder Daoist Su Wu is so confident. With Elder Tianba's vision, he could easily tell that the opponent was not ordinary. The spectators outside were all dumbfounded. Especially the wandering hunter ruler. His face stiffened. Ankang has the potential to become a ruler. How could he be killed? This result was incomprehensible. The faces of the people from the other sects all changed. The Sky Illusionary sect's disciple was so strong. The fight for the next spots would probably be problematic. The peacekeeper Hegemon's bloodline was not bad. Lin Fei didn't fight him head-on. He used his advantages to easily kill the opponent. The disciples of the Heartless sect, the Sky Wave sect, the Six Sacred sects, and the Windfire Sacred Mountain all sucked in cold breaths. They secretly hoped that the two of them would fight to the death. That way, it would be much easier for them to deal with the peacekeeper Hegemon. But they didn't expect that the peacekeeper Hegemon would be killed by that unassuming six-star ruler with a single punch. After the wolf went, a tiger came. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. I only want one spot. You can decide the rest. Lin Fei once again disappeared from the void arena and appeared behind the Green Peak ruler. His fists soared into the sky. Instantly, more than 100 punches landed on the Green Peak ruler's body. Crack, crack, crack. Boom. The Green Peak ruler exploded into pieces. The remaining 6 rulers exchanged glances. They were all stunned by this storm-like attack. Although the Green Peak ruler wasn't as strong as the peacekeeper Hegemon, he still had combat power. And yet, he had been easily killed by this black-robed man. These words caused them to break out in cold sweat. Chapter 1594. My 2 disciples. Hegemon Ankh had been killed with a single punch. Hegemon Hunt's face stiffened. Before this was over, his other disciple, Hegemon Green Peak, had been killed as well, and in a flurry of punches. Hegemon Hunt almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had lost 2 disciples in a row. How could he accept this? If his disciples could benefit from the god pedestal competition, his status in the sect would rise as well. Now, it had been destroyed. It was all that bastard kid's fault. Jianghu Hunt had spent quite a bit of effort on these 2 disciples. Now that they had been killed by that despicable kid, all that effort had been for nothing. Jianghu Void Noon, I really underestimated you. Jianghu Void Noon had known this would happen. He didn't even need to think about it. It was already set in stone and wouldn't change anything. Although he hadn't done it himself, he still had a hint of pride on his face. To be able to cause his old enemy to stumble was definitely a good way to vent his anger. The 2 bloodline sovereigns would probably feel heartache for a while. Bloodline sovereigns weren't easy to find. This is a matter between disciples. If they die, it can only be said that they weren't strong enough. Don't you think so? Jianghu Void Noon said calmly, ignoring Jianghu Hunt's murderous gaze. Fine, just you wait. I'll be in a hurry today. If we weren't on the God Mountain, Jianghu Hunt would definitely charge in and take that kid's life. Jianghu Void Noon continued to ignore him. On the void arena, the remaining people all sucked in cold breaths. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. No problem. We have nothing to say. The 6 of them looked at each other bitterly and began to attack each other. Jianghu Ankh and Jianghu Green Peak died one after the other. They realized how powerful their opponents were. Their concealment techniques were so profound that even divine sense couldn't see through them. This sort of person was the most terrifying. Between giving up a spot or paying with their lives, they chose the first option. In the end, the unlucky ones were the Heartless Gate. 2 of their disciples were eliminated. They were lucky enough to lose their spots and survive. This was their greatest luck. Lin Fei casually collected a few sovereign golems and didn't worry about anything else. After showing off a little, Lin Fei believed that as long as they weren't crazy, they definitely wouldn't attack. In truth, they truly didn't have the guts to. It wasn't worth it to pay such a high price, so it was better to clear out 2 of them. This provoked the members of Heartless Sect quite a bit. They stared furiously at Jianghu Void Noon, causing him to feel quite helpless. Was his trade with Traceless Wind Cloud worth it? First, he had completely offended the hunting Jianghu, then he had killed 2 of his disciples, bloodline disciples at that. Then, he had used the situation to cause the disciples of the Heartless School to lose their qualifications. The Void Noon ruler felt the pressure as well. He knew that they wouldn't just let this matter rest. Congratulations to you guys. The void arena dissipated. The 5 of them handed over the sovereign puppets they had collected. There was no need to count them. There were only 5 people left, and each of them had the right to enter the divine altar. The way Elder Tianba looked at Lin Fei was a little different. After all, any sect would be very interested in a fellow who was suspected to have a spatial bloodline. It was simply too difficult to have a spatial bloodline, and once one had a spatial bloodline, their future achievements would be limitless. As soon as everyone came out, the other 4 left first. Standing next to him gave him too much pressure. It was as if he was facing a ferocious beast. It was better to stay away from him. Kid, you're not bad. Even Elder Tianba would look at someone with such a rare bloodline. If an expert like him wanted to leave, it would be very easy. If they wanted to assassinate him, it would also be very easy. There had once been an assassin with a spatial bloodline in the Endless Territories. This assassin was only an 8-star Jianghu, but he was very famous in the Endless Territories. Anyone he killed almost never survived. His most impressive achievement was killing 9-star Jianghuns, and he had been in hiding for 100 years. Afterwards, this assassin had gone too far, and the various major powers had joined forces to hunt him down. However, they had paid an enormous price, and everyone had been moved. The constitution of a spatial bloodline was quite terrifying. In the Endless Territories, a spatial bloodline was enough to rank in the top 50. Elder Tianba had a very high opinion of this person. Thank you, Lin Fei said calmly. As soon as he emerged from the void, Lin Fei could sense a killing intent land on him. He didn't even need to look to know who it was coming from, but he didn't pay it any mind. The names have been decided. You can leave now. Elder Tianba said to them. The people from the Skywave sect and the 6 divine sects left happily. As long as they were qualified to enter, their disciples would gain something. When the people from the Heartless sect left, they all revealed killing intent. It was obvious who this killing intent was directed at. The wandering hegemon said, "You better pray that I don't bump into you when you come out." If it wasn't for Elder Tianba's warning gaze, the wandering hegemon might have really attacked. Lin Fei laughed, "Hee, you're wrong. I should return those words to you. I believe you will understand." The wandering hegemon snorted, "Humph, we'll see." The void hegemon walked over and said in a low voice, "You have to be careful of this fellow. He's very narrow-minded, and he has the Heartless sect." Lin Fei nodded. "Thanks." Now that things had come to this, the two of them had completed their transaction. The void hegemon no longer needed to be responsible for anything. "All right, follow me. I'll get someone to open the entrance." Elder Tianba was in an exceptionally good mood. He was also wondering if the righteous sect could recruit this young man with a spatial bloodline physique. It would be a pity for such a potential hegemon to fall into the hands of a first-rate sect. Opening the entrance wasn't very complicated. It was nothing more than everyone opening the restriction at the same time. It couldn't be opened without any one of them. Everyone had to do it together. Lin Fei became excited. He had paid a great price for this moment. Lin Fei tried hard to calm himself down so that he wouldn't reveal any flaws. He didn't want anything to go wrong at this crucial moment. "Everyone, go in one by one." Lin Fei was the last, so he wasn't in a hurry. The few in front flew in excitedly. Soon, it was Lin Fei's turn. As long as he entered, the matter would be completed. Wait. When Lin Fei walked forward, a tyrannical aura suddenly descended. An overbearing divine sense locked onto Lin Fei. "Young man, why do I find you a little familiar?" A golden armored ruler appeared in the open space. Elder Tianba frowned. "Immeasurable fellow, what's the meaning of this?" The golden armored ruler's gaze was fixed on the black-robed man. He snorted. "I find this person familiar. What do you think I'll do if I ask again?" Elder Tianba really didn't like this immeasurable ruler. He had a powerful background and was the subordinate of the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was one of the super overlords and controlled a battle fortress. His subordinates were arrogant, and this person was one of his generals. The righteous sect wasn't afraid of the Dark Ruler, but they didn't want to offend him either. It wouldn't do them any good. Instead, others would take advantage of them. This wasn't something the righteous sect wanted to see. "An acquaintance?" the golden armored ruler said. "Recently, the sacred mountain has done something they shouldn't have done except for a terrifyingly powerful black-robed ruler. I was just passing by, so I came to see if you're an old acquaintance of mine. Go ahead and take a look. Don't cause any trouble." Elder Tianba still had to give him face. "I know." Lin Fei couldn't stay calm. F***CK, who is this guy? The immeasurable ruler. Right, he seems to be the Dark Ruler's general. Is it because of the Night Ruler? He had captured the 8-star rulers and found out many things. One of them was related to the Dark Ruler. Lin Fei also knew who the immeasurable ruler was. "If I had known this would happen, I would have been the first to go in." Lin Fei complained. "I used a special technique. My aura and divine sense have changed. It's completely different from before. The immeasurable ruler might not be able to tell." The golden armored ruler's immeasurable ruler was indeed passing by and had come down after seeing the black-robed man. News of the Night Sovereign's existence had spread among their ranks, making them feel extremely embarrassed. They had been searching for that black-robed figure for a long time, and they had some clues. They knew that he was someone called Feng Yunwan, and they were very suspicious of him. However, recently, he had disappeared without a trace. The immeasurable ruler's gaze swept over the black-robed man. He didn't say anything. Suddenly, he slapped his palm toward the black-robed man. "What are you doing, immeasurable ruler?" The immeasurable ruler laughed loudly. "I don't like people who wear black robes. I hope he won't wear black robes in the future." After scanning the black-robed man, the immeasurable ruler confirmed that this person wasn't Feng Wuhan. His divine sense and aura were different. He just didn't like the black-robed man and slapped him. Cough, cough, cough. Although Elder Tianba made a move, he couldn't stop everything. The boundless hegemon left just like that after throwing down those words. That bastard. Elder Tianba was very dissatisfied. "Are you all right?" Lin Fei coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. "Thank you for your help, Elder. I can still hold on." He was cursing in his heart. "Bastard, I got shot while I was doing nothing." Lin Fei was used to wearing black robes. Who would have thought that he would attract trouble because of it? He got hit by a palm out of nowhere. If he hadn't secretly diverted some of the power away, he would have been exposed. "Do you want to go in after you recover your strength?" Elder Tianba was very dissatisfied with the immeasurable ruler. "No need. I brought healing pills. I'll recover very quickly." Lin Fei didn't want to attract more trouble. He politely rejected the immeasurable ruler's good intentions. "Good luck." Lin Fei took out a few pills and ate them. His complexion looked better. He went in. Spiritual platform, I'm coming. Chapter 1595. Lin Fei only felt like he was flying in a chaotic space. He was being guided by a force. This force was very strong. Lin Fei tried to resist for a while and decided to give up. This force was very strong and terrifying. The resisting force was instantly smoothed out by a hand and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei decided to ignore this power, allowing it to guide him as he flew towards a divine altar in the distance. The divine altar was getting closer and closer. In the end, Lin Fei still underestimated this distance. It was very far. Time passed very quickly. Lin Fei could already confirm one thing. The divine platform wasn't in this space, but in thousands of spaces. There was no fixed position. Even those who were proficient in the Tao of space couldn't lock onto its specific location. What a brilliant move. It stopped everyone's thoughts. Interesting. Lin Fei could still feel the chaotic space outside. Once people went in, they could forget about coming out easily. With this double insurance, unless someone could ignore the force outside, no one would come in and lose their life for nothing. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. Lin Fei couldn't explain it clearly. It seemed like a long time, but it also felt very fast. It gave people the feeling that they had experienced a long time. "I'm here." When a huge stone platform appeared in front of him, the guiding force pushed lightly. Lin Fei stood on this divine platform that everyone was jealous of. It felt good to be standing on solid ground. The guiding force on Lin Fei's body dissipated, and he quickly realized that this place was different. What a powerful spatial force. No one can sense the specific location. It seems like the direction has been messed up. It feels like the divine platform is moving too. It's a very mysterious feeling. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a feeling. A second look. Lin Fei noticed that the stone platform wasn't big. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see the entire divine platform. Other than that, Lin Fei also noticed that the previous rulers were also standing on the stone platform like him, feeling rather excited. There's someone else? Other than them, Lin Fei also noticed that there were people sitting cross-legged. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were hegemons. They each found a spot and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Traces of golden divinity drilled into their bodies, making them look exceptionally holy. "Welcome to the divine altar." A figure appeared out of thin air in front of them. It was a gray-robed old man. This old man is the spirit envoy of this divine altar. As soon as this person appeared, everyone, including Lin Fei, became alert. The way this person appeared was really strange. Spirit envoy? The spirit envoy of the spiritual pedestal stage. The gray-robed spirit envoy didn't care about their actions. He said calmly, "Since all of you were able to enter this place, each of you has the potential to become a ruler. You all have the potential to become a god general. Let me congratulate all of you in advance. A divine general." These words made the people in front very excited. After all, everyone had come from afar and experienced numerous dangers for the sake of becoming divine generals. Otherwise, only a ghost would come here. If you want to become a divine general, your current strength is not enough. The gray-robed spirit envoy said bluntly. Next, you will have to accept the test of the spiritual pedestal and continuously increase your own abilities. As long as you have talent and potential, it would not be difficult for your abilities to increase by 100-fold. The 100-fold increase in strength shocked them once again. Lin Fei did not care too much. 100-fold increase? As long as he had enough divinity points, he could also increase his strength by 100-fold or even more. What test is it? What are the tests? Will we die? They took the initiative to ask. Their ears perked up. They couldn't wait to clarify the situation. At least they were clear about one thing. The people on the spiritual pedestal were all accepting the test. The gray-robed spirit envoy said, "This spirit pedestal was created by a supreme expert for the purpose of nurturing a group of peerless experts. All of you are extremely fortunate to have the qualifications to participate. Now, allow this old man to announce the rules of the spirit pedestal." The spiritual pedestal has a total of 999 levels. Each spiritual pedestal is considered a level. There are a total of 4 stages. Each stage is different and has different benefits. The first 300 levels are the first stage. It is considered a body forging stage. You are allowed to absorb divinity and create a perfect body. Killing is not allowed on this spiritual pedestal. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy. The last 3 words made everyone break out in cold sweat. This fear was quickly replaced by the benefits. Everyone knew the benefits of divinity. Now they could actually temper their bodies here without any danger. Where else could they find such a good thing? Now they understood why these people were sitting cross-legged here. In the middle of each level, there is a stone tablet. This stone tablet is used to test your strength. Anyone who is able to train and leave their name on it will be able to enter the next level. The following 300 levels are the same. In other words, you will have many opportunities to increase your strength. As for how far you can go, it will depend on you. This is a method to improve the body with divinity. One for each person. Cultivate according to it and you will be able to improve your physique. If you are lucky enough to pass 300 levels, then this old man will congratulate you. You will obtain a great divine body and grasp a powerful defense. At that time, ordinary ruler weapons will not be able to break your body and you will be invincible. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and 5 jade slips flew toward them. They landed in everyone's hands one by one. "Okay, you may begin." The gray-robed elder's voice echoed in their ears. He had already disappeared. Divine Refinement Level 10. What an amazing cultivation method. If I can cultivate to the 10th level of Divine Refinement Level 10, that would be awesome. They couldn't wait to check the jade slips and laughed. They subconsciously looked back at Lin Fei with unfriendly gazes. Then, they turned into a stream of light and left. Hee, you become bolder after seeing the cultivation method. I'll take care of you later. Although Lin Fei didn't look at the jade slips, he knew that there was definitely a good cultivation method inside. It was very likely to be a divine cultivation method. Lin Fei was disdainful. He found a remote place with no one around, set up an array, and sat down cross-legged. Lin Fei didn't want to be disturbed while absorbing divinity. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this behavior. After sitting down, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to absorb divinity. The appearance of the gray-robed spirit envoy was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes on the divine altar. Whether it was left behind in the past or for other reasons, Lin Fei felt that he needed to be careful. Lin Fei decided to make himself more normal and be like them. If he absorbed divinity without even looking at it, Lin Fei had absolute reason to believe that the gray-robed spirit envoy would definitely suspect him. It wouldn't be good if he was exiled. Chapter 1596. Lin Fei made himself look like a normal person. At most, he would look calmer on his face. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Lin Fei took out the jade slip and checked it with his divine sense. Divine Refinement Level 10. There was a cultivation technique in the jade slip. According to the classification of grades, it should be a god-level cultivation technique, and its quality should not be too low. The greatest benefit of this cultivation technique was that it could turn the immortal body into a divine body. The difference between an immortal and a divine was too big. If the immortal body had 100 defense, then the divine body's defense would be 200 or even 300. This was the difference. No wonder they were so excited. It turns out that it can become a divine body. There are a lot of divinity here. As long as one is talented, they can really cultivate it successfully. There are a total of 300 levels. There were 10 levels of divine refinement level. How much would each level increase one's defense? For example, the first level would directly increase one's defense by several times. After cultivating all 10 levels, even if one lost the qualification, one would still be extremely powerful outside. At the very least, no one could break the divine body. It was a demigod body. Lin Fei checked it up and down several times and did not find any problems with the cultivation technique. To be at ease, Lin Fei let the little devil check it. No problem, this is a good cultivation technique. It can improve the level of the physical body and life form, and it will always be in a perfect state. Lin Fei asked, should I go and cultivate? Lin Fei really looked down on this kind of cultivation technique. But if he did not cultivate, he would definitely not be able to pass the later stages. Lin Fei suspected that this cultivation technique might be related to the stone tablet. After all, it needed to be assessed. Lin Fei had to be careful to leave his name on the stone tablet. Isn't this simple? No matter what method they have, we just need to use a trick to cross the sea. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Cross the sea by deceiving the heavens and changing the moon. Before this, Lin Fei had tried this move. Although he had to spend some divinity points, it was nothing. There were a lot of divinity points here, weren't they waiting for him to collect? Haha, success. At this moment, one of the black-robed hegemons near the stone steel laughed loudly, then charged up to the black steel and punched it, unleashing a terrifying aura. The stone tablet did not budge. A burst of light appeared, and a name appeared on the stone tablet. Fei Yan, first level of body refinement, first level of divinity. His name flickered and was permanently imprinted on the stone steel. Hegemon Fian was sent flying by a wave of energy. Excuse me, everyone. I'll take my leave first. His voice was heard on the divine altar. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Looks like this person's potential isn't that great. He's merely at the first tier of divinity. However, this also makes me realize that I need to cultivate my cultivation technique to the first tier to leave this place. The latter, the first tier of divinity, is also the key. Lin Fei didn't want to show off too much. It would be fine as long as he was on par with them. Lin Fei was still preparing to secretly absorb divinity points. Lin Fei quickly grasped the cultivation method of the 10th level of divine refinement. He needed to use his divinity to cleanse his body, which was quite time-consuming. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he kept waiting. Next, several other hegemons left one after another. The information on the stone tablets was almost the same. The only difference was the divinity levels. Some were at the second tier of divinity, while others were at the third tier. So far, the most powerful one was a person at the 5th tier of divinity. After observing for a while, Lin Fei began to cultivate the 10th level of divine refinement. During cultivation, the two of them switched. Even if someone was watching, Lin Fei believed that the other party wouldn't be able to see through it. The fake clone that Lin Fei had bought back then was put to use. I'll cultivate the 10th level of divine refinement to the 1st tier first. As for divinity, I'll just reach the 1st tier. With the help of the system. Soon, he had a standard. The system analyzed more than 30 hegemons and came to a conclusion. Lin Fei was relieved because of this. The divine altar contained a large amount of divinity. As long as one cultivated the 10th level of divine refinement, they could easily attract divinity and absorb it into their body bit by bit to cleanse their body. One had to say that this cultivation method was very magical. As his body moved toward the perfect divine body, the impurities in his body were also constantly expelled, and his strength was slowly increasing. There was nothing for Lin Fei to be happy about. I've finally reached the 1st tier of divine refinement and divinity. I can start my great plan now. Lin Fei's body also began to exude divinity. This was also because Lin Fei's main body had divinity to begin with, and divinity points could also be converted, so he didn't have to worry about revealing anything in this aspect. Lin Fei began to carefully collect it. The divinity entered his body and was immediately converted into divinity points. What surprised Lin Fei even more was that the divinity here was better than outside. Converted divinity points, 10 points. Converted divinity points, 13 points. Converted divinity points, 20 points. Lin Fei snickered. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had more than 10,000 divinity points. This was when Lin Fei carefully absorbed the divinity points. In the first few days, Lin Fei was very careful, for fear of being discovered by the grey-robed spirit envoy. After a few days, he only obtained a few million divinity points. This was something that couldn't be helped. It was better to be careful. In the first few days, Lin Fei had been observing carefully. Seeing that the grey-robed spirit envoy didn't react, he became bolder. Originally, Lin Fei was also very daring. The absorption of hundreds of thousands a day quickly broke through to 1 million. The absorption of 1 million a day lasted for several days. Lin Fei had already obtained tens of millions of divinity points from the divine altar. In his opinion, this was just a drop in the ocean. Now, Lin Fei felt like he was in an oil field. He was using advanced equipment to dig for oil alone. The people next to him were just small workshops with no potential to speak of. Sooner or later, they would be squeezed dry by him. So cool. Lin Fei absorbed 1 million divinity points a day. After there was no danger, he increased it to 5 million divinity points, and then to 10 million divinity points a day. Every day, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. On the surface, he emitted divinity as if he was trying his best to absorb. However, as time passed, the people present all revealed disapproving expressions. After all, the people who came in at the same time all went to the next level, while he stayed here. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could see that this person's potential was limited. Lin Fei was disdainful of their gazes. He couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. He was being low-key, okay? Absorbing 10 million a day. Lin Fei's divinity points were also constantly increasing, breaking through from 50 million to 60 million, and breaking through again. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 100 million divinity points. This kind of accumulation made Lin Fei extremely happy. Soon, the divinity points he absorbed a day also broke through 20 million. Lin Fei became bolder and bolder. Soon, it reached 30 million a day, followed by 40 million a day, and then 50 million a day. Have I reached the top? When it reached 50 million a day, Lin Fei tried to increase it again and found that he had reached the limit. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. After a month, it was only 1.5 billion divinity points. This number was huge. Accustomed to absorbing a large number of divinity points every day, the limit of 50 million made Lin Fei's mood very bad. Wasn't this disturbing his absorption of divinity points? You should be content. There is time acceleration on the altar here, and you will have fun. When the little devil said that, Lin Fei laughed mischievously. Don't I want to work hard to increase divinity points? By the way, is there any way to open the limit? Unless you advance to a 7-star ruler, it will open a limit. Each realm, a level. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Under such circumstances, could he still go and kill monsters to level up? Lin Fei didn't want to be suspected. The little devil liked to see Lin Fei suffer. Actually, you don't have to worry. As long as your divinity points increase to a certain level, it won't be difficult for you to level up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. Then I will continue to stay on this level. Although he didn't know how long he could stay on this level, Lin Fei wasn't worried anyway. There was time acceleration here, and the ratio was very large. Perhaps a day outside was at least 100 years inside. 500 million divinity points. 1 billion divinity points. 3 billion divinity points. 10 billion divinity points. Lin Fei had stayed on this level for a year. The people here had changed, and Lin Fei was the one who stayed here the longest. During this period, there were also a few potential rulers here, and they had great potential. The highest one had reached the 15th level of divinity, and the rest were also at the 10th or 12th level. They could be said to be amazingly talented. In contrast, Lin Fei was too slow. 1 year. 2 years. All the way until the 10th year. Lin Fei had been here for almost 10 years. During these 10 years, batch after batch of potential sovereigns had entered and left. Even the weakest of them had only taken 3 years at most. Compared to Lin Fei, who had only taken 10 years, everyone knew how long it took. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for breaking through 100 billion divinity points. Ding! Breaking through 100 billion, experience treasure chest opened. Ding! Do you want to open the experience treasure chest? A system notification came. Lin Fei almost laughed. There was such a good thing waiting for him. Experience treasure chest, wasn't it similar to a game he had played in the past? It was purely for the rich. Until now, Lin Fei still remembered it clearly. That game was meant for the rich. No matter how good the equipment was, in front of the rich, it would be killed with one slash. Back then, Lin Fei had played it, but he was constantly beaten down and completely lost his confidence. That wasn't a game, but a masochistic one that constantly stimulated his fragile little heart. He didn't expect 100 billion divinity points to wait for such a good thing as opening the experience treasure chest. Lin Fei was just about to say open it. A voice sounded in his ear. Chapter 1597. Hearing the warning voice, Lin Fei's face revealed a hint of nervousness. I know. The voice disappeared. Lin Fei thought to himself. It seems that the first level can be cultivated for 10 years. The lower levels might have at least 10 years. This is not bad. The matter of opening the experience treasure chest was temporarily put on hold. 3 days later. Lin Fei finally stood up. The rulers who had been absorbing divinity also noticed, but they all revealed cold smiles. Some people who knew each other spread the news. I don't know where this person came from, but his potential is so poor. He cultivated for 10 years. Maybe he will be sent away after a few levels. That's for sure. Lin Fei didn't care much. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in talking to these people. In 10 years, his divinity points had reached 100 billion, and he had opened the experience treasure chest. It could be said that he had activated the nouveau riche mode. How could Lin Fei not be excited? If not for the divine altar, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach this step. At least, it wouldn't be that fast. Compared to the 2 top-grade ruler treasures, Lin Fei could only chuckle. This return was not ordinary. If Void Noon ruler knew the situation now, his expression would definitely be very ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would have extorted more good things from the beginning. Lin Fei's main body and clone instantly switched places. He stood in front of the black stone tablet. The stone tablet wasn't very tall, only about 10 feet or so. It was completely black and quite extraordinary. Lin Fei stood in front of it and didn't see a name. After 10 years, he already knew what was going on. Only the moment a name was left behind would the name appear on the stone tablet. Boom! Lin Fei took a deep breath and unhurriedly punched the stone tablet. Lin Fei, first level of divine refinement, first level of divinity. Seeing the name above, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Di Tian's name would be left behind. That would be troublesome. There would still be people who knew the name Di Tian. Especially with regards to the battle fortress, it was better to be safe than sorry. There was nothing more suitable than to reveal the 2 words Lin Fei. At least for now, no one would associate him with the 2 words Di Tian. Very soon. Lin Fei looked at the name on the stone tablet. He couldn't find his own name. The first name on the stone tablet caught Lin Fei's eyes. It turns out that young Master Luo Xian, the head of the 10 great young masters, is ranked first. He's the potential ruler of the Jianghu school. His potential is limitless, and his divinity levels are actually at the 52nd level. His potential was indeed terrifying. Lin Fei remembered a few of the names at the end of the list. He was most familiar with the names of the 10 princes, followed by the potential sovereign. Brahman. 40 divisions of divinity. Sovereign Su Feng has 38 levels of divinity. Lin Fei saw 2 familiar names on the stone stele, young Lord Fan and Hegemon Su Feng. They really are people with bloodlines. Their divinity levels are actually so high. I wonder what's the use of this divinity level? Lin Fei wasn't very clear about this. As the guiding power landed on his body again, Lin Fei slowly left the first level. However, at this time, everyone on this level frowned. His potential is too weak. Only 1 divinity level. Maybe that kid won't be able to pass the next level. Lin Fei? Where is he from? Why did he give himself such a lousy name? He must be from the countryside. Otherwise, how could he only have 1 divinity level? On the peak of the Divine Mountain. In one of the Senfu Mountains. The Void Noon Sovereign was in a good mood these days. Sending 1 person in and obtaining 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures, greatly increasing his strength. This was a good deal. As for offending the Windfire Sacred Mountain and the Heartless, the Void Noon Sovereign didn't care much. After settling one matter, the Void Noon Sovereign didn't pay attention to it anymore. Hey, it's that kid. Inadvertently, the Void Noon Sovereign saw a person leaving a divine altar and heading to the next divine altar. He immediately recognized him. Why is this kid so slow? He actually only left the first level now. The Void Noon Sovereign couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the kid's talent was very poor? He isn't from my Sky Void Gate. Why should I worry so much? The Void Noon Sovereign didn't think about it anymore. Damn kid, so your potential is so weak. You wasted 2 of my spots. In another Senfu. The Wandering Hunter ruler was roaring. Fortunately, the Senfu had a formation. Otherwise, everyone outside would know. Ever since the Wandering Hunter ruler returned that day, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. He had secretly arranged for people to investigate that person's background. In the end, those people didn't know anything. This made the Wandering Hunter ruler very unhappy. A person who appeared out of thin air? Unable to find out the other party's background, the Wandering Hunter ruler could only give up. Every day, the Wandering Hunter ruler would pay attention to the matters on the divine altars, especially the few disciples he took in later. They all had good potential and broke through very quickly. That hateful brat had yet to appear. After seeing it today, the Wandering Hunter ruler was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This kid's potential was getting worse and worse. He actually used 10 years to break through. This was equivalent to a waste of his qualifications. If it was possible, the wandering hunter ruler wished he could go up and give him 2 tight slaps. If your potential isn't good, just say it. Why must you enter? Lin Fei didn't know what the people outside were thinking. Right now, he was being guided to the 2nd level of the divine altars. Master, there is indeed a problem here. Fortunately, you used a substitute. The excitement on Lin Fei's face also calmed down. Just now, when I punched the stone tablet, when my name appeared on it, I felt like a strand of my divine soul was guided to the stone tablet. I thought that I was mistaken. So it was real. Lin Fei had always been suspicious about the divine general platform. In terms of cultivation techniques, Lin Fei chose to be very careful. When he left his name on the stone tablet, Lin Fei was also very careful. As expected, he found some clues. It wasn't your divine soul that was guided to the stone tablet. Instead, it was a type of energy on the stone tablet. It's so subtle that it can't be seen. It's wrapped around your primordial spirit. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look for yourself. Lin Fei switched to a different body and began to carefully examine it. As it was a substitute, it was exactly the same and also had a primordial spirit. After careful examination, Lin Fei indeed found a strand of golden thread on his primordial spirit. If not for the little devil's reminder, he might not have been able to see it. It was very well hidden. Humph, I knew it. There's no free meal here. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had been careful. Chapter 1598. Lin Fei wasn't willing to be schemed against by others. At that time, it was uncertain who would be scheming against whom. No matter what conspiracy existed in the divine general platform, for him, this place was a good place to level up. He would take advantage of the benefits here first. If the conspiracy was really exposed, it would be the other party who would cry, not Lin Fei's side. At worst, he would just take the benefits and run away. On the 2nd floor, Lin Fei found that the divinity here was more sacred than before, which made him overjoyed. There were many people on this floor. The 4 people who came in with him were now gone. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that they had gone to the next floor. He had stayed on the 1st floor for 10 years. As long as they didn't crawl at the speed of a tortoise, they would have left long ago. Lin Fei found a place with few people, set up an array, and began to enter cultivation mode. At the same time, he secretly asked the little devil to pay attention to the divinity levels on this floor. He believed that each floor had a limit. Lin Fei had to figure it out. Otherwise, if he was eliminated, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Half a month later, Lin Fei figured out the situation. This floor was still the peak of the 1st level of divine refinement, and what was improved was the divinity levels. At present, on this floor, the more powerful ones were only around the 20th level. As for entering the next floor, the lowest divinity level was at least the 8th level. Lin Fei was relieved. Upgrading and replacing the original body, he absorbed divinity points just like that. Lin Fei felt that it was too troublesome to switch back and forth. At least on this 300th floor, he didn't need to fight and wasn't afraid of being seen through. He devoted himself to the great cause of collecting divinity points. Of course, the most important thing, Lin Fei didn't forget. Experience treasure chest. Open the experience treasure chest. This matter had been on his mind for a long time. A way for tycoons to level up. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Now, he could finally start. Experience treasure chest opening. A 3-dimensional image appeared in front of Lin Fei. He was the only one who could see it clearly. A huge treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was completely golden. Little devil appeared on Lin Fei's shoulder. How is it? This is exciting enough, right? Lin Fei's heart was beating faster. How could he not be excited? Of course it is. When the treasure chest appeared, Lin Fei checked its description. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. It's really as I thought. Not only does it give a lot of experience points, but it can also give invincibility points, equipment, treasures, and techniques. It's really good stuff. Lin Fei's face quickly darkened again. Damn, so expensive. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing the number marked below. It was really a nouveau riche who could afford to play. He even understood why it had to be opened after 100 billion divinity points. Is it expensive? It's not expensive at all. Little Demoness giggled. Many people want to open treasure chests but don't have the chance. This is a way for tycoons to level up. It turned out that opening the experience treasure chest required 500,000 divinity points. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, 50 million divinity points a day was equivalent to 100 times a day. This method was really played by tycoons. Fortunately, there is no limit to the number of times. Who said there isn't? Little Demoness struck back. This is a level 1 experience treasure chest. It can be opened exactly 100 times a day. As you open more and more times, the experience treasure chest will also level up. The higher the level, the better the things inside. Hee hee. Isn't it exciting? This is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei previously felt that 50 million divinity points a day was a lot, but now it really didn't seem like much. Following what Little Demoness said, Lin Fei looked over. Experience treasure chest, level 1. Distance to level up, 100,000 times required. Currently able to open Dominator grade equipment, Dominator grade techniques, and a large amount of experience points, 100,000 times? Lin Fei shook his head powerlessly. It seems that I have to throw the next divinity points into this bottomless pit. 100,000 times, 100 times a day. The time was really endless, and it would take more than 3 years. If it wasn't on the spiritual pedestal, when would he succeed? Thinking of this, Lin Fei's mood improved again. Although Dominator-grade weapons and the like were not of interest to Lin Fei for the time being, if the system could recycle them, it would be good to exchange them for divinity points. Ding! Opening the experience treasure chest requires 500,000 divinity points. Confirm to open? Open. Although Lin Fei had played this method many times, Lin Fei was still very excited. This was related to his great cause of leveling up. Ding! Opening. Lin Fei saw that his divinity points had decreased by 500,000. The experience treasure chest in the 3D virtual world was opened. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Lin Fei didn't expect to get anything good the first time. Continue. 100 times a day, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't waste it. It was related to leveling up the experience treasure chest so that he could get better things for himself. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining low-grade radiant armor. Lin Fei smiled. His luck wasn't bad. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 20 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Lin Fei experienced what it meant to be a tycoon leveling up. This method was too cool. Although he was very unhappy that he kept giving out experience points, why couldn't he get some ruler equipment? With a large amount of experience points, Lin Fei's leveling up was also constantly increasing. After 100 times, he had increased by a full 1/3. In less than 3 days, he could level up. This speed also stunned Lin Fei. Among the 100 times, most of them were experience points. There were very few pieces of equipment and techniques, and occasionally there were a few invincibility points. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this. Who could compare with him in this leveling method? Now he just had to work hard to earn divinity points. In less than an hour, 50 million divinity points were used up just like that. It felt very cool. The extra ruler treasures were useless, so Lin Fei took them and recycled them. The recycled divinity points made Lin Fei dumbfounded. This was too black. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 30 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations player for advancing to 7-star ruler. Lin Fei smiled. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Fei quickly broke through to the 7-star ruler realm. For him, realms were useless, but he could loosen some restrictions, such as the system absorbing divinity points. With this breakthrough in realm, the system could absorb 50 million divinity points and quickly increase to 80 million divinity points. It increased by 30 million divinity points, which made Lin Fei quite excited. After the realm upgrade, Lin Fei didn't hide it and let it be at the 7-star ruler realm. Anyway, it was very normal to break through here. Lin Fei's following days were very leisurely. There were 100 lucky draws every day, and the next thing was to convert divinity points. Opening the experience treasure chest every day was one of Lin Fei's favorite things. There was nothing better than this. Of course, Lin Fei also became the slowest person on this level. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th year. Lin Fei's divinity points had also reached the 3rd level. This was deliberately done. If one really wanted to compare the divinity points, Lin Fei would be the fastest one to absorb. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei absorbed divinity points every day. With a full 80 million divinity points, he could save 900 million divinity points in a month. After 4 years, he could save more than 30 billion divinity points. Although the progress was very slow compared to the previous years. At this time, Lin Fei had already broken through to the 8-star ruler realm. Breaking through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm required a huge amount of experience points, and the number of levels needed was also a terrifying number. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Ding! Experience treasure chest opened 100,000 times, upgraded to level 2. This was something that Lin Fei had been looking forward to. After spending a lot of divinity points, he could finally upgrade it. When he reached the level 2 treasure chest that Lin Fei was looking forward to, he might be able to open something good. After opening the chest 100,000 times, there was nothing good at all. Lin Fei had always suspected that this level 1 treasure chest was a scam. There were no good things, only experience points. Experience treasure chest upgrading. After waiting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was a notification from the system. Lin Fei still had 23 chances left for today. Experience treasure chest, level 2. Distance to upgrade, 1 million times. Able to open a large amount of experience points, ruler treasure, heavenly god treasure, heavenly god cultivation technique. Seeing this, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. The things were obviously much better. Heavenly god equipment and heavenly god cultivation technique appeared. Were heavenly god equipment and divine artifacts on the same level? There were also god and heavenly god cultivation techniques. Lin Fei was very looking forward to it. What made him very unhappy was that every time he opened the experience treasure chest, it used to cost 500,000 divinity points. Now, he needed 1 million divinity points. The number of times he opened it per day had also increased to 150. Damn! In a day, the divinity points needed to be consumed was a terrifying number. Lin Fei decided not to think about it anymore. If he had money, he would open it. If not, he would not open it. 1 million times to upgrade to level 3 treasure chest. Lin Fei temporarily stopped thinking about it. 1 million divinity points per try, at least something good will come out. In the first 100,000 times he opened the chest, the best that Lin Fei got was 5 supreme grade ruler treasures. As for high grade ruler treasures, there were also quite a few, at least 100 of them. The chances of opening it were not high. Congratulations to player for obtaining heavenly god equipment, water fantasy. Lin Fei's mouth was wide open. Damn, when did my luck become so good? I actually obtained water fantasy, and it's a heavenly god equipment. Lin Fei hurriedly opened the system storage to check the treasure. Water fantasy, low-grade heavenly god equipment. Can summon the protection of the water god. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. can be used 10 times. Lin Fei already understood that this was a defensive treasure that could summon the water god. If there was no one else, Lin Fei really wanted to take it out to have a look. But now, forget it. This heavenly god's treasure was blue in color and looked very feminine. If it was not in danger, Lin Fei would definitely not wear it. It was really not suitable. He would put it aside for now. If he really did not need it, he would give it to someone in the future. Just this treasure alone made Lin Fei quite excited. Chapter 1599. On the peak of the Divine Mountain. Rulers with potential constantly entered the divine pedestal. And the rulers with potential were constantly showing off, relying on their own strength to quickly reach the divine pedestal. Many sects were beaming with joy because of this. Among them, young master Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 great young masters, had already reached the 299th level and was about to step into the next stage. He was recognized as the #1 ruler with potential. Following behind him were naturally the 10 great young masters. The gap between them wasn't big. Apart from the 10 great young masters, there were also rulers who were not inferior to the 10 great young masters. This group of rulers with potential were included in the first stage. The rulers in the second stage were basically above the 150th level, infinitely close to the 200th level. Every one of them had considerable potential, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to become rulers of 9 stars in the future. It was just a matter of strength. There were the most rulers in this stage. There were only a handful of people at the peak, so naturally, there couldn't be too many. The middle stage, which was the second stage, had the most rulers with potential. The rest were the third stage. People of this stage were all between the 50th and 150th level. Those who could reach the divine pedestal and reach this area also had a certain amount of potential. As long as they could leave the divine pedestal, their status in the sect wouldn't be too low in the future. At least they would have a higher status than ordinary rulers. On this day, a person came to the demon mystic sect area. The demon mystic sect was one of the 8 major sects, a top sect in the territory, or even a super sect. No one knew what this sect's ranking among the 8 major sects was, but at least no one dared to ignore one thing. Everyone's overall strength shouldn't be much different. The demon mystic sect sent a total of 5 peak 8-star rulers this time, and any one of them was very powerful. They carved out a large area on the peak of the divine mountain. It became a forbidden area. Trespassers were killed without mercy. No one would be bold enough to dare to enter this forbidden area, unless someone thought their life was too long and couldn't wait to reincarnate. At this time, in the demon mystic sect Senfu, several 8-star rulers were sitting together, with a horizontal table in front of them, filled with wine and fruits. This brat black sage is not bad. He has already reached the 295th level and is about to enter the next stage. I believe his demon god body will reach another level. Hee, that goes without saying. Luo Xian is only at the 299th level. The gap is not very big. He will catch up soon. At that time, Jingyi school will be very pleased. Ha ha ha. If our dark saint can suppress Luo Xian this time, our demon mystic sect will be able to vent our anger. At least we can let them know who has the strongest potential among the top 10 young masters. It's not necessarily Luo Xian. The 5 sovereigns seated here were all hegemons. The demonic chi around him soared into the sky, turning into layers of demonic domains, displaying his powerful strength. They were the only ones who were unaffected when they sat together. If anyone with low strength were to approach them, just the aura of the demon domain would cause them to fall into a demonic trance and become a walking corpse. Right now, all of the hegemons were in an extremely good mood. Hegemon Dark Sage, whom they favored the most, had reached the 295th level. He was only 4 levels away from young Master Luo Xian, the leader of the 10 princes. For one of the 8 major sects, the demon mystic sect, it was definitely a proud thing. If they could replace him, it would be even better. They were also very optimistic about Hegemon Dark Sage. He was the ruler with the most potential in their sect. There was no one else like him. His future achievements were limitless. This was something that everyone was optimistic about. This is just the beginning. Maybe someone is hiding his strength. For example, that Di Tian. Rumor has it that he obtained the battle fortress and fought against thousands of sovereigns at the 5-star realm. In the end, he seized the battle fortress. I wonder how the rumor spread. They all laughed. They had naturally received news of this matter, but they did not pay much attention to it. How could a battle fortress appear in the hands of a 5-star sovereign? It was extremely ridiculous. Everyone knew that the remaining 3 battle fortresses had been lost long ago. Until now, there had been no news of them. When they first heard this news, they did not pay much attention to it. However, they did not let it go and put out a bounty. Until now, there had been no news. It was as if Di Tian had never appeared. There was no trace of him. There had been no news from the bounty either. As for falsely claiming the bounty, no one dared to do so in front of the demon mystic sect. Speaking of Di Tian, this old man suddenly thought of something. Isn't there someone quite famous recently? I think his name is Feng Yun or something. Oh, right, his name is Feng Yun without a trace. He has been plundering divinity crystals and god roots in the lower and middle regions. Some time ago, he fought with 108-star sovereigns and caused quite a commotion. So it's Feng Yun Wuhan. I've heard of him too. He seems to be a 6-star sovereign. His combat strength is very strong and he can kill people above his level. There are also rumors that he has the space bloodline. I wonder how it came about. Actually, you don't have to care about this kind of person. I don't even know where he came from. What's the big deal about fighting 108-star sovereigns alone? Any one of our demon mystic sect's potential sovereigns can do this. As for the space bloodline, forget about it. Even in our demon mystic sect, only that elder has such a bloodline. Ha ha ha, let's drink. In this region. They were waiting for news. Report, someone accepted our bounty and said that he knows who Di Tian is. He is outside. Should we bring him in? A sovereign came in from outside. The 5 sovereigns put down their wine glasses. One of the black-robed sovereigns said, "Bring him in." Yes. The sovereign turned around and left. Interesting. Someone really knows who Di Tian is. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. As long as he's here, we're not afraid of him. Anyone would be jealous of the bounty. Without solid evidence, no one would dare to accept the bounty. The demon mystic sect was not to be trifled with. They wanted to see who knew about Di Tian's background. They still attached great importance to a battle fortress. They were one of the 8 major sects and were extremely powerful. If they could obtain a battle fortress, their influence would expand again. Their overall strength would also increase greatly. At that time, they would be ranked first among the 8 major sects and become the leader of the 8 major sections. This was a great temptation. They would not give up even the slightest chance. After a while, the previous sovereign came in with another sovereign. You can go in. The sovereign turned around and left, leaving the sovereign behind. I'm extermination. Greetings, 5 sovereigns. The sovereign knelt on the ground as soon as he came in. Chapter 1600. In Senfu. The sovereign of annihilation knelt on the ground. As he saw it, this wasn't a loss of face. Who hadn't been a nobody? He was merely a 3-star ruler. On this sacred mountain, he was as weak as an ant. In front of these sovereigns, they could poke him to death with a single finger, and they wouldn't even need a second attack to turn him into dust. It was precisely because of this that the chief sovereign of annihilation had come. This was a chance for him to make a comeback, and there was only one chance. The extermination dominus had to give it a try no matter what. The reward made him extremely envious, but this was not the most important thing. Your name is Extermination Chief Sovereign. The calm voice carried a tone that could not be defied. It was as if mountains were pressing down on the extermination dominus, making it hard for him to breathe. I am. The annihilation dominus answered honestly. I heard that you have some information regarding this Tian. I don't know where you learned this from, but it sounds nice. But you need to understand that if there is even the slightest bit of falsehood in your words, you know what will happen. The chief hegemon crazed stared at the chief hegemon of extermination. The extermination sovereign's back was instantly covered in cold sweat, as though he was about to fall into his opponent's demonic domain. I came from the same world as Tian. The chief sovereign of annihilation said hurriedly. He didn't want to attract the other party's killing intent because of a tiny bit of hesitation. It would be far too easy for a minor figure like him to be killed. Ever since the last time he saw that screen of light in Sky City, the chief sovereign of extermination immediately recognized him. Perhaps the Sky-End hegemon, the Windrain hegemon, and the others didn't necessarily believe it to be Tian, but the extermination hegemon was absolutely certain that this person was Tian. There was no way it could be false. The extermination sovereign remembered Tian very clearly. Although they had never fought before, there was no one in the continent who did not know of Tian's name. He was a fellow from the lower realms who had risen to prominence. In the beginning, the chief sovereign of annihilation didn't pay much attention to him. So what if this fellow from the lower realms had outstanding talent? As long as he didn't become a chief sovereign, he could do whatever he wanted. What happened afterwards, however, caused the chief sovereign of extermination to be stupefied. Tian had been making breakthroughs, and unknowingly, he had become a sovereign. Furthermore, his strength wasn't inferior to the extermination sovereign's. This made the extermination sovereign, who had been famous for a long time, feel as if his entire lifetime of cultivation had been wasted. There were feelings of jealousy and jealousy. The extermination sovereign didn't show it. In addition, at that time, the Immortal Court and the Immortal Gate Palace were in constant conflict. He buried his thoughts in his heart. This continued until the Divine General stage began. After arriving at Sky City, the extermination dominus had chosen to stay in the safe zone when faced with various experts. When he heard that Tian was going to leave, he couldn't wait for Tian to go to his death. However, who knew that Tian would obtain such good luck the moment he left? In the beginning, the annihilation dominus didn't know what a battle fortress was. Later on, he finally learned what it was from the mouths of others, and he was instantly envious. Why wasn't he the one who got the battle fort? As soon as this thought appeared, it immediately got out of hand. When he heard that 80% of the sovereigns of Empyrean City were going, the extermination sovereign believed that Tian would definitely suffer the consequences of his actions. However, the results shocked him yet again. The sovereigns had all been killed. This was the conclusion the sovereign of annihilation had reached after personally making a trip there. This frightened the extermination sovereign badly. That rising star, Tian, was actually so terrifyingly strong. Even the extermination sovereign wasn't a match for him. 5-star ruler. Terrifying combat power. Regardless of the reason, the extermination dominus had completely given up. He could not afford to offend such a person. Once again, he buried this matter in his heart. As for what happened afterward, the extermination sovereign naturally entered the Divine Mountain and suffered a lot along the way. He was almost killed several times, and he also lost contact with Sovereigns Windrain and the others. The extermination sovereign was very lucky. On his way to the upper region, he also heard about the demon mystic sect's bounty. After observing and understanding it in private, he realized that his opportunity had come. The 8 major sects and the super sects had really provoked the extermination sovereign. After observing for a while, he could not help but come. Everyone would be punished by heaven and earth if they didn't look out for themselves. It could only be said that Tian was unlucky. Why did he have to get the battle fortress? In particular, a few days ago, he saw Tian appear on the divine altar. This made the extermination sovereign even more uncomfortable. Why could Tian enter, and why couldn't he? It didn't mean that his potential was inferior to Tian's. It was precisely because of this thought that the extermination sovereign decided to take the bounty and enter the demon mystic sect without hesitation. Even though this was a dangerous place. You said that the battle fortress is in Tian's hands? Do you have proof? One of the sovereigns asked sternly. Yes, I have proof. The extermination sovereign secretly rejoiced. He had recorded the situation in the sky. He believed that the sovereigns would definitely believe it after seeing it. He took out a jade slip and handed it over. The 5 sovereigns did not think much about the battle fortress. After seeing the jade slip, the 5 sovereigns' expressions suddenly changed. They were especially shocked by the scene inside. It was actually true. Di Tian really had a battle fortress. They recognized it clearly. It was a battle fortress. The 7 super overlords were not that strong. They were just sovereigns of the 9 stars. However, they had a battle fortress, which they could not do anything about. It was the top war weapon of the battle clan. If their sect had a battle fortress, coupled with their own strength, the other 7 major sects would have to bow their heads in front of their sect. That was strength. For the 5 of them, it would be a great contribution, and their status would be raised. Search. One of the sovereigns suddenly began to search the soul of the extermination sovereign. Soul searching was the most reliable method. The extermination sovereign naturally could not resist, so he could only let his soul be searched. That's right. Di Tian really has a battle fortress. He was right. No one can hide anything from me. It seems that we are in luck this time. The remaining elders of the demon mystic sect were very excited. They had actually encountered such a good thing. They did not expect the news to be true. After all, most of the news about the battle fortress in the territory was fake. They really did not expect to encounter a dead mouse. The news about the battle fortress was true. They couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that a battle fortress would be left in Sky City? It was something they couldn't even imagine. It was unbelievable. Where is Di Tian? Let's go capture him immediately. We can't let anyone beat us to it. Let's see if he has spread the news. The battle fortress will belong to the demon mystic sect no matter what. The sovereigns and elders were all excited. They were even more excited than when they broke through. That was a super war weapon. Even an ordinary war weapon would not be cheap. Elders, you can rest assured that this news hasn't spread yet. This person came from below and almost died in the jaws of the sky-burning beast. He's lucky to be able to survive until here. His companions seem to know who that person is, but they can't be sure. This might be bad news. As for that brat Di Tian, I'm afraid none of you have any idea where he is. Where is he? Is he dead? They were most worried that the other party was dead. If he died and the storage ring was picked up, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He's not dead, but he entered the divine pedestal, which is not a small problem. You should have heard of this person, the black-robed guy who has been cultivating the slowest recently, but he can pass every time. It's actually him. Unbelievable. In the divine pedestal, this is a problem. They immediately remembered. In the divine pedestal, the closest ruler with very poor potential would leave the divine pedestal almost every time he cultivated for a limited time. He was the slowest one, and it was hard not to know. As soon as the sovereign spoke, they immediately knew who this person was. It was the black-robed guy. The black-robed kid was Di Tian? This was too well hidden. He actually entered the divine pedestal under their noses. No wonder there was no trace of him. Although it was troublesome, the elders of the demon mystic sect had many ways. The battle fortress was such a treasure, it could not be lost no matter what. What about this sovereign of extermination? Just put a bounty on him. The importance of a battle fortress could not be compared to a mere bounty. The sovereign of extermination kept his head down. Even if his soul was searched, he did not dare to show anger on his face. Sovereign of extermination, this is your bounty. Our demon mystic sect will not be stingy with meritorious people like you. The previous sovereign smiled. They did not like or dislike the sovereign of extermination. After all, the purpose of their demon mystic sect was to compete in strength. Only by living and standing in a high position would one be powerful. They were used to this kind of backstabbing. If one's heart was not black, how could one achieve great things? The sovereign of extermination suddenly said, Lord, I don't want a bounty. I only hope to become an official disciple of the demon mystic sect and contribute to the demon mystic sect. Please grant my wish. In the eyes of the sovereign of extermination, the bounty was good, but if it was spread out, it would definitely be a disaster. He believed that the day of his death was not far away. It would be different if he changed the way. As long as he became an official disciple of the demon mystic sect, it was equivalent to leaning on a mountain and hugging a thigh. As long as he went outside and raised his mouth, who would dare to go against him? As for the previous immortal court, the sovereign of extermination would not care. The few sovereigns were not surprised. This kind of thinking was normal, no matter who it was. He did not want a generous bounty and only wanted to join the demon mystic sect. The 5 sovereigns quickly made a decision. You are a good person. Take this to the sovereigns outside, and the free people will arrange for you. A token fell in front of the sovereign of extermination. On the front of the token was the word extermination, and on the back were the 3 words demon mystic sect. When the sovereign of extermination came, he inquired about it and became excited. He had taken the right step. Thank you, Lord. The sovereign of extermination was finally satisfied. Soon, there were only 5 sovereigns left in the Senfu. Chapter 1601. First level. Second level. Third level, 10th level, 20th level, 30th level. 80th level, 110th level, 190th level. 100 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. 3,000 years. 5,000 years. It took a full 5,000 years. Lin Fei walked all the way and finally reached the 300th level, the end of the first stage. Compared to the outside world, 5,000 years was not long at all. The cultivation technique, divine refined 10th layer, had also been cultivated to the 10th level, and the divinity had also reached 400 levels. It could be said that on this divine altar, Lin Fei had created the slowest record. No one could compare to Lin Fei's slow speed. Every time he entered a level, Lin Fei would be slow, neither fast nor slow. No one thought that Lin Fei could rush to the 300th level. Perhaps he would be eliminated before he reached the 200th level. But no one expected that Lin Fei would really reach the 300th level and qualify to enter the second stage. At this time, the entrance to the divine altar was completely closed. The remaining people would not be able to enter the divine gate. Who knew how many people were dumbfounded? It's not easy. I've finally reached the 300th level, the divine refined 10th layer, and the divinity has reached 700 levels. Lin Fei mocked himself. In his heart, Lin Fei was ecstatic. That feeling was far from what leveling up could compare to. In these 5,000 years, other than collecting divinity points, Lin Fei had opened chests and almost never stopped to rest. I wonder what the next stage will be. If it's an arena, that would be even better. Each and every one of them is a small boss. 301st level. Lin Fei entered the second stage. As soon as he entered the divine altar, the grey-robed spirit envoy from before appeared again. This time, Lin Fei faced it alone. Congratulations on entering the second stage. Lin Fei could not see what expression the other party had on his face. It should be said that his face was always expressionless, the same as the first time. I shouldn't have found anything. The system was also analyzing, and there were no emotional fluctuations. Lin Fei was also relieved. Furthermore, after passing through the 300th level, every time he struck the stone tablet, a thread would be left on his primordial spirit. He would only notice it at the moment he struck it, and then it would disappear, as if it had never existed. From the 300th floor to the 600th floor is the second stage. The grey-robed spirit envoy said, the first level is to improve your physique and increase your defensive strength. Then, this level requires you to increase your combat strength. How do I increase my combat power? Lin Fei pretended to ask. Every time you pass a level, the divine multiplicity will be left on the stone tablet. I believe you must be very confused about what the divine multiplicity is for. Now, let me tell you, the divine multiplicity is to obtain the treasures here. The treasures here are different from the treasures outside. They were specially refined by supreme experts. For example, if a treasure requires 100 layers of divinity to be mastered, then you need to be at 100 layers of divinity. This divinity will disappear according to the corresponding item. You don't have to worry about not being able to obtain the divine multiplicity. In this level, there will be monsters placed. Killing them will give you the divine multiplicity. In this 600th floor, the divine multiplicity will be very important. Every divine multiplicity will be very important. If you want to enter the next level, you will need to challenge the guardian. Every challenge will require 100 divine multiplicity. Lin Fei was quietly anxious. Can I kill people in this level? This level does not prohibit killing. You can also obtain the divine multiplicity from others. If you are afraid of death, you can also use 500 divine multiplicity to leave the spiritual altar and return to the outside. Lucky brat, I wish you good luck. I hope to see you again next time. The grey-robed spirit envoy dispersed. Lin Fei also understood the reason for the second stage. In that case, this level requires a large amount of divine multiplicity to obtain some treasures. This is quite fun. After trying to sense it, Lin Fei found that this level could still absorb divine multiplicity. Compared to the previous 300th floor, there was danger from here. It was like there was no safe zone. The use of divine multiplicity also made Lin Fei feel a little surprised. If he did not have the strength, he might have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei still remembered that on the 300th floor, each of those past masters had more than 2,000 divine multiplicity. Compared to his 700 divine multiplicity, it was really a little lacking. Someone is coming towards me so quickly. Lin Fei could feel that there were 3 figures in front of him coming towards him. They were very fast. In less than 5 breaths, a few streams of light came. Ha ha ha, I was wondering who it was. So it is this guy. I remember that he is called Lin Fei. Hee, it took him 5,000 years to reach the 300th floor. He is even more useless than us. The 3 of them were 3,000 feet away. When they saw that it was Lin Fei, the guy who cultivated the slowest, they could not help but laugh. At this time, above their heads, there was a display of divine multiplicity. One had 500 divine multiplicity, one had 620 divine multiplicity, and the other had 850 divine multiplicity. You want to rob me? The one who seemed to be the leader, who had a divinity multiplicity of 850, laughed complacently. You're wrong. A person like you isn't worth robbing. We're going to kill you. It just so happens that I've gotten a cold blade with a divinity multiplicity of 600. Let's see how powerful it is and divide up your divinity multiplicity. That person's hand shook, and a long silver blade appeared. The long blade released a cold light, and the surrounding space was frozen. The 2 people around him stood aside. Freeze him to death. Freeze him into a popsicle. The 2 people behind him started to jeer. Lin Fei, there's no need to struggle. This place is enveloped by a great power. You can't take out anything from the storage ring. You can only use treasures with multiple divinities, that person said proudly. Slash. While that person slashed with the cold blade in his hand, and a white blade light swept out. Everywhere it passed, everything was sealed in white ice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei's body instantly emitted traces of cold light. An icy wind pierced through his bones, wanting to freeze his body. What a heavy chill. This cold saber is actually supported by the great Tao of ice. No wonder this guy is so confident in killing me. He tried to contact the storage ring, but it was indeed shrouded by a mysterious force. He couldn't open it at all. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. His good stuff was now in the system space. He tried to contact it and found that there were no problems, so he was completely relieved. As long as these things could be connected, there was nothing to be afraid of. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. His body shook, shattering the cold light, and he disappeared under the blade light. That person's blade missed and hesitated for a moment. Lin Fei appeared from the side, and his fists bombarded him like cannonballs, sending him flying. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity? He dodged again, and his fists exploded. Bang bang bang. Those two people could only watch helplessly. Ka ka ka. Chapter 1602. The 10th level of divine refinement really isn't easy to kill. Fortunately, I can use divinity to transform it into divine power and secretly break his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. The process seemed simple, but Lin Fei also realized the difficulty. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. On the contrary, it was very likely that they would be killed by the other party. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. With divine power, it was extremely easy to break the other party's body. The two of them were shocked. Their leader had died just like that. Run! The two turned into streams of light and fled, one on the left and one on the right. How could Lin Fei let them leave? He killed them at an extremely fast speed. This is the Divinity Multiplicity card? After returning, there were 2 black cards in Lin Fei's hand with a number recorded on them. They were the remaining Divinity Multiplicity cards of the 2 people. Including the original card on the ground, Lin Fei suddenly had 3 cards in his hand, with a total of more than 2,000 Divinity Multiplicity cards. After refining a little, he immediately had more than 3,000 Divinity Multiplicity cards. Interesting, I like it. Lin Fei added these Divinity Multiplicity cards to the substitute. Not only did he obtain Divinity Multiplicity cards from them, but he also obtained nearly 4 million Divinity points. Because they all had divinity in their bodies, they were equivalent to moving warehouses. After killing the other party, Lin Fei searched their bodies. The storage ring couldn't be opened. It was shrouded in power. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to open it and put it away casually. These 3 guys are also poor. They were hoping to rob newcomers here, but unfortunately, they met me. Lin Fei held a cold saber in his hand, exuding wisps of cold air. This was the spoil of war that he obtained. What puzzled Lin Fei was that he couldn't see through the quality of this thing. You mean a ruler treasure? Although there was a ruler aura, Lin Fei still felt that something was wrong. From the 301 to the 600th level, the restriction on opening the storage ring and only using special treasures was strange no matter how he looked at it. This cold blade only required a few hundred divinity levels, and its might was even stronger than ordinary ruler weapons. It was also blessed with additional attributes, making it extremely terrifying. You're pretty lucky, kid. The divine general stage was made for you. The little devil flew out with a smug smile on his face. Prepared for me? Could it be? Lin Fei stared at the cold blade in his hand, deep in thought. You're right. All of the treasures and weapons here have been blessed with divinity, making them superior to sovereign-level weapons. It can't be compared to your heavenly god-tier equipment. To the people here, it can better display its power, understand? Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that was the case. After trying it out, Lin Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. This cold blade could really be exchanged for divinity points, even though it was only worth 100,000 divinity points. Its might was much more awesome than a ruler weapon. I suggest that you don't go up to exchange for the time being. Although you have all kinds of treasures, you've collected a lot of equipment over the past 5,000 years, and you've even formed a set. After all, this is the divine general stage. If I'm not wrong, the person who arranged this place is at least what you powerhouses call a god, and a very powerful one at that. Do you think a god would easily arrange such a place? Lin Fei was now rich. Although he had been spending it on experienced treasure chests, he still had a certain amount of wealth. The power of the divinity transformation divine power was also increasing. After all, there were restrictions at the beginning. Now that the restrictions were gradually lifted, the power was also increasing. I'm clear about this. I'd better collect the divinity points first. Lin Fei didn't care much about the divinity levels. He just needed to ensure that he passed. The space on this level was very large. Lin Fei circled around. There weren't many people on this level. Most of them had gone to the next level, and those who remained had average potential. The divinity levels on them were only in the hundreds or a little over 1,000. When they saw Lin Fei, they recognized that he was the slowest to cultivate. After being surprised at first, they attacked without saying a word, wanting to snatch the divinity levels on Lin Fei. Lin Fei killed them with the cold saber in his hand. There were no restrictions on the spatial Great Tao here. With a flash, Lin Fei sealed them in ice. He simply and thoroughly collected some equipment and divinity level cards. The divinity levels on him had also reached 6,000. After getting rid of them, Lin Fei chose a place and began to absorb the divinity points. Now that the absorption of divinity points had also increased to 200 million, compared to the 2 million divinity points needed to be opened once, he couldn't open it too many times. There was another guy with the slowest cultivation on the 301 level. In the beginning, those who came up wanted to rob him when they heard that there was such a person. These people didn't even need to go back. They were directly killed on the spot. They contributed divinity level cards one by one. At first, there were people who were unconvinced and directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei threw a large pile of divinity level treasures over and directly killed the other party. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. How could this work? After a long time, no one rushed over to disturb Lin Fei. This area would also become quiet. While others were killing, Lin Fei didn't care much. Every once in a while, a group of ferocious beasts would be released. They were extremely powerful and carried divinity level cards, as well as some equipment and treasures for people to fight for. Every time this happened, Lin Fei would take action. He would attack. The defense of the ferocious beasts was very strong, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Fei. With his absolute advantage in speed and strength, Lin Fei was the one who gained the most. Those who were watching were stunned and could only watch as Lin Fei left. During this period, there were people who tried to kill Lin Fei and seize all the treasures on him. Unfortunately, they didn't come back. After plundering, Lin Fei went back again and it was quiet again. Everyone didn't understand what Lin Fei was doing. Lin Fei also went back and forth between the 2 points and one line. It's such a short time. I thought it would take 100 years. I didn't expect it to only be 20 years. On the 19th year, Lin Fei was about to head to the next level, which made him very unhappy. 20 years. Lin Fei's divinity level broke through to 300,000. This was when he didn't go out to kill and only killed those who came to die. As for the others, as long as they didn't disturb him, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care about them. It wasn't difficult to challenge the Guardian. In these 20 years, Lin Fei figured out the rules. During the time of hunting dire beasts, Lin Fei also obtained a good treasure. It was a square sky spear with 10,000 divinity level. In online games, it was the best equipment for newbies. Compared to those who had 2,000 or 3,000 divinity level treasures, Lin Fei's spear could shatter their bodies. The greater the difference between the divinity level treasures, the greater the power. Lin Fei could easily kill them without exposing his divine power. Killing and guarding. It didn't take Lin Fei too long. The humanoid monster that was guarding him wasn't weak. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat him as long as he had a powerful treasure with heavenly divinity. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei came out. He left this level. He's finally gone. F***CK, who said that guy's potential was poor? Didn't you see that he was the most powerful? Let's go. We don't have to worry about not being able to grab dire beasts anymore. These people heaved a long sigh of relief. They were all suppressed by Lin Fei's tyrannical strength. None of them dared to act recklessly. Those who were almost 20 years old were the most miserable. They didn't have any treasures on hand and didn't have any hope of facing the Guardian. With Lin Fei's departure, they were finally free. The 302nd floor. The 303rd floor. The 350th floor. The 380th floor. The 410th floor. The 432nd floor. The 476th floor. It was the same as the previous floors. This was the second stage. Each floor lasted for 20 years. During this period, dire beasts would appear. Sometimes, powerful divinity-level treasures would appear for people to fight for to increase their strength. Lin Fei was very indifferent. It was the same no matter which floor he went to. As long as no one provoked him, Lin Fei would not make a move. Lin Fei would kill those with a bad reputation. Divinity points were good stuff. Lin Fei's name began to spread. After all, some people went down in advance on each floor. It was inevitable that they would talk about it with their friends on the first floor. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. It was hard not to know. There were some people who were being chased by others and had nowhere else to go. For some unknown reason, they came to this forbidden region to seek shelter. Those people who were chasing after them did not know about this. The moment they opened their mouths, they began to threaten them. In the end, Lin Fei attacked in anger and killed all of them. This place became a safe place. Those who were being hunted or fighting for dire beasts would subconsciously come here. As long as they paid some divinity level, they would be safe. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gradually, no matter where Lin Fei went, that area became a holy land. During this period, many potential rulers made a move and ended up dying in this area. They contributed a lot of divinity levels to Lin Fei, and his divinity level broke through 1 million. This number wasn't high. It could only be said to be average, but it was still quite conspicuous, especially around the 400th floor. There weren't many experts on the 400th floor. Layer by layer, people were separated, and it wasn't easy to meet them. After Lin Fei set foot on the 500th floor, there were more experts here. Almost all of them had divinity levels in the tens of millions. As for Lin Fei's divinity level of more than 8 million, it was like going from a small rural town to a big city. There was nothing to compare. Chapter 1603. In a senfu of the demon mystic sect on the God Mountain. The 5 elder sovereigns were paying close attention. That D. Tian is really slow. I wonder how he took such a long time in there. Did he find out something? The words of the elder sovereigns made them feel a little uneasy. Yes, it had been too long. Ever since the extermination sovereign found out about D. Tian's background, they had begun to arrange for people to pay attention to him. From the first level to the 300th level, it had taken a total of 5,000 years. It had also taken him about 10 years outside. This speed was simply not an ordinary kind of slow. They were well aware of the speed inside. It took 5,000 years to reach the 300th level, and it took another 4,000 years to reach the 500th level. They almost wondered if that fellow had died inside. Was it really that easy to stay on one level every 20 years? Fortunately, that fellow finally entered the 500th level and was not killed inside. This was considered good news, and it also made them feel a little relieved. After all, if that fellow was really killed, the demon mystic sect would definitely know whose hands the item would fall into. They could not possibly capture and interrogate them one by one. Even the 8 major sects would not be able to withstand everyone's anger. Moreover, many of the potential sovereigns came from powerful sections. If they really joined forces, it would be a headache for the demon mystic sect. It's good that he has reached the 500th level. Our people are already waiting for D. Tian on the 510th level. As soon as he appears, our people will take action. The 5 elder sovereigns also revealed smiles. Although those potential sovereigns were not very strong, they had collected a large number of divinity weight cards on that level. Hence, their strength had become tyrannical. They really did not believe that D. Tian had the strength to contend against them. Level 501, Level 502, after Lin Fei entered the 500th level, he immediately felt that the people here were much more powerful. The gap between the 2 levels was very big. They were just slightly more powerful. Lin Fei really did not care much about the rest. Anyway, he would leave this level in 20 years. As the reputation of the previous levels had spread all the way to the lower levels, the moment Lin Fei arrived at the lower level, someone knew his name. It was difficult not to know such a person. The strangest thing was his cultivation speed. No matter who it was, who didn't want to be better as soon as possible? After all, as long as they were one step faster than them, they could accumulate more tyrannical strength. As time went on, they would be at an advantage. No matter what the next two stages were, they would become more confident. For rulers like Lin Fei, even if they could advance to the next level, as time passed, the gap between them would only grow larger and larger. When Lin Fei arrived at this floor, soon, someone would come to settle the score. Some of them were afraid of the other party's strength, and some were disciples of other sections. Even though they were separated by space, the transmission of information could still be done. If anything happened in the lower levels, they would be the first to know. With 8 million layers of divinity, he wouldn't have any powerful divinity treasures in his hands. They naturally wanted to kill Lin Fei to vent their anger. The idea was good, but when it came down to it, they suffered a lot. The other party knew a mysterious concealment formation, and didn't fight them head-on. He just wandered around them, and the divinity treasures in his hands weren't very powerful. However, he relied on these divinity treasures to kill them. From start to finish, none of them could even touch the corner of his clothes. These people were undoubtedly going to deliver the treasures. These people had 2 or 3 million divinity treasures in their hands, and they were very powerful. Meeting someone like Lin Fei, they could only suffer. Lin Fei also changed his gun for a cannon. From the 500th level, he went all the way to the 510th level. The 510th level. This level was very quiet. In a certain region, 3 hegemons were seated together, expressionless, as if they were waiting for something. Tian still hasn't come up. How long are we going to wait? Those guys have already gone to the next level, and the gap between us and them is growing. A green-robed ruler cursed. It should be soon. As long as we kill that guy, we'll have made a great contribution, and the sex patriarch will personally meet us. Anyway, there are only the 3 of us on this level, and all the divinity cards and treasures are with us. We won't be too far behind them. The 3 of them spoke one after another. They were all from the demon mystic sect. Since a long time ago, they received news that they were to slow down and wait for a person to come up. As long as they killed that person and took back the treasures, it would be a great contribution. These words were personally given by the elder, and it made them extremely excited. This level lasted for thousands of years. When they had nothing to do, they would kill people and plunder treasures on this level. Now, the 3 of them had about 100 million layers of divinity on them, and they also had powerful divinity treasures on them, which were enough to sweep away any powerhouse that came up. They were very confident. There would no longer be powerhouses on the lower levels. The powerful people would go up, and perhaps they would all reach the 3rd level. They were waiting quietly now. He's coming. After waiting for a long time, one of the 3 demon mystic sect disciples opened his eyes, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He quickly took out a message talisman, and there were only 3 words on it: he's coming. He's coming, I can feel it. After we get rid of this guy, we can go down. Maybe those guys are waiting for us. Let's join forces, let's see who's afraid of who. They could occupy this level, and it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people occupying the entire level on the later levels. The 3 of them came together and turned into streams of light. It's so quiet on this level. Lin Fei appeared on the 510th level. There was no fluctuation. It was the same as the level above. It seems that it's a problem of strength that has pulled everyone apart. There are almost no people coming down from each level, or it's monopolized by others. Lin Fei was no stranger to this situation. Someone is coming towards me, and there are 3 of them. Soon, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Someone was coming towards him, and it was obvious that they were murderous. Tian, die. A roar came from afar. A jingguang slashed across the sky, and there was only one jingguang left between heaven and earth, and the entire space was trembling non-stop. The jingguang's power was extremely powerful, and it locked on to Lin Fei. Good lord, this is at least a divinity treasure with tens of millions of layers of divinity. Lin Fei escaped into the void and kept moving. The jingguang blasted over and over again. Chapter 1604. As the saber slashed down, the area around Lin Fei was covered in saber light. The void shattered and then returned to normal. Junior apprentice brother, the power of your saber isn't bad. Maybe that kid will be killed by your saber from a distance. You'll save us a lot of trouble. Complacent laughter came from afar as three figures approached. Ruler Luobing stood next to his two senior apprentice brothers with a smile on his face. Don't joke around, senior apprentice brothers. My baleful black saber only has 21 million layers of divinity. It can't compare to your divinity treasures. However, it won't be difficult to kill Di Tian. He'll be lucky to die to my saber. Although Ruler Luobing said this, he still had a complacent look on his face. After completing the task given to him by the elder, everyone's faces were radiant. Killing someone from a distance was such an exciting thing. As soon as someone appeared, they could kill someone from tens of millions of kilometers away. No one could stop them. Finishing him off with one saber strike is that kid's fortune. Come, let's go over and see if he's dead or not. The three of them had learned of Di Tian's strength from the elder, but they didn't care about that bit of strength at all. They could kill him easily with one move. Would there be a need for a second move? They came over full of confidence. They didn't see that person's corpse, nor did they see any traces of blood. Not dead? The three of them sensed for a moment and were somewhat surprised. It seemed as though what they had imagined hadn't happened. That person had gone somewhere. Ruler Luobing's expression was unsightly. His saber strike hadn't killed him. What kind of joke was this? He had clearly locked onto him. Who are you? How dare you kill me as soon as I appeared? In the distance, Lin Fei emerged from the void. That saber strike was very powerful. Lin Fei didn't use his physical body to block it. Instead, he used the void evasion technique to avoid the saber attack. They attacked as soon as they appeared. Lin Fei was furious. There was no one on this floor. Clearly, those people had been killed by these three, and they had stayed behind to deal with him. Most importantly, they had exposed his Daoist name. Not bad, to be able to dodge my saber strike. Ruler Luobing looked at the 10 million layers of divinity above Di Tian's head. I wonder how many times you can dodge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hegemon Luobing attacked once more, unleashing one streak of saber light after another with his pale black saber. Inescapable net. Rays of saber light intertwined. This was to seal off all the exits. Once you die, you'll know who we are. Ahahaha. Hegemon Luobing didn't want to waste any more time. Hundreds of saber lights were blasted out. Lin Fei could feel the terror of these blade lights. If he used his body to block them, he would be instantly cut into countless pieces. Even if he activated the invincible defense, it would consume a large amount of invincible value. That guy's blade is pretty good. It's actually over 20 million layers of divinity. No wonder its attack is so terrifying. In the end, Lin Fei chose to dodge. Soon, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good fella, the three of them still have 100 million divinity layers. I really want to doze off, and someone will send me a pillow soon. Lin Fei flashed into the void. It's useless to enter the void. Hegemon Luobing laughed loudly as he chased through the void. That kid's mastery of the Tao of space isn't bad. He probably used that method to dodge that saber attack. Hegemon Cloudsong laughed, a look of disdain in his eyes. The Tao of space isn't that impressive. All of the hegemons out there have mastered a bit of the Tao of space, but that kid isn't that impressive. How could he possibly escape from our junior apprentice brother? He Gemin Cloud Song laughed as well. The two didn't follow him in. The void of the divinity dais wasn't that large, it was only roughly 100 million kilometers in size. To them, it would take them less than 2 breaths of time to go back and forth. Their junior apprentice brother, He Gemin Luobing, didn't just have a pale black saber, he was also wearing a first-tier divine armor. They weren't too sure of the exact level of the armor, but it was capable of blocking attacks from treasures with 10 to 20 million layers of divinity. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to break through its defense. No matter how powerful Di Tian was, he might not necessarily have a treasure with 20 million layers of divinity. Right now, all they had to do was wait for the good news. Boom! 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 The saber light was like a net, blasting forward. Lin Fei continued to blink through the void, but the danger behind him never ceased. After entering the 500th level, Lin Fei knew very well that the higher he went, the more powerful the divine treasures the potential hegemons would have in their possession. That fellow still dares to chase after me? I was just worrying about how I was going to get my weapon from him. Lin Fei's weapon was only at 3 million layers of divinity, and its power was far inferior to his opponent's. He didn't even think about taking it out, he just wanted to take it from his opponent. Di Tian, you won't be able to escape. This void is only so big. Today, you will definitely die. He Gemin Luobing continued to strike out with his saber. Layer after layer of the void was shattered. Anyone else would probably feel their scalp go numb at the sight of the countless saber lights. They wouldn't have any confidence in being able to survive in such a dangerous situation. Luobing began to laugh loudly. If this place was bigger, He Gemin Luobing probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. This fellow was so fast that even Luobing had to admit that he was inferior. Thankfully, he had a powerful weapon in his hands. A single saber strike was enough to make it difficult for his opponent to block. Lin Fei didn't say anything. He disappeared once more and reappeared behind He Gemin Luobing. With a wave of his hand, he slashed down with his saber. A protective barrier appeared around He Gemin Luobing's body. I was wondering why you only knew how to run. It turns out that you don't have a suitable weapon. I forgot to tell you that I'm wearing a first-class divinity battle suit. You want to kill me with that crappy weapon in your hands? Dream on. He Gemin Luobing was even more pleased with himself. He had thought that the person the sect had asked him to deal with would be very powerful, but now it seemed that he was only so. He didn't even care about that long saber of his. Swoosh. Another saber slashed toward Lin Fei's face. Killing you is as easy as pie. Lin Fei dodged the saber and appeared at He Gemin Luobing's side, chuckling as he slashed out with his saber. By the time He Gemin Luobing counterattacked, Lin Fei disappeared once more and attacked from the other side. Rumble. Rumble. Lin Fei didn't stop attacking. He surrounded He Gemin Luobing and didn't move beyond 300 meters. At first, He Gemin Luobing didn't care. He released his saber intent domain, wanting to force his opponent out so that he could kill him. As time went on, hundreds or even thousands of saber strikes later, the defense of the divine battle suit on his body began to weaken. This made He Gemin Luobing furious. Di Tian, if you have what it takes, then stop dodging. Boom. He Gemin Luobing raised his saber to block as he punched out with his other hand. His opponent disappeared and reappeared above his head. You can rely on a high-grade divine weapon. Why can't I dodge? I'm not that kind of idiot. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he disappeared. Lin Fei had plenty of ways to kill He Gemin Luobing. Lin Fei disdained to use those methods. So the only thing he could do was use the stupidest method possible. He would exhaust this guy to death. Just a little bit more, and his divine battle suit will be useless. That'll be my chance to kill him in one blow. Every single slash from Lin Fei seemed to possess ordinary might and seemed to be completely useless, as they were easily blocked by the divinity battle armor on Lin Fei's body. Heh heh, master, you're so evil. The little fiend's voice rang out in his mind. That guy thinks he's going to win for sure. He'll regret it in a bit. The little fiend knew this very well. Every single saber strike of Lin Fei's had been infused with a sliver of divine power. This divine power was so subtle that it was almost undetectable. The enraged hegemon Luo Bing wouldn't bother to inspect it. Don't underestimate that sliver of divine power, it was incredibly useful. When strands of divine power were gathered together, they would become terrifying existences that could detonate the divine battle suit at a critical moment. Hegemon Luo Bing attacked randomly, a look of anger on his face. Bastard, just you wait. Saberlight rumbled out. Hegemon Luo Bing thought to himself. Damn, this guy has cultivated this kind of movement technique. Even my divine sense can't capture his specific location. Fortunately, I have the divine battle suit. Even if it's level 1, he can't break it. Since he likes to play so much, I'll play with him. When the power of the great path in his body is almost exhausted, let's see what he can do. Hegemon Luo Bing wasn't very good at the Tao of space. It didn't mean that he couldn't deal with DT. This was at most a small trick that wasn't very useful. I think we should each take a step back. You can't do anything to me anyway. Lin Fei said deliberately. Don't even think about it. I'll definitely kill you today. Don't expect anyone to save you. Apart from the 3 of us from the demon mystic sect, there's no one else here. You can give up completely. Lin Fei deliberately used words to provoke the other party. In the end, he heard this. You're from the demon mystic sect? One of the 8 major sections. How could Lin Fei not know? He felt a little uneasy. How did the 8 major sects know his Daoist name? Could it be that the matter of the battle fortress was leaked? Apart from this, Lin Fei couldn't find a second reason to say it for a while. Hee, now you know fear. Ruler Luo Bing attacked faster, in front of our demon mystic sect. You're just an ant. You're just an ant, I can do whatever I want to you. I don't seem to have anything to do with your demon mystic sect. Why do you want to deal with me here? Then you can only say that you're unlucky. We've waited for you for many years. Today, we can finally complete the task and go to the next level. Lin Fei seemed to understand. During this period, Lin Fei added hundreds of attacks on ruler Luo Bing. It seems that you only know this much. Lin Fei suddenly said. What did you say? Lin Fei laughed and slashed at his face. Explode. Boom. Boom. A terrifying aura came from ruler Luo Bing, and his expression became uneasy. What did you do to me? As soon as his voice fell, the divine battle armor on ruler Luo Bing's body exploded like a mirror, shattering into pieces. Die. Chapter 1605. I got it. As soon as Luo Bing's ruler exploded, Lin Fei quickly snatched the divinity weapon from the other party's hand. Of course, the most important thing was the divinity level. It just happened to be 100 million divinity levels, in addition to the harvest of tens of millions of divinity points. Divinity is really good stuff, it's so secretive. As soon as he got it, he immediately refined the divine treasure in his hand. A divine treasure with 20 million divinity levels. Good stuff, really good stuff. He tried it, and it went smoothly. Lin Fei didn't care much about 20 million divinity levels. Anyway, the wool came from the sheep's body. With this thing, they're going to be dumbfounded. Lin Fei disappeared on the spot. Junior brother Luo should be back soon. Of course. The 2 rulers laughed as they chatted. They didn't use their divine senses to check the situation in the void. There was no need to worry about dealing with a brat. When junior brother Luo returned, they could go to the next level. They were tired of staying on this level. Hua! A beam of light blasted one of the rulers, and his whole body was blasted away. Crack, 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 crack. The void behind the ruler that was blasted away kept shattering, and he crashed into the void. Senior brother. The other ruler's expression changed as he realized that something had happened. His face was filled with anger as he turned and rushed into the void. The chaotic void set off waves of tyrannical aura. As soon as this ruler entered, the waves of air hit him. The scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. His senior brother was currently in the middle of Di Tian's torrential attacks and was constantly being defeated. He could only passively defend, and the divinity battle armor on his body was constantly shining brightly. Isn't that junior brother's weapon? How did it fall into that guy's hands? Is junior brother dead? Even if this ruler didn't want to believe it, the facts in front of him told him that his junior brother had been killed. His weapon was in the hands of the other party, and his divinity levels had broken through 100 million. Junior brother Mo, come help me. At this time, the ruler who was at a disadvantage also found it hard to accept this news. From the moment he was blasted away, Di Tian appeared in front of him, and the torrential attacks came at him. He had no way to fight back, and could only passively defend. The situation was getting worse and worse. Senior brother Fan, I'm coming. The hegemon Mo Shan angrily charged over. A spear appeared in his hand, transforming into a fire dragon that smashed towards Di Tian's back, freeing his senior apprentice brother. Di Tian, no matter what method you used to kill junior brother Luo, now that my junior brother is here, you're dead meat today. Hegemon Fan Yun blocked with all his might. He let out a sigh of relief, but what followed was boundless rage. Hee, you'd better take care of yourself first. Lin Fei slashed down again from behind, and a resplendent light burst forth. As Lin Fei dodged to the side, hegemon Mo Shan's spear shot forward with a ferocious momentum. Ka-cha! The spear stabbed into hegemon Fan Cloud. Poochie! Hegemon Fan Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, junior apprentice brother, you'll only be satisfied if you kill me. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop myself. It's all that brat's fault. I'll try again. The Mo Mountain hegemon laughed dryly. He lifted his spear and stabbed towards Di Tian again, hating Di Tian to death in his heart. If it wasn't for this fellow, would he have to stab his senior brother with his spear? So. Lin Fei continued to move. The range was very small. Junior brother, who are you trying to kill? I'm your senior brother. You idiot. In the void, hegemon Fan Yun's face was ashen. In this short period of time, hegemon Fan Yun had suffered no less than 10 attacks from his junior brother. He was almost angered to death. He could only blame Di Tian for being too crafty. Di Tian had been constantly moving around, and he had even purposely led his junior brother to attack. As the senior brother, hegemon Fan Yun had suffered greatly, and the divine battle armor was also being continuously consumed. The Mo Mountain hegemon didn't have it easy either. He had been scolded by his senior brother, and he was almost beaten to a pulp. Senior brother, I'll be careful. His gaze landed on Di Tian. It was all this fellow's fault. I want you to die a horrible death. The power of the spear in his hands suddenly changed, and he used a killing move. The sky was filled with afterimages of the spear. They were densely packed, and there were countless of them. Each spear seemed real. Lin Fei's saber landed on hegemon Fan Yun's body, and the surging power collided with the spear afterimages. Di Tian, let's see how you block this move. Lin Fei suddenly turned his head and smiled. You won't be able to break through my defense with just this move of yours. He left hegemon Mo Shan's back view. Boom boom boom. The sky full of attacks landed on Di Tian's back, drowning him in attacks. The Mo Mountain hegemon suddenly felt uneasy. Previously, this fellow had been dodging everywhere. Why wasn't he dodging now? It was very suspicious. The Mo Mountain hegemon was very confident in this move. Even if Di Tian managed to block it, he wouldn't have much combat strength left. He might even be heavily injured. Your attack is only a so-so. A terrifying aura came from the attack. It was as if a huge fireball had exploded in the air, and the sky full of attacks was directly blown away. A person charged out. A saber appeared on his left, and the back of the saber smashed into his face. The terrifying power smashed him out of the void and onto the divine platform. The Mo mountain hegemon smashed onto the divine platform. Before he could react, a person appeared in the void and stomped down. You're the only one left now. Let's see what you can do. This stomp landed on his face, and blood splattered. You're lying. Senior brother has the divinity battle armor to protect him. Even if you have junior brother's weapon, you can forget about killing him. The Mo mountain hegemon's expression changed slightly. He could still sense the terrifying aura just now. It's not like the divinity battle armor is indestructible. You won't believe it anyway. However, I believe that you will soon believe it. Hua. The saber landed on the Mo mountain hegemon's body. Nonsense, you're lying. The Mo mountain hegemon tried to shake him off, but the other party was like a mountain. His power was like a rock sinking into the ocean, and a trace of shadow appeared. Boom boom boom. He stepped on a potential ruler and beat him up. That feeling was simply too amazing. Only the divinity battle armor on his body was slightly troublesome. It was like a tortoise shell, and it was very displeasing. 10 sabers. 100 sabers. The Mo mountain hegemon roared furiously at the start. He continuously activated his power, and he even wanted to exhaust D. Tion's power so that he could make a comeback. After 30 sabers, the Mo mountain hegemon's expression changed. The powerful divinity battle armor also started to lose its power. How can you be so powerful? What he received was Lin Fei's laughter. Don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the demon mystic sect. If you kill me, the sect elders won't let you off. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Mr. D. Tion, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I don't want anything. Lin Fei laughed sinisterly. It's over. Chapter 1606. He wanted to get rid of these 3 people. From the very beginning, Lin Fei did not feel that this was a problem. It was just a matter of time. Since he was proficient in the Tao of space, he could do whatever he wanted. Against Lin Fei, who was proficient in the Tao of space, they had no chance of winning, even if they were wearing the divinity battle suit. Choosing a place, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. Little devil, do you have a way to crack their storage rings? The demon mystic sect disciples blocked him on this floor, and Lin Fei suspected that it was related to the battle fortress. I have to prepare. Knowing that the demon mystic sect would be the enemy, Lin Fei had to be prepared. Cracking the opponent's storage ring was a very necessary thing. Lin Fei had every reason to believe that there would be good things in the storage ring, and it was very likely to be helpful to him. This is easy, they were all killed by you, and their divine senses no longer exist. Give me some time. Little devil quickly accepted the task. In fact, it didn't take long, just a cup of tea time, the 3 storage rings were completely cracked. The symbol of the demon mystic sect? This might be useful, so I'll keep it first. Ruler battle suit? High grade. Ladies? Lin Fei thought to himself, is this guy preparing to give it to someone else? Lin Fei didn't have much use for the lady ruler battle suit, but he could give it to the 7-colored ruler. There was nothing that interested Lin Fei in the first 2 rings, so Lin Fei could only focus on the last ring, hoping to gain something. As soon as the last ring was opened, the contents inside were poured into the system space. This is? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he quickly found something. A piece of jade slip. The jade slip wasn't very big, and when Lin Fei extended his divine sense into it, he couldn't help but smile. It really is a good thing. The jade slip actually recorded the list of demon mystic sect disciples who entered the spirit pedestal stage. Looking at the names above, he quickly found the names of the 3 people who attacked him. Counting carefully, Lin Fei found that the demon mystic sect had arranged a total of 53 disciples, which was considered a great deal, especially the first one was the famous dark sacred ruler of the top 10 young masters. With these names, I can easily deal with them. Maybe these jade slips are used to contact each other. This is very likely. Lin Fei pondered. In next to no time, Lin Fei took out another jade talisman. Communication jade talisman? Lin Fei recognized it. It was a jade talisman of a higher grade. He retrieved it from the system space. Lin Fei was not surprised that a top-tier sect would have a way to communicate with them. Otherwise, how could they be considered a top-tier sect? This time, the demon mystic sect's behavior made Lin Fei very unhappy. Not long after the communication jade talisman was sent out, the jade talisman actually reacted. Someone had requested a link. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had broken the storage ring first, and finally had a harvest. This should be a message from the demon mystic sect's elder. When he was outside the divine mountain, Lin Fei had observed the divine altar. Every time there was a movement in the divine altar, he could see the ruler enter the next level. He believed that it would not be difficult for those people to recognize him. Lin Fei had entered this level, and he believed that the demon mystic sect must have known. The purpose of asking so urgently was self-evident. It was for the result. Lin Fei smiled and opened the communication jade talisman. The jade talisman produced a sky screen, and a small sky screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. It could be considered a miniature sky screen. Junior brother Fan, it's time to kill him. An obviously excited voice came from the other side. The sky curtain showed that they were in a Senfu hall. The 5 sovereign elders were sitting upright, exuding endless majesty. Obviously, the other party was also very anxious, and they started asking questions without any regard for the consequences. In fact, the 5 sovereign elders were very anxious. This matter was very important to them. These days, they were worried that the news would be leaked, and the extermination sovereign was temporarily placed under house arrest by them. Ever since Di Tian entered this level, they had been looking forward to the news. They were very clear about the situation on this level. It had long been cleaned up by the 3 junior brothers of the demon mystic sect. As long as Di Tian entered, everything would be under their control. They regarded the matter of the battle fortress as the most important thing. It was second only to the divine generals. You seem to have made a mistake. I'm not your junior brother. Let me introduce myself. I'm Di Tian. I think you really want to see me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The 5 sovereign elders never thought that this would be the case. You are Di Tian? The sovereign elder who asked the question first shot out a cold light. Lin Fei, who was far away, also felt the terror of this gaze. As expected of the sovereign elder of the demon mystic sect. His strength was indeed not weak, and he was able to lead the team here. A throne appeared behind Lin Fei, and he turned around and sat on it. I am Di Tian, the person you have never forgotten. As for the junior brother you mentioned, I'm sorry to tell you that they failed, and naturally, they were killed by me. The 5 sovereign elders quickly calmed down. They had underestimated this Di Tian. He had killed the disciples of the demon mystic sect and dared to confront them. Di Tian's behavior could be said to be a provocation. What a bold Di Tian. You still have the courage to say this in front of the elders of the demon mystic sect. Before the sovereign elder could finish speaking, Lin Fei interrupted him rudely. I have always been bold. The people of your sect killed me, so why can't I kill them? I can only say that they are not as skilled as me. Sovereign Fang Su was the sovereign elder who had reprimanded Di Tian. He was choked by these words. They were all veteran sovereign elders. When they were famous in the territory, Di Tian was still unknown. They had always liked to suppress people based on their status. Today, they had been ignored by a junior. How could Elder Fang Su not be angry? He couldn't wait to enter the sky screen and kill his way to the spirit platform. How dare you? I ask you, is the battle fortress in your hands? One of the sovereign elders couldn't take it anymore. The void behind him was directly shaken, and he roared at Lin Fei in the sky screen. It seemed that this was the only way to vent his anger. Clatter. In this elder's opinion, Di Tian definitely wouldn't be able to react in time when he suddenly spoke. As long as there was a slight change in his expression, they would be able to see some clues and confirm whether the battle fortress was in Di Tian's hands. The sky screen disappeared into thin air. The other side crushed the communication jade talisman. Damn kid. The sovereign elder was furious. He dared to destroy the communication jade talisman. This action completely angered them. Immediately informed the disciples above to intercept Di Tian. Kill him, we must kill him. He reacted so quickly. It is very likely that the thing is in Di Tian's hands. Lin Fei indeed crushed the communication jade talisman. Putting on airs? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei wasn't someone who could be threatened with just a few words. He simply crushed the communication jade talisman. It felt so good. If I don't care, I won't care. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. I'm safe now. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. Those demon mystic sect disciples below are probably waiting for me. I'll let you guys wait for a while first. Lin Fei threw the matter to the back of his mind and began to absorb the divinity points. This level soon welcomed some sovereigns. After seeing Lin Fei, they decisively chose to avoid Lin Fei, especially when the number of divinity points above his head was almost 400 million, which scared them quite a bit. This was definitely because he had killed several powerful sovereigns. With this number, those people didn't have the guts to do so. They could only stand aside obediently to avoid offending Lin Fei. It wasn't easy to come to this level. If they were eliminated or even lost their lives, the loss would be great. They also knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable, but there was one good thing about him. As long as they didn't offend him, there was basically no danger. In order to be at ease, each of them still took out 5 million divinity points they had collected. Those people followed suit. Lin Fei didn't refuse anyone. Mosquito meat was also meat. Those people calmed down because of this. Elder, it's not good. One of our disciples on the 530th floor has fallen. 2 on the 570th floor have also fallen. 3 on the 591st floor have also fallen. After the demon mystic sect passed the news to the sect disciples, they waited in peace. They still believed that the sect disciples had the strength to deal with Di Tian. The only thing that made them unhappy was that Di Tian was still very slow. In their opinion, Di Tian did it on purpose to buy time. This move was really disgusting. The 5 sovereigns had never seen such a shameless guy. How could they know that Lin Fei stayed so long on each floor for divinity points? Time ticked by. The disciples of the demon mystic sect waited for Di Tian to appear. Immediately, a piece of bad news came back. The disciples of the demon mystic sect fell one after another. Every time they saw Di Tian's smiling face, it also meant that the disciples of the demon mystic sect died in his hands. One blow after another came. The demon mystic sect lost another 11 sovereigns in the hands of the other party. This caused the 5 sovereign elders to fly into a rage. How could there be such a person? However, they had no way to deal with Di Tian for the time being. That hateful guy, let him be proud for the time being. When we reach the 3rd stage, the disciples of the demon mystic sect will let him know what regret is. Elder Fong Su was already gritting his teeth. It took thousands of years. Lin Fei reached the 600th floor, in other words, he reached the 3rd stage. With the contribution of the 11 demon mystic sect disciples, Lin Fei gained a lot. The divinity level alone reached 2 billion, which was a good number. The divinity treasures obtained were also innumerable. For the time being, Lin Fei did not use them to exchange for divinity points. The higher he went, the more Lin Fei had to be careful, for fear of causing trouble. So many people. After entering the 600th floor, Lin Fei seemed to be in a layer of light, and he quickly descended into a senfu. Such senfu could be found everywhere on this floor. Most importantly, above the senfu, in the chaotic space, there were arenas lined up. Chapter 1607. Lin Fei seemed to understand what he had to experience on this floor. Battle. The 3rd stage was the battle. The battles on the huge arena did not stop, and one could still feel the terrifying aura from a distance away. Lin Fei was led into an empty senfu, and the gray-robed emissary appeared again. After the previous two encounters, Lin Fei had a habit of just listening quietly. Congratulations on entering the third stage. This stage is an elimination round. The first and second stages are for laying the foundation, and the truly exciting part is in the third stage. As long as you can pass the third stage, you can compete for the qualifications to become a divine general. This floor also has 300 floors. In other words, you have to accept 300 battles, and each contestant will be chosen randomly. It also pays attention to luck, and each battle will have 10 years to prepare. Lin Fei listened quietly. The arena was such a good place, wasn't it prepared for him? Lin Fei almost laughed. Any potential dominator who entered the 600th floor had a large number of divinity points in their bodies, and killing them would bring many benefits and treasures. Under such circumstances, only Lin Fei dared to come up with such a crazy idea. I also have to remind you that in every senfu, there is a place that allows you to exchange for divinity treasures, and you can also exchange for treasures. You can exchange for treasures to increase your strength and prepare for the battle. The gray-robed emissary disappeared again. Lin Fei also had a token in his hand, which was used to control the senfu, and only he was allowed to enter. Lin Fei liked this arrangement very much. After patrolling the senfu, Lin Fei came to a side hall in the senfu, pushed the door open, and entered. This was the place to exchange for divinity points. Master, how may I be of service to you? As soon as Lin Fei entered, a black-armored puppet greeted him. How extravagant. With a casual look, Lin Fei discovered that this was a dominator puppet, and its combat strength was unknown, but its defense should be very strong. Even one senfu was a big deal. Take me to exchange for divinity treasures. The side hall was not big. A sparrow may be small, but it has all the essentials. Master, you can exchange for divinity treasures here. The black-armored puppet led Lin Fei to a stone door. Lin Fei saw the words on the stone door. Exchange room. The stone door creaked open and Lin Fei walked in. Inside, there was another black-armored puppet sitting expressionlessly, and in front of him was a counter. Lin Fei asked a few simple questions and exited the exchange room. There were a few stone doors not far from the exchange room. They were places to purchase divinity battle suits, divinity weapons, and so on. What's the use of that stone wall? Lin Fei pointed to a huge stone wall not far away and asked. Master, that's the battle canopy. As long as you pay a certain level of divinity, you'll be able to view every battle, including anyone. The fee is based on how high it is. Anyone can see it? Yes. The black-armored puppet nodded and said, apart from being able to watch every battle, you can also see the latest changes in the rankings. This is free of charge. Open it. The huge stone wall lit up, and a list of names appeared on it, from the top all the way down. The number 1 is still young Master Luo Xian, the head of the 10 princes, the peerless dominator of the Jianghu school. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the name at the top. That's fast. He's already at level 890, which means he'll enter the 4th stage in another 100 years. Ever since he entered the sacred mountain, Lin Fei had heard of the 10 princes. Among them, young Master Luo Xian was the strongest, and he had a powerful bloodline. In the last 10 positions, except for a few of them, the rest were replaced by unfamiliar names. The difference between them was not that big. Could this dragon origin dominator be from the dragon clan? And this Feng Jiutian, from the Phoenix clan? Looking at the names, Lin Fei did not think that their origins were simple. Perhaps they were either from a powerful sect or a powerful clan. Sects were not a big deal, but the strength of a clan was something that no one dared to ignore. Their natural bloodline made them even more powerful. Can you give me a copy of the information on the top 100? Master, you only need to pay 1,000,000 divinity levels. Lin Fei received a copy of the information so that he could read it slowly. The gray-robed emissary told him that the first battle would begin in a year. Lin Fei now had a year to prepare. In the following days, Lin Fei studied the information in his hands. He would not have known if he had not read it, but the moment he did, he was shocked. This information covered all the peerless dominators of the endless territory in one fell swoop. The 8 top sects, the 7 hegemonic powers, and the powerful races were all included. There were some races that even the 8 sects and the 7 hegemonic powers did not dare to offend. That was because their bloodlines were pure and it was easier for them to produce top powerhouses. Lin Fei memorized these names one by one. Apart from that, there were also some with mysterious origins. There was almost no substantive information. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were fake at a glance. They were just names in name. The members of the dragon race have such strong bodies, especially after wearing the divinity battle armor. Their defense reaches a terrifying level. They can actually kill an 8-star dominator with 3 punches. There's also this fellow with mysterious origins. He burned his opponent into nothingness with a single move, Fire Beacon Mountain. He's really terrifying. He should be infinitely close to the divine fire. This one is even sharper. He can actually freeze the divinity battle armor and freeze a dominator into an ice sculpture. Lin Fei also flipped through some of the battle records. These people's attacks were overbearing and did not give others a chance to react. Their strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Any one of them could kill a large group of 8-star dominators outside. It was unknown how many geniuses and powerhouses had gathered at this stage because of their strength. As the time drew closer, Lin Fei also started to prepare for himself. For example, some things that were necessary for the battle. Black-hearted, how black-hearted. Lin Fei took all the divinity treasures he collected back and exchanged them. When he came out, he was very unhappy. He turned around and entered a door. Lin Fei was here to buy the divinity battle armor. He had to put on a facade after all. Didn't he see that the members of the dragon race were all wearing the divinity battle armor? It would be too conspicuous if he did not wear it. The defense of the divinity battle armor was quite good. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of it. There were divinity battle armors ranging from level 1 to level 10. There were also detailed divisions inside that targeted certain Great Dao attacks. Lin Fei was dazzled. From the 600th to the 700th floor, he could only choose the divinity battle armor within level 3. Lin Fei chose a level 3 divinity battle armor with balanced defense. Chapter 1608. Third rank divine armor was fine. In terms of weapons, there weren't many requirements in the arenas. You could buy any divine weapon from 10 million layers to 100 million. 1 was fine too. 2 was fine too. As long as you had enough layers, you could even buy 10. When Lin Fei thought about it, it felt like he was bullying someone. However, after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. Everyone who entered the 3rd stage was a genius. Who wouldn't be able to afford a divine armor or a divine weapon? There was no need for him to worry about them. Lin Fei bought a Thundersplit saber. It had the element of the Great Dao of Thunder, and its attack power was extremely dominating. It wasn't cheap either. 100 million layers of divinity. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to buy it. With the divine armor and weapon in hand, he was more or less prepared. Techniques? He didn't need to think about them for now. Techniques wouldn't appear in the Senfu, they would appear in the arenas for the 2 to train in. It was a competition of talent. Senior apprentice brother, that D. Tian, yes, Lin Fei, he's in this Senfu. Meanwhile, a few uninvited guests had arrived outside the Senfu. There were a total of 5 uninvited guests. Their faces were cold and sinister, and their gazes were fixed on the Senfu, as though they were trying to see through the Senfu. The people in the nearby Senfu were all secretly surprised. Who was living in this Senfu that had attracted a disciple of the demon profound sect? Everyone knew that they couldn't afford to offend them. This was the first time He Gem and Yi Qing had heard of Lin Fei's name. The sect had repeatedly demanded that they kill Di Tian and take back their supreme treasure. They couldn't let anyone else beat them to it. Tell him to come out. Killing wasn't allowed on this floor. He Jem and Yi Qing just wanted to make sure that it was that person. They couldn't afford to offend the unfathomably powerful gray-robed emissary. If they really did attack, they would immediately be killed and die. He Jem and Yi Qing had brought people here for a reason. Only when Di Tian came out would they be able to put on a show. Lin Fei, get the hell out here. Get out here. After killing our demon profound sex people, you still dare to come to this floor. The junior apprentice brothers that He Jem and Leaf Leaf had brought with him called out towards the gates of the Senfu, their voices echoing out like a great bell. The surrounding sovereigns were suddenly enlightened. Someone killed a disciple of the demon mystic sect. That person was really bold. More importantly, it seemed that someone found the evidence and personally came to the door. Everyone was unfamiliar with this fame. He didn't seem to know this name. I know this Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to come as well. This is unbelievable. A juggernaut exclaimed. Immediately, a good friend asked about Lin Fei's background. This person probably came from a small place. His talent isn't that good, because when I entered, he was already inside. His breakthroughs in each floor are very slow. From the first floor to here, I think it took him at least 100 million years yet, he actually made it to this floor. These good friends were all shocked. What an exquisite person. With such a slow speed, he actually made it all the way here and even offended the demon profound sect. That guy was also very powerful. These friends all had their own friends. They passed on the news, and in a short while, the news about Lin Fei had spread. The slowest cultivator, the ruler with the least potential, and all kinds of big hats fell on Lin Fei's head. There were also many people who came out of the Senfu to see his face. The longest person who could reach this floor was only a few thousand years, or even less than 5,000 years. Now, there was actually a guy who cultivated even slower, using more than 100 million years. This speed really made them feel incomparably conflicted. Do you think that guy will dare to come out? I bet that guy won't dare to come out. Look at who he's facing, that's a disciple of the demon profound sect. Hee, the 3 words demon mystic sect is enough to scare that guy to the point of pissing his pants. The leader is still He Jem and Leaf Leaf. He can be considered to have more potential. He broke through to the 800th floor, and breaking through to the 900th floor won't be a problem. Everyone was discussing. In another Senfu, a beautiful fairy sitting cross-legged was also awakened by this voice and opened her beautiful and moving eyes. He actually came. The fairy stood up, disappeared from the Senfu, and appeared in the sky outside. Taoist Su Feng. He Jem and Su Feng also came out. Yeah, it's incredible. She seems to have gone over there. Isn't that the direction where the demon profound sect is looking for that guy? Everyone was excited at first, but when they saw the fairy leave, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Since when did the fairy care about this kind of thing? They all chased after her. This fairy was none other than Venerable Su Feng, who was captured by Lin Fei that day. She could be considered as an old acquaintance of Lin Fei. You're finally here. I didn't look down on you. In yet another immortal abode. There was a low voice. A young man in brocade clothes stood up with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. It was young Master Fan that Lin Fei had been looking for. Today's young Master Fan's aura was even more terrifying than before. His left and right eyes were shining with a frightening light, making people not dare to look at him directly. Brahman, is this the interesting person you were talking about? A delicate figure leaned on Brahman's body. Fan smiled evilly and hugged the woman with one hand. Yeah, a guy with a lowly bloodline. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck he had, he actually kept breaking through, and even entered the divine mountain and went to the divine altar. I thought such a lowly guy like him had already died in a corner of the space. I didn't expect him to have such luck. Fan, there are really not many people who can make you remember, even the 10 great young masters. You don't care about them, but I'm interested in this Lin Fei. The woman smiled charmingly. You little slut, are you going to cause trouble again? Oh, I'm not as bad as you say, look at what you're saying. The Demon Profound sect disciples found a guy who had just come up. No matter who it was, they were interested to know. A short while later, there were quite a few people in the sky outside. When they weren't fighting, they all had time to rest, so they naturally had this bit of free time. A hint of joy flashed through Hegemony Qing's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. This was the result he wanted. Hegemony Qing wanted everyone to know that Lin Fei had offended the Demon Profound sect. If he revealed a bit of information, he believed that those who were trying to curry favor with the sect would be eager to act and solve the problem for the sect. The Demon Profound sect wouldn't have to pay anything. When he thought of this, Hegemony Qing couldn't help but want to laugh. He was just too smart. Crack, 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 the immortal gate opened with a whoosh. A smile appeared on Hegemony Qing's face. You people of the Demon Profound sect are so annoying. I just killed a few of your disciples. As soon as the immortal gate opened, everyone heard this sentence, causing them to be stunned. Damn, it's just a few disciples, how could he say something like this? The lives of the Demon Profound sect's disciples were precious. If one of them died, the entire sect might have to be buried with him. This was the difference. This person was quite arrogant. Even those who didn't see it could tell that there was something wrong with it. He was arrogantly criticizing the Demon Profound sect. It didn't matter what the occasion was. It was rare. Truly rare. A black shadow appeared at the door. Many gazes shot towards it, as though trying to see through it. No powerful bloodline? No wonder he was so slow. What a lowly bloodline. He was even able to cultivate to the 8-star ruler level. Unbelievable. These people's gazes were like torches. After looking for a bit, they saw through some clues and revealed disdainful looks. A lowly bloodline wasn't worthy of entering this level. Hegemony Qing's smile froze. He thought to himself, what an arrogant fellow. The more arrogant you are, the closer you are to death. Lin Fei, you finally dared to come out. I thought that after killing our disciples and stealing our sect's treasures, you wouldn't dare to come out. I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. Hegemony Qing roared angrily. Hand over our junior brother's treasures. The treasures of our Demon Profound sect shouldn't be in your hands. As long as you hand over the treasures, we can leave your corpse intact on the arena. Hand over the treasures and prepare to die. This is the only way out for you. The disciples of the Demon Profound sect next to him had already informed him. They threatened Lin Fei one after another. The surrounding people revealed an understanding expression again. No wonder the disciples of the Demon Profound sect came in person. Not only did this guy kill people, but he also stole the treasures of the Demon Profound sect. No top sect was willing to let their things be leaked to the outside world. For example, cultivation techniques and the like. In their opinion, the Demon Profound sect must have come for cultivation techniques. Didn't this poor guy know that this was something he absolutely couldn't do? No sect would allow their cultivation techniques to fall into the hands of others, let alone a top sect. Lin Fei knew that the people of the Demon Profound sect would come to find him. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would use a borrowed knife to kill him. Even if the Demon Profound sect didn't ask them to kill him, Lin Fei believed that those people already had the idea. Kill him and hand over the treasures in order to get a favor from the Demon Profound sect. He believed that no one would refuse this kind of thing. Even if there was no favor, it was also a good thing to do the Demon Profound sect a favor. Lin Fei knew very well that they didn't want to expose the battle fortress and attract more people to spy on it. For the time being, Lin Fei didn't want to expose it. I don't care what you say, but your Demon Profound sect doesn't have the ability to make me, Lin Fei, die obediently. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Maybe I'll be the one to kill you. Lin Fei smiled and said, let me give you a word of advice. Don't think that you're something just because of some words. In fact, you're nothing. Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. Crazy. Really crazy. This was to include them as well. Hegemony Qing smiled. This Lin Fei was simply courting death. Chapter 1609. None of the people present had ever seen such an arrogant fellow. The mystic demon sect could disregard him, but none of them could. The seniors of their sects wouldn't allow them to do such a thing. His words, however, caused everyone present to feel very uncomfortable. They didn't dare to do anything in front of the mystic demon sect because they were one of the 8 great sections. They wouldn't dare to do anything even if they were 100 times more courageous. However, they wouldn't be afraid of someone with a lowly bloodline. All of the potential hegemons present were extremely famous in the endless territories, and they all had powerful bloodlines that allowed them to look down on everyone else. Even the hegemons present weren't willing to submit to each other. They would only be satisfied after fighting in the arena. This kid is definitely brainless. He actually said something like this and offended everyone. I don't even need to say anything. Those people will be more than happy to kill Lin Fei. Hegemony Qing laughed in his heart. The more Lin Fei acted like this, the more comfortable he felt. As far as he was concerned, Lin Fei was just a brute. How could anyone speak like this? The spectators grew restless. Some were unhappy. What a lucky bastard. Just because of what you said, I've decided that I'll personally crush every bone in your body in the arena. The cracking sounds will be absolutely wonderful. In the sky, a tall, burly man with a bare upper body stared down at Lin Fei like a hungry wolf. It's him, the Blood Butcher. Supposedly, he has the bloodline of the infernal realm and is extremely bloodthirsty. In addition, his favorite thing to do is to crush the bones of people while they're still alive. Lin Fei is going to be out of luck. Someone immediately recognized who this person was. Hegemony Qing glanced at the Blood Butcher, who was extremely excited. At least his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you, you little ant. A lowly bloodline like yours isn't qualified to come to the God Deus realm. The infernal realm is the best place for you. Kakik. As soon as one person stepped forward, others immediately agreed, secretly regretting that they hadn't been the first to express their sincerity. It just so happened that the Blood Butcher had the upper hand. Within a short period of time, almost everyone present had issued threats. This was especially true for those who had reached the 600th level. They would have a high chance of encountering Lin Fei. When that time came, would they still have a chance? Lin Fei immediately became the common enemy of these sovereigns. Hegemony Qing was quite satisfied. If these potential hegemons could threaten Lin Fei, Hegemony Qing was certain that Lin Fei would be terrified and terrified. Every single one of the hegemons present was a genius hegemon who had mastered bloodline techniques that increased their power. They weren't as simple as the ordinary 8-star hegemons that the outside world had seen. Lin Fei stood at the door without any expression on his face. In the eyes of the crowd, it was clear that Lin Fei was frightened by them and didn't know what to do. Anyone would be terrified. Hegemony Qing began to laugh as he sent a message through divine sense. Lin Fei, we know exactly what you are capable of, including what we want to know. We already know that you rose to prominence very quickly in your world, but your power means nothing to me. Do you see that? With just a few words from our mystic demon sect, you have become their enemy. This is because they all want to curry favor with our mystic demon sect. Lin Fei replied, your mystic demon sect really is very powerful. Hegemony Qing said smugly, the 8 great sects live up to their reputation. You should know what sort of fate awaits you if you fight against our mystic demon sect. None of them will be easy for you to deal with. Even if you win against 1 or 2 of them, you won't necessarily be able to win forever. Sooner or later, you'll be defeated. Thus, I'll give you 10 days to think it over. If you voluntarily hand over what you want, perhaps I'll report it to my superiors and allow you to join the mystic demon sect as a formal disciple. That way, you won't have to worry about retribution or death for the rest of your life. In fact, if you want to become a world controller in your own world, you'll be able to do so with a single word. You make it sound very nice. I almost want to agree to your conditions. Lin Fei said calmly, however, you shouldn't have used the people I care about to threaten me. Now, I can give you a clear answer. Whether or not the item is in my hands, your mystic demon sect definitely has nothing to do with it. I believe that after your mystic demon sect leaves, many people will be interested in it. Don't you think so? For example, your sworn enemy, the mystic sacred sect. How dare you? Hegemony Qing couldn't help but roar. Lin Fei said coldly, I'll say it again. Your mystic demon sect's top-tier cultivation technique isn't anything good. If you threaten me again, I don't mind making it public. I believe many people will be interested in it. Boom! The immortal gate closed once more. The corners of Hegemony Qing's eyes twitched as he stared at the Senfu gate. This bastard is still threatening me. At this moment, Hegemony Qing discovered that the expressions of some of the spectators had changed. It was clear that they had changed upon hearing about the top-tier cultivation technique. These people were all from first-rate sects or large clans. Hegemony Qing's original plan was to use threats to intimidate Lin Fei, then rope him in. The chances of success were quite high. This way, he would be able to obtain the item effortlessly, without anyone noticing. By the time those people realized what was going on, the mystic demon sect's overall power would have increased by a large margin. In the end, however, Hegemony Qing underestimated Lin Fei. He wasn't afraid of threats at all. Instead, with a few simple words, he managed to convince the surrounding hegemons. Hegemony Qing was completely convinced that some of them would be tempted. This wasn't the most terrifying part. What Hegemony Qing worried about the most was that if Lin Fei really did have the item in his hands and was forced to hand it over to another sect, the mystic demon sect would become a laughingstock. This was trouble. If it weren't for the fact that this was a divine mountain, Hegemony Qing would have immediately led his people in to kill their way in. Leave some people here to keep an eye on this place. The rest of you, follow me back. Hegemony Qing was quite annoyed. The mystic demon sect really thinks they're so awesome. The gate of Senfu closed, and the corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. Then, his expression darkened. This matter is quite strange. Someone who was able to recognize me so quickly must be someone familiar with me, and someone familiar with me must be someone who appeared with me in Sky City last time. Then, someone must have joined the mystic demon sect. As for those people, Lin Fei had a guess, but he wasn't sure. Fortunately, when he left, Lin Fei was prepared. If the people of the mystic demon sect dared to look down on him, they would definitely regret it. People of the mystic demon sect, if you keep causing trouble for me, I will make you regret it. Lin Fei's face was gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Fei was angry. Chapter 1610. Hegemony Qing left angrily. Everyone knew that Lin Fei, who had appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't have a good time in the future. The mystic demon sect would view him as a thorn in their side. Perhaps in the first battle, he would be killed by the enemy. Or perhaps in the second battle. The result was set in stone. It wouldn't change. Most people were guessing at what top-tier technique Lin Fei had stolen from the mystic demon sect. For Hegemony Qing to personally come ask for it, was that too much of a ruckus? A top-tier technique of the mystic demon sect? At least it was better to say it out loud. No one could be sure that their guesses were correct. After discussing this matter for a while, they all left. Lin Fei is still as hot-tempered as ever. He didn't even give Hegemony Qing any face. Hegemon Sufeng continued to observe the situation below. After everyone left, Hegemon Sufeng let out a soft sigh. She didn't dare to underestimate the power of the mystic demon sect. She just didn't know what to say about Lin Fei, but after thinking about it, she immediately understood. If it wasn't for his temper, she wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by Lin Fei last time. When she thought of this, Hegemon Sufeng couldn't help but blush. Fairy Sufeng, long time no see. So you're interested in Lin Fei as well? Young Lord Fan stealthily appeared with a group of people, his tone extremely flirtatious. So it's young Master Fan. Since when did you like to sneak around? Are you a dog now? Hegemon Sufeng's face turned frosty. Young Lord Fan didn't get angry. You're still as cold as ever. Don't you know how to say something nice? Why should I say anything nice? Just because of our past relationship? Heejeman Su Feng said, that's all in the past. If you want to do anything to me now, you'll have to be strong enough to do so. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind cutting that thing off. I trust that you'll become very famous. After saying this, Heejeman Su Feng drifted away. Bitch. Young Lord Fan watched her leave, then said viciously, I'll let you be cocky for a bit longer. Once I obtain the legacy and awaken my bloodline, I'll show you what I've got. Heejeman Yi Qing had personally led a group of people to force a Heejeman into action because he wanted the mystic demon sect's top-tier technique. The news spread quickly. Everyone had no choice but to know. This involved a top sect like the demon mystic sect. Furthermore, at some unknown point in time, a rumor began to spread. Regardless of who killed Lin Fei, as long as they handed over their storage rings, they would be able to obtain all sorts of benefits. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was spread by the demon mystic sect. Only the demon mystic sect had the ability to do so, but they wouldn't admit it. The bounty offered was extremely shocking. It could be said that they had become rich overnight, especially those in the 600th to 700th floor. Everyone was eager to make a move. The arena battles on this floor were all random. You say the strong are bullying the weak? In reality, there was no difference. Everyone's realm was almost the same, and it was only the divinity treasures in their hands that differed. No matter who it was, they still had the ability to fight. Everyone was looking forward to this day. In the following year, Lin Fei stayed in Senfu and did not go out. On the other hand, it wasn't very quiet outside. From time to time, people would appear. As for the people from the 8 great sects and first-rate sects, they didn't appear. Some of them even came to ask about the situation. This situation was within Lin Fei's expectations. The people from the 8 great sects and the 7 great overlords weren't people who would do whatever they wanted. They wouldn't easily send people over. They wouldn't offend the demon mystic sect for such a small matter. Of course, Lin Fei also noticed that there were people around staring at Senfu. Among these people, Lin Fei believed that there would be people from the 8 great sections. They were very interested in the top cultivation technique of the demon mystic sect, so they would definitely monitor it. If they didn't arrange for people to monitor him, Lin Fei would suspect that the 8 great sects didn't deserve their reputation. Lin Fei believed that the people from the demon mystic sect would definitely be very uneasy. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. In this year, some people rushed to the next floor, and some people were eliminated and lost their lives. Now, many people were concerned about that Lin Fei, who had a lowly bloodline, would encounter that potential ruler and whether he would be defeated in one move. Hua. On this day, a bright divine light landed on one of the Senfu. It's here. Finally, it's Lin Fei's turn. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and they also wanted to know who the lucky guy was. This was no less than a big pie falling from the sky. The divine light moved again. Many people raised their heads and looked at the divine light. Come here. It's best if it's my turn. I can't miss such a good opportunity. If I kill that Lin Fei, I'll be rich. The divine light finally landed on a Senfu. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky, Lin Fei, just wait to die. In that Senfu, there was a sudden burst of laughter. A figure soared into the sky and appeared above the Senfu, bathed in the divine light. Damn, it's that guy. Remember to call him barbarian ruler. He seems to be from a barbarian territory. It is said that he inherited the bloodline of the barbarian king, and his close combat strength is very terrifying. Damn, he got lucky. Someone immediately exclaimed. The barbarian ruler in the divine light, as his name suggested, looked very barbaric and fierce. He was only wrapped in a leather armor and exuded a faint divinity. The barbarian ruler was extremely excited. This great luck made the barbarian ruler think that he had made a mistake. He was only on the 610th floor now, and he never thought that his luck would be so good. The barbarian ruler knew that Lin Fei was a guy who had cultivated for more than 100 million years. He could smash the other party's body with his thick fist, so he didn't take it seriously at all. In the third stage of the 600th floor, who didn't take hundreds to 1,000 years to enter? The longer the time, the less potential one had. A guy with a lowly bloodline who took more than 100 million years to enter could be said to have the worst potential. When the barbarian ruler first found out about such a guy, he thought that it was a joke. He even secretly wondered if the disciples of the demon mystic sect had fallen into that guy's trap. In any case, such a good opportunity fell on him. Under the envy of everyone, the barbarian ruler landed on the arena, and with a slight movement, there was a cracking sound coming from his body. His eyes were fixed on the other party's divine light. He, a guy with a lowly bloodline, you deserve to meet me, the barbarian ruler. Another divine light also landed on the arena. As long as the divine light dissipated, it was equivalent to the beginning of the battle. Only when the other party died could the winner be determined. Otherwise, he could only stay in the arena and not be sent back to Senfu. Lin Fei could see that the barbarian ruler's body was very strong. It should be an additional effect of the bloodline. Lin Fei didn't say anything to the barbarian ruler, as it really didn't mean much to him. I knew you were afraid. You don't know what's good for you. Of all people to offend, you had to offend the demon mystic sect. I still have to thank you for bringing me such great benefits. The people outside are envious of you. Later, I will definitely let you die happily. I guarantee that there will be no pain. I will directly blow up your head. Although it is a little bloody, I like this kind of blood, and I, the barbarian race, love blood. We like to blow up the head of any enemy, just like a watermelon exploding. That feeling is really great. I'm looking forward to the sound of your head exploding. The divine light gradually dissipated. The color of the divine light outside became more and more colorful. I'm coming. The moment the divine light dissipated, the barbarian ruler's aura soared into the sky, as if to shake the sky. As he took a step forward, the entire arena began to shake, as if the entire world was shaking. This is the barbarian ruler's heaven and earth tremor. It is the barbarian race's best move. Anyone will lose control in front of this move. Just this move alone was enough to make people clap their hands. The barbarian ruler used heaven and earth tremor, and then a huge phantom appeared. It was a giant that was millions of feet tall, and its wild aura swept over like a storm. Barbaric sacred hand. The huge giant's palm slapped down from the sky. When this combination attack came down, the barbarian ruler already revealed a smile. No ordinary enemy would be able to withstand this combination of attacks. No matter who it was, let alone the guy in front of him, this heaven and earth tremor would probably send the other party to some unknown place. The barbarian ruler trembled. Lin Fei instantly felt the entire space and time turn upside down, and then he shook violently. He clearly saw that the barbarian ruler was not far away, but he couldn't find any traces of it. The palm fell from the sky, and space kept collapsing, unable to withstand the power of this palm. In the face of such an attack, a faint smile still hung on Lin Fei's face. The barbarian ruler used this in the wrong place. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared under the huge palm, jumping out of the barbarian ruler's attack range. The lightning split saber also landed in his hand, and with surging lightning arcs, the saber struck the barbarian ruler's body. Boom! The barbarian ruler was directly sent flying. The great Tao of thunder exploded on the barbarian ruler's body, and the beast-skin divine battle armor also erupted with a bright light. You can't kill me, our barbarian race is the strongest. The barbarian ruler stood up and grinned, not understanding that the other party could actually break his heaven and earth tremor. He patted the divine battle armor on his body. I forgot to tell you, our barbarians have the strongest physical defense. It seems that you used this move to kill the people of the demon mystic sect. I won't be fooled again. Lin Fei raised a middle finger. If you're done talking, you can die now. Lin Fei snapped his fingers and spat out a word softly. Explode. Boom. A huge mushroom rose. The entire arena was shaking. Chapter 1611. Silence. The Senfa buildings outside fell silent. Their gazes fell on the arena. The black-robed guy was incomparably shocked. He's dead. How is this possible? The barbarian ruler has the bloodline of the barbarian king. He's innately tyrannical and destructive, and he's wearing a third-rank divine armor. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That guy can actually win. These people all cried out as if they had been provoked by something. Although the barbarian ruler wasn't a very powerful ruler, he was still famous. From the very beginning of the battle, he had blown up his opponent's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Everyone remembered this guy. But now, he was killed so easily. This was something they couldn't believe. What shocked them the most was that they couldn't see how the barbarian ruler had died. That was what scared them the most. In their imagination, it wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to defeat the barbarian ruler. Instead, he would be suppressed by the barbarian ruler without being able to fight back. This was unbelievable. Could it be a top-tier technique of the demon mystic sect? That should be it. The problem should be with that saber strike. These people immediately began to study it. Some people even chose the battle scene to observe. No matter what, they had to understand it. Such an opponent with an unknown secret would make them unable to sleep or eat in peace. The barbarian ruler is such a piece of trash. Within a Senfa building, Hegemony Qing swept the things in front of him to the ground in dissatisfaction. The result wasn't what he wanted to see. The barbarian ruler had been killed by him. Strange, something is strange. Hegemony Qing was angry, but he could see that the saber strike was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to kill the barbarian ruler. This kind of attack was terrifying. It was an attack from the inside out. Hegemony Qing continued to observe the battle scene, but he still couldn't see what was so special about this saber strike. It was a very ordinary attack. Anyone would understand why this was the result. Damn, I actually couldn't see it. Hegemony Qing frowned. I don't believe that I couldn't see it. This feels great. Back in his senfu, Lin Fei obtained everything the barbarian ruler had, including the storage ring. Just the number of divinity levels was enough to make Lin Fei feel good for a while. This guy actually had 1 billion divinity levels, not including the divinity battle armor and divinity weapons that he had exchanged. Master, you're too evil. You purposely used the most ordinary attack. I believe that those people are constantly flipping through your live battles so that they can counter your attack. The little devil flew out proudly. Lin Fei laughed. I want them to feel fear in their hearts. It won't be that easy to kill me. Speaking of which, the level 3 battle suit of divinity isn't something to be trifled with. If I were to fight them head-on, it would take longer. It's better to use this method. Master, you're so sinister. Lin Fei said faintly, there's nothing sinister about it. I'm not that easy to bully. Whoever dares to do so will have to pay the price. Lin Fei had purposely chosen this method of attack. It was actually divine power that had killed the barbarian ruler. The power of that saber had invaded the barbarian ruler's fleshly body. Thus, there was the scene of an explosion. What he wanted was this kind of deterrence. Lin Fei's first battle had already attracted some people's attention. They couldn't wait to figure out the profoundness of that saber. It would be best if they could think of a way to counter it. The defense was already very impressive. Being attacked from the inside out, anyone would have to think about whether they could resist this move. Unfortunately, no matter how they checked, they couldn't figure out the profoundness of this move. They only knew that this saber was very terrifying. The barbarian ruler was killed in one saber. The people from the first-rate sects were also concerned. Could this be a top-notch saber technique that was not passed down by the demon mystic sect? If that was the case, it was already so terrifying when executed by a guy with a lowly bloodline. If it was executed by one of the 10 young masters, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Every time they thought of this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Lin Fei was really not simple. Some sects began to look for him in private. Lin Fei refused to meet any of them. He was really not interested. To him, opening the chest was what he was most interested in. One of the 10 young masters, young master Dark Sage, has made his move. That young master of the demon mystic sect. I wonder who's so unlucky to actually encounter young master Dark Sage. The divine light descended, bringing with it an uproar of voices. Lin Fei also went to watch the battle, which was a rare occurrence. The 10 young masters were the most famous on the divine mountain. It was impossible not to pay attention to them. Young Master Dark Sage was ranked second, always behind young Master Luo Xian. This kind of strength made people apprehensive. Young Master Dark Sage wore a black robe just like Lin Fei, and his body exuded a cold and desolate aura. His opponent was a guy who had entered level 823. He was also very powerful. He was wearing a level 10 divinity battle suit and had a terrifying divinity weapon in his hand. Young Master Dark Sage, I didn't expect to fight you. You only have one chance. Young Master Dark Sage stood with his hands clasped behind his back, incomparably arrogant. These words immediately provoked his opponent. I know you're very arrogant. Being one of the 10 young masters doesn't mean I recognize your strength. I'll use my strength to tell you that I'm also a potential ruler, and a bloodline ruler at that. The hegemon roared. Bloodline devour. That person turned into a sea of blood, rolling up and down. Rumbling sounds could be heard. I'll use my bloodline power to deal with you. Let's see what you can do. After devouring your bloodline, I might be able to break through to the 9 stars ruler realm. Ha ha ha. On the huge arena, a sea of blood towered into the sky as a bloody maw bit down on young Master Dark Sage. Crack, crack, crack. The bloody maw bit down on young Master Dark Sage, but its powerful attack was ineffective. So this is the devouring bloodline? I don't think it's anything much. Young Master Dark Sage shook his head in disdain. I'll let you see what a true bloodline is. Bang! Young Master Dark Sage turned into a black sea of blood. His bloody maw was even more terrifying, swallowing his opponent in a single gulp. Victory and defeat had been decided. Young Master Dark Sage floated away. The 10 young masters are truly powerful. Lin Fei could see how powerful young Master Dark Sage was. In a clash of 2 great bloodlines, young Master Dark Sage had been defeated so quickly. His bloodline was also not ordinary. Master, that fellow's bloodline should be very powerful. It has the aura of a god. In other words, he should be someone with a god bloodline. The little devil flew out, and his god bloodline should be able to imitate ordinary bloodlines. Good fellow, it was actually a god bloodline. Lin Fei had heard of this before. Among the god bloodlines, the simplest was the heavenly god bloodline. Chapter 1612. After a year. Lin Fei didn't just see young Master Dark Saint attack. The other 10 young masters all attacked. All of them were very strong. Although they were peak 8-star rulers, they had accumulated a lot of power. Once the spiritual pedestal stage was over, they would be able to quickly break through and become a 9-star dominator once they reached the outside world. Once they became a 9-star dominator, they would be extremely powerful, far from what ordinary 9-star dominators could compare to. It wasn't just the 10 young masters. The other first-rate rulers couldn't be underestimated either. Among them, there were some who were particularly mysterious. Based on Little Devil's analysis, they weren't weaker than the 10 young masters. They might rise up soon. Lin Fei was able to see the arrogant side of the powerful races. For example, the powerful dragon race didn't even wear their divinity armor and could directly crush their opponents. There were even some powerful races that could overwhelm their opponents with their own advantages. Lin Fei also saw young Master Fan attack. This guy was above 800 levels and was also peak 8-star ruler. He had accumulated a lot. This time, Lin Fei saw that he also had god veins. No wonder his strength rose so quickly. When he killed a clone last time, Lin Fei had his suspicions. If not for the level-up system, Lin Fei wouldn't be as good as him. Right now, Lin Fei didn't envy God Veins. He had many God Veins in his God Pavilion, but he didn't refine them yet. Apart from young Master Fan, there was also ruler Su Feng. This woman he had captured before also had God Veins. As for which branch, he didn't know. Her strength was also very strong. She was also smoothly breaking through. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He knew what kind of opponent he would face next. Very quickly. The second time was Lin Fei's turn. After the first time, many rulers were guessing. Could Lin Fei do it again? Could he win with one blade? If the first time was a coincidence, then what about the second time? If the third time? If the fourth time, they would have to consider this guy who had cultivated for over 100 million years. They would secretly treat him as a potential opponent. To these rulers, as long as one was treated as a potential enemy, they would pay attention and find a way to break through. That guy went up again. That guy won't be so lucky this time. Heh, he actually encountered the number 1 figure of the 600th level, Hegemon Mo Kun, who is about to enter the 700th level. This is going to be fun to watch. I refuse to believe that Lin Fei can kill Hegemon Mo Kun. That's right, they are from the subordinate forces of the demon mystic sect. As soon as Lin Fei went up, he felt the murderous intent enveloping him. A very strong killing intent. As well as the soaring demonic chi. Hegemon Mo Kun was a genius of one of the vassal schools of the mystic demon sect. They were born with the powerful bloodline of the 9 stars ruler. After all, not everyone could obtain the God Pulse, and the chances of obtaining the bloodline of the 9 stars ruler were higher. As long as I kill this kid, I can enter the demon mystic sect and become a core disciple. Hegemon Mo Kun was still thinking back to Hegemon Yi Qing's words. A great opportunity was right in front of him. Hegemon Mo Kun was extremely excited right now, and his bloodthirsty eyes were constantly staring at Lin Fei. The barbarian Hegemon had been defeated, and so Hegemon Mo Kun felt that the barbarian Hegemon was useless. He had just entered the 600th level, how strong could he possibly be? However, he was different. As long as he won this battle, he would be able to enter the 700th level. His strength was not something that the barbarian ruler could compare to. The divine light dispersed. Soul-splitting palm. Although Hegemon Mo Kun didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all, he had no choice but to remember Hegemon Yi Qing's words. He could not give Lin Fei a chance to make a move. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei right from the start. It was best not to give him any chance to attack. After all, the saber strike that had killed the barbarian ruler was too strange. Hegemon Mo Kun didn't think much of it. Hegemon Yi Qing was the key to him entering the mystic demon sect. Naturally, he wouldn't disobey Hegemon Yi Qing. The first move he made was the soul-splitting palm. Black tornadoes of demonic chi were formed. Go! Not only that, but Hegemon Mo Kun also produced a divine treasure. An enormous violet gold divine tree suddenly appeared in the air above Lin Fei. It seemed to take root in the air, instantly expanding to become hundreds of thousands of meters tall. One thick violet branch after another swept towards Lin Fei. This was the idea that Hegemon Yi Qing had come up with. So long as he could trap Lin Fei, he would be able to do whatever he wanted with a single word. Damn, this technique is incredible. He's using a treasure to trap Lin Fei? Why didn't I think of this? This seems to be a demon blood tree that specializes in absorbing blood essence. Wherever it appears, the entire region will become a cage. Lin Fei is going to be in big trouble now. Those who didn't recognize the tree immediately recognized what it was. Their eyes lit up. This was an excellent item for dealing with people, and the defenses of the demon blood tree were incredibly tough. It wasn't easy to break through it. Even they would feel their scalps go numb if they encountered it. For the sake of dealing with Lin Fei, Hegemon Mo Kun's first move had been a vicious one. He didn't need to give up that little bit of face. He was just bullying the weak. Once he entered the mystic demon sect, who would dare say anything? Within Hegemony Qing Senfu. A smile appeared on his face. Hegemony Qing had spent quite a bit of effort in order to deal with Lin Fei and acquire the item. Now, he had finally reaped some rewards. Thankfully, I gave the demon blood tree to Hegemon Moken, which innately limited Lin Fei's movements. I refuse to believe that his mastery of the Tao of space is that formidable. Hegemony Qing happily pulled out a flask of immortal nectar, poured himself a cup, and began to drink it in a leisurely manner. If he could acquire the battle fort, he would have accomplished a great deed. Swoosh. 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 The violet tree branches reached out like hands. The huge space was sealed in an instant. Lin Fei felt as though he had fallen into a cage. It had the same effect as when heaven and earth had trembled. Whoosh. Lin Fei left the demon blood tree. Just like last time, the violet shadows in the sky fell into thin air. The thundersplit saber appeared in his hand, and with a flash of arcing light, Hegemon Moken was sent flying. Did he escape? This was the only thought in Hegemon Moken's mind. Instantly, a strange surge of energy filled his body. With a feeling that made people's hearts palpitate, they saw Lin Fei spit out the word, explode, in a low voice before completely sinking into darkness. Yet another simple battle. Thank you for the mystic demon sex treasures. Lin Fei put away the demon blood tree, beaming as he left the arena. Slash. Hegemony Qing spat out some immortal nectar. Bastard. That bastard Lin Fei. Why wasn't the demon blood tree able to trap him? Why? Hegemony Qing in the Senfu felt a heavy blow. Lin Fei had won yet again, and in such a relaxed manner. Yet another one of those damnable saber arts. What sort of saber arts did he train in? How could it be so powerful? Hegemony Qing didn't really care about the death of Hegemon Moken. Losing a treasure was what hurt him the most. The demon blood tree had been incredibly useful, and now it had fallen into Lin Fei's hands, just like that. Lin Fei's words were like a vicious slap to the face of the mystic demon sect. No matter what tricks they had up their sleeves, he would kill them with a single saber strike. Hegemon Moken died, just like that. How terrifying. He was killed with a single saber strike as well. God damn it. Invisible attacks like this are the scariest. I'm still in the inner 600 level. What if I run into that fellow? Am I supposed to just admit defeat? Hegemon Moken had been defeated. To the people on this level, this wasn't good news at all. If even a treasure like the demon blood tree was unable to trap Lin Fei, then they didn't have any good treasures on hand. He didn't want to fight you. No matter how badass you were, you would still be stupefied by his saber strike. A terrifying gust of wind stealthily began to spread through the hegemon's hearts like a sharp sword. It would slash down at them at any moment. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. That saber strike again. It's over. That fellow really hid his strength deeply. Killing Hegemon Moken was just the beginning. Next, everyone could sense the cold aura emanating from Lin Fei. Anyone who went up didn't care what method they had to use. He just used a single saber strike, and this saber strike was unpredictable and unpredictable. Even divine sense couldn't detect it. Naturally, everyone who went up was in for a tough time. Lin Fei rose from the 600th level, slaying dozens of potential hegemons. Everyone received a single saber strike. There was nothing much to say. Lin Fei quickly broke through to the 700th level. On this day, the hegemons who hadn't run into Lin Fei all had tears streaming down their faces. They could finally let out sighs of relief. The great demon king in their eyes had finally left. None of them were happy to face a fellow who had only used a single saber strike. No matter how many times they wrapped themselves up, the result was the same. Some of the smarter hegemons set up layers of obstacles and used long-range attacks in the hopes of killing Lin Fei. This gave some hope, but the result was the same. They tried everything, but they were still defeated by a single saber strike. Lin Fei, that great demon king, can finally go and harm those fellows up there. Some people were completely drunk. From this, one could see that Lin Fei was the most unpopular person on this level, because they couldn't see any hope. All they could see was the result. Everyone else had a 50% chance of succeeding. Lin Fei charged all the way to the 700th level. The potential hegemons on this level all had unsightly looks on their faces. That unremarkable fellow had finally slaughtered his way up and defeated someone they thought was a decent fellow. He had finally come to challenge them. They hadn't been mentally prepared for that saber technique. They hadn't been able to find a way to counter it. What would they do if they encountered that fellow? Many of them began to panic. They saw that Lin Fei had an unnatural expression on his face. Chapter 16:14. This Di Tian deserves to die. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the 5 rulers of the demon mystic sect had terrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces. After listening to Hegemon Yiqing's report, they had never imagined that the demon mystic sect would suffer such heavy losses on the divine altar. Most of the demon mystic sect's disciples had died. Di Tian had rushed to the 800th floor and shocked the world with his saber strike, leaving behind countless dead souls. Everyone's scalps went numb. All the rulers below the 800th floor were clapping and cheering. They were more afraid of Lin Fei than anyone else. Elder, most of the disciples of the 3rd step have already died, and 7 or 8 of the disciples of the 2nd step have also been lost. I think that if this goes on, it will have a great impact on the reputation of our demon profound sect, including those top disciples. Even those sects that have always been at odds with us, have begun to vaguely try Di Tian, as if they want to make us fall again. Hegemon Yiqing, who was on the other side of the sky screen, felt very helpless. This Di Tian was too strange. From the 600th floor until now, Hegemon Yiqing still hadn't been able to decipher that saber strike. It was extremely mysterious. If one didn't personally touch it, they wouldn't be able to experience it at all. In other words, they wouldn't be able to accurately calculate the mysteries of the saber technique. This was why Di Tian was so terrifying. As Di Tian appeared like a dark horse and charged up, the sovereigns on the 800th layer felt a little uneasy. At the beginning, they might not have cared about Lin Fei, as he was one of those people who cultivated very slowly. Everyone present was faster than him. But now, Di Tian was sweeping his way as an overlord. Everyone who fought against him paid with their lives. The potential rulers that the demon mystic sect had arranged suffered a major blow. Hegemon Yiqing had been arrogant at the beginning, but now he was helpless and afraid. This was something that Hegemon Yiqing didn't want to accept. Di Tian was about to attack. Hegemon Yiqing wasn't sure if he was up against Di Tian. That saber strike was already so powerful. Who knew what kind of killer move would follow? Di Tian's entire body was covered by a mysterious veil. Hegemon Yiqing had no choice but to report the situation. In fact, he wanted the elders to come up with a solution. Yiqing, you are a potential hegemon of the mystic demon sect, but look at you right now. You're sighing and frowning. Do you really think that Di Tian is invincible? Hegemon Fang Su's voice was incredibly cold, and the temperature in the air instantly dropped. They knew that the demon mystic sect disciples were constantly dying on the divine altar. Every time they lost a potential ruler of the demon mystic sect, the hearts of the 5 dominator elders dripped blood, regretting that they didn't stop that guy from entering the divine pedestal at the first moment. Fang Su opened his mouth to curse, also to vent the anger in his heart. So many people couldn't even take down Di Tian. Where would the mystic demon sect put its face? Now, the remaining 7 sects were getting restless. Anyone would like to weaken the strength of the demon mystic sect. They couldn't wait for Di Tian to kill all of their people. It would be best if no one was left. With so many people, they couldn't even take down Di Tian. What about the demon mystic sect's face? Now, the remaining 7 major sects were all getting restless. Elder Fang, Yiqing can't be blamed for this. Di Tian is too cunning. He hid his strength and deceived everyone. A demon mystic sect elder said. Yi Qing's words are actually not wrong. The first-rate sects below are watching us make a fool of ourselves. Di Tian's matter must be resolved. Another elder said. You guys make it sound nice. Di Tian isn't a nobody now. If we want to get rid of him, our demon mystic sect has already paid a huge price. Could it be that we have to lose the disciples of the second stage? If that's the case, our demon mystic sect will probably be pulled apart by them, and it's a distance that can't be made up for. If the elders of the sect know of this result, we can all be sent to the battlefield to atone for our sins. As soon as this demon mystic sect elder spoke, the remaining 4 elders' expressions changed. Especially the word of battlefield, it was as heavy as a mountain, constantly provoking them. They wouldn't go to that battlefield even if they brought them along. Who would be willing to go to that place without being an elder? Once they went, it was unknown whether or not they would be able to return. They could see this more clearly than anyone else. Hegemon Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh to himself, Di Tian, you've tormented the 5 elders of our demon mystic sect. Hegemon Yi Qing didn't dare to speak. It wasn't appropriate. He could only wait silently. Report. A hegemon hurried in from outside the main hall. Get out. Boom. Hegemon Fong Su barked loudly, sending the hegemon flying out. Didn't I say that you aren't allowed to enter without our permission? Hegemon Fong Su's voice was cold. Fellow Daoist Fong Su, you have quite a temper. Is it not a big deal that I've come to see you? Or do you think that I'm a nameless nobody who isn't worthy of your notice? A black-robed hegemon appeared at the entrance to the main hall and spoke in a strange tone. Dragon Spawn, why have you come? Hegemon Fong Su shot to his feet and stared at the black-robed hegemon. The other hegemons all stood up and looked at the black-robed hegemon. Their faces became serious. Heh, the strongest disciple of your demon mystic sect, Hegemon Dark Saint, is about to marry our 1,000 Goblins sect's fairy Wuxia. She's the son-in-law of our 1,000 Goblins sect. I heard that your demon mystic sect encountered a powerful foe named Lin Fei on the god pedestal, so I came to take a look. The black-robed hegemon had a monstrous aura around him, and a long tail covered in black scales swayed behind him. The 5 of them didn't dare to underestimate this black-robed hegemon, because the 1,000 Goblins sect was also one of the 8 great sections. The strongest disciples of the 2 sects were about to join forces, and their relationship would become even closer in the future. The people of the demon mystic sect didn't really like the 1,000 Goblins sect. For example, this dragon spawn in front of them was a person with the dragon vein, but he wasn't born well. He could be considered an illegitimate child of the dragon clan, and was excluded from the dragon clan. However, the dragon spawn inherited a powerful bloodline, and his cultivation speed was abnormally fast. He was secretly summoned by his powerful father, and in the 1,000 Goblins sect, no one dared to underestimate this dragon spawn. After all, he was a powerful dragon king in the dragon clan. Recently, the demon mystic sect had suffered a series of losses, and everyone had noticed it. The 5 of them weren't thinking about this when the dragon demon prince came. They were thinking about something else. They looked at each other. Could it be that the 1,000 Goblins sect knew about Lin Fei's background? If that was the case, today's conversation wouldn't be easy. The 1,000 Goblins sect wasn't that easy to talk to. Even if the 2 sects had connections, they would still fight for the benefits that they should fight for. Chapter 16:15. Dragon Demon Child came quickly and left quickly. Very quickly, he left the Demon Profound Sect's Senfu and returned to his own Senfu. How's the investigation going? There was more than one person in the Senfu. There were also a few rulers present. Their bodies emitted a tyrannical demonic chi, transforming into a large demonic kingdom. A little bit of demonic chi could transform into a powerful demonic puppet. Dragon Demon Child laughed. Those few things are very tight-lipped. They didn't say anything useful at all, and deliberately used words to brush me off. Fortunately, I'm not unprepared. They didn't know that our goal was not this, but to confirm one thing. Now, I'm very sure that Lin Fei has some big secret on him, and it's not as simple as the Demon Profound sect spreading the news. These people were all elders of the Thousand Goblins sect. Recently, the Demon Profound sect's disciples had been continuously losing on the divine altar, and the Thousand Goblins sect had noticed it immediately. There was even some news that led to today's scene. He's a guy who came from behind and has the potential to become a dark horse. No wonder the Demon Profound sect's disciples went to deal with him. It's a pity that they met a terrifying opponent. That mysterious blade attacked from the inside out. It was indeed impossible to defend against it. It might even be a new martial art created by the Demon Profound sect. A Thousand Goblins sect elder said. If we can get our hands on it, it will be of great help to our Thousand Goblins sect. I think we can arrange for the people on the divine altar to contact Lin Fei and see if we can recruit him. I believe that the people from the Demon Profound sect will not make things difficult for us for one person. Even if we don't recruit Lin Fei, others will still recruit Lin Fei. The Thousand Goblins sect had indeed taken a fancy to Lin Fei. A few of them had evaluated that if he continued to maintain this level, Lin Fei had a high chance of entering the 4th stage and fighting for the qualifications to become a divine general. They could also go and contact him now. No matter what secret Lin Fei has, as long as we recruit him, the secret will no longer be a secret. I believe that Lin Fei is not having a good time right now. Just the Demon Profound sect alone is enough to make him feel uneasy. Dragon Demon added. Then let's contact Fairy Wuxia and ask her to contact Lin Fei. I believe that Lin Fei will not reject our goodwill if we go there with such an attitude. Aren't you taking it too seriously? After all, Fairy Wuxia is our Thousand Goblins sect's disciple, second only to Master Jianghu. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Fairy Wuxia's reputation isn't as great as Jianghu's, so it's very appropriate for her to meet Lin Fei. After all, that guy has the strength to make us pay attention to him. I admit defeat, on a divine pedestal. Lin Fei hadn't even attacked yet, but the sovereign had chosen to concede. His face was filled with fear, and he didn't even think about fighting. This wasn't the first time this had happened, nor was it the second time all of this was accumulated from Lin Fei's terrifying slash. As long as they couldn't think of a way to break it, none of these smart genius sovereigns would be willing to fight and lose their lives for nothing. Only those arrogant people wouldn't take this seriously. Lin Fei still liked people who knew how to make choices. It wasn't a good thing to lose one's life for the sake of face. Lin Fei himself had sent the opponent flying with a single slash, causing the opponent to vomit blood. He had won the battle. Although he could keep his life, the opponent would be sent out of the divine pedestal, and all the things he had obtained would be left behind. As for the 10th level of divine refinement, it would be completely stripped away. This could be considered good luck. The 856th level. Soon, Lin Fei returned to his senfu. This kind of battle didn't interest Lin Fei at all. He used divinity to transform it into divine power, and his attack power doubled. It was the same with the 9th level divine battle armor. It was just an increase in the number of slashes. There was no need to consider anything else. After returning to Senfu, Lin Fei converted the opponent's divinity treasures into divinity points. It was very meaningless to use them to exchange. It was better to exchange them for divinity points to open the experience chest. Thousand Goblins sect's Wuxia is here to visit. Taoist Lin Fei, please come out. His divine sense spread out in Senfu. A woman's voice? Wuxia. Lin Fei knew who this person was. She seemed to be the second-ranked genius sovereigns of the Thousand Goblins sect. She was very powerful, like a fairy, and very beautiful. They can't help but have ideas. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. He knew what was going on. The array has been activated. Taoist can come in. I am in the hall of Senfu. This Lin Fei is so arrogant. He actually wants us to go in by ourselves. A young man next to a black-clothed fairy said with dissatisfaction. Now, the sovereigns on the 800th level were inexplicably afraid of Lin Fei. This guy was very strange. If Xiao Qin could continuously unleash the might of that saber strike, how could he fight? A power that could not be blocked was the scariest. Hey you, if you don't want to go, no one will force you. The black-clothed woman's voice was cold. I don't want you to affect my business. If you speak nonsense and affect my business, I don't mind killing you. Humph, I won't say anything. The black-feathered juggernaut didn't dare to meet the black-robed woman's gaze. The black-robed woman didn't look at Black-Feather Ruler again. She strode toward the Senfu's main hall, leaving behind a beautiful curve. Bitch, once my big brother becomes a divine general, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. When that time comes, I'll make my big brother betroth you to me. Humph. A strange look flashed through Hegeman Blackfeather's eyes, and he hurriedly chased after her. Fairy Wuxia, I'm curious. Is a nobody like me worthy of your personal visit? Lin Fei clasped his hands behind his back and turned around. I'm afraid that the people outside will spread the news. The black-robed woman was Fairy Wuxia. Daoist Lin Fei, you're a madman with a single slash. Why would you care about these rumors? Fairy Wuxia was beautiful, and her personality was very wild. Moreover, I'm a woman, so I'm not afraid. This was also the first time Fairy Wuxia saw Lin Fei up close. This was a somewhat mysterious man. He left a deep impression in a short period of time. His bloodline isn't high, but his power of the Great Path is somewhat different. Fairy Wuxia observed secretly. This is strange. Lin Fei wasn't angry, and said casually, you're from the Thousand Goblins sect, and I'm just a wandering fellow. Just the demon mystic sect alone is enough to give me a headache, and now there's the Thousand Goblins sect. I'm afraid that my life won't be easy. Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, you also know that offending the demon mystic sect and the Thousand Goblins sect isn't a good thing for you. I thought that you weren't afraid of anything. The Black-Feather Ruler sneered. Get out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a terrifying blade intent turned into a long bridge, crushing the Black-Feather Ruler. Bam bam bam. The Black-Feather Ruler only felt that his chest was attacked by a powerful force, and his entire body fell into the void. He blasted out of the Senfu, and smashed into a Senfu outside, causing quite a commotion. The people who had been watching had already recognized it. Chapter 16-17. Bastard, you damned Lin Fei, I'm going to kill your whole family. On a Senfu mountain. Ruler Blackfeather roared, his face extremely dark. The Senfu ruler below wanted to come out and see what was going on. He was immediately scared off by the fierce look in his eyes. Ruler Blackfeather charged towards Lin Fei's Senfu. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Lin Fei. As one of the famous genius disciples of the Thousand Goblins sect, even though he was not as powerful as his own big brother, in the Thousand Goblins sect, no one dared to look down on him. They would still obediently try to curry favor with him and curry favor with him. When had he ever been thrown out of the Immortal's mansion in one hit? He could only blame everything on Lin Fei for not knowing how to appreciate his kindness. Just as he was about to attack, Ruler Blackfeather calmed down. I can't attack the Senfu. Lin Fei is too sinister. If I attack, I'll be killed by the Senfu and lose my right to participate. Ruler Blackfeather felt helpless. He hated Lin Fei even more. Lin Fei hadn't given him any face and had kicked him out. He had lost face in front of everyone. Ruler Blackfeather waved his sleeves and left. Congratulations. You have another potential enemy. Ruler Blackfeather's big brother is Prince Goldfeather, one of the top 10 princes. After Ruler Blackfeather was kicked out, Ruler Blackfeather had a calm smile on her face. She thought to herself, this Lin Fei has such a bad temper. Blackfeather is so arrogant because of his big brother. I didn't expect to meet someone even more arrogant than him. He was kicked out with one attack. This power is terrifying. Lin Fei also said with a smile, I'm not afraid of lice anymore. Ruler Blackfeather had never seen such a calm person. The demon mystic sect alone was enough to give people headaches. If the Thousand Goblins sect was added to the mix, not many people would be in the mood to say such things. Ruler Blackfeather had finally seen the other side of Lin Fei. It was normal for her to kick Ruler Blackfeather out. What should she say next? Ruler Blackfeather could tell that Lin Fei wasn't someone who could be easily threatened. She didn't want to use threatening methods. Lin Fei was observing Goddess Blackfeather. This was the ruler who was famous for her beauty. The beauty of the Thousand Goblins sect. This black gauze fairy is not easy to deal with. Looks like the Thousand Goblins sect knew something and purposely came to test me. She didn't even say anything when I threw her out. Lin Fei had not casually thrown him out just now. In reality, he wanted to know what the attitude of the Thousand Goblins sect was. Right now, it seemed like the Thousand Goblins sect's attitude was very friendly, at least for now. However, how things would develop in the future was another matter. No one could be sure of it. My friend Lin Fei, I represent the Thousand Goblins sect to sincerely invite you to join our Thousand Goblins sect. Just as Lin Fei was waiting for the other party to say something, he suddenly heard these words. Hearing this, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. He really did come for this. This was the first invitation from one of the 8 great sects after he reached the 800th floor. Hegeman Ushcloth really wanted to see a look of shock on Lin Fei's face, but she was disappointed to find that he didn't show any expression at all. Yes, very indifferent. This made Hegeman Ushcloth very disappointed. It was very rare for the Thousand Goblins sect to invite an outsider to join them. No matter who it was, they would not be able to control their emotions. After all, the Thousand Goblins sect was one of the 8 great sections. My friend, don't be in a hurry to reject us. Before you leave the godly general stage, the doors of the Thousand Goblins sect will always be open to you. As long as you join us, we will give you the status of a core disciple. You will enjoy all kinds of resources and your cultivation speed will be at least 100 times faster than now. Lin Fei stood in the senfu and watched as Hegeman Ushcloth left. Facing the Thousand Goblins sect's invitation, Lin Fei did not reject, nor did he agree. From the beginning to the end, his attitude was ambiguous. He had to give people a little bit of hope. Master, your way of thinking is very bad. Little Demon cried out. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. I have long heard that the Thousand Goblins sect and the Demon Mystic sect are going to have a marriage alliance. Now that they have come to recruit me, they must have come with an ulterior motive. Maybe it is because of my one-blade slash technique. I will not foolishly agree. If I really join them, I will not even know if I am eaten alive. Whether it was the 8 great sects or the 7 great sects, Lin Fei had never been to them before. Since the Thousand Goblins sect is here, I believe that those people will also act upon hearing the news. Master, you are going to be very busy. Little Demon laughed again. Hegeman Ushcloth left Lin Fei's senfu. The news spread. On the godly general stage, everyone knew the name Lin Fei. This was a dark horse. The rulers on the 800 level all paid attention to him. They had all seen the losses of the Demon Mystic sect. Now that the number 1 beauty of the Thousand Goblins sect had come to visit, one could imagine what kind of situation it would bring. The sects were not very calm. The remaining 8 great sects also began to hesitate, wondering if they should recruit Lin Fei. For the sake of Lin Fei, the Demon Mystic sect would not make things difficult for them no matter how angry they were. Moreover, they wanted to find out if Lin Fei's one-blade slash was a top-notch technique created by the Demon Mystic sect. This was very important. For the next few days, people from the 8 great sects came one after another. Those rulers who had been paying attention to Lin Fei were obviously shocked. The Divine Heaven Palace is here to visit. The Profound Saint sect is here to visit. The Immortal Emperor sect is here to visit. The Bliss Palace is here to visit. The Fortune sect is here to visit. The Righteous sect is here to visit. The remaining 6 sects of the 8 great sects all sent their disciples over. Who could see such a scene? No matter what their motives were, just this point alone was enough to make the rulers here envious. When had there ever been a ruler that the 8 great sects paid attention to? If the 8 great sects paid attention to him, the 7 great overlords would probably pay attention to him as well. As long as one entered any of these sects, their future cultivation would be smooth sailing. It was not impossible for them to stand at the peak of their territory in the future. Those who had such thoughts weren't the only ones. No one knew which sect Lin Fei had agreed to enter. All sorts of gossips were heard. Lin Fei became famous because of this. Even though Lin Fei had some fame, it wasn't as sensational as when the people from the 8 great sects came to visit and let everyone know the name Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also pulled into the first rank of rulers. It had a certain impact. Chapter 16-18. That guy's really fast. He won again. No one can stop his frenzied attacks. No wonder the 8 great sects all want to go find him. The fact that the 7 great sects were actively seeking out Lin Fei was a huge source of excitement for everyone else. All sorts of rumors began to spread. Everyone knew that it wasn't just the mystic demon sect that was targeting Lin Fei anymore. The other 7 sects were all interested and wanted to participate. Any one of them wouldn't dare to not give them face. There was no way they would actually start a war over a few people. After the 7 great sects, the mystic demon sect finally calmed down. However, everyone knew that the mystic demon sect definitely wouldn't let Lin Fei off so easily. The reason why they were so quiet was because they were trying to find a weakness. After all, that saber slash wasn't something to be trifled with. That bastard. Hegemony Qing was in the Senfu. Upon seeing Lin Fei charge up yet another level and reach the 879 level, Hegemony Qing couldn't help but curse out loud. Ever since the 7 great sects had sent people over, Hegemony Qing had been extremely displeased. Wasn't this just giving them a hard time? If this continues, it won't be good for me. Hegemony Qing racked his brains, but when he thought of that transcendent saber slash, he was completely at a loss for what to do. Even now, he still hadn't been able to find a weakness. Lin Fei's reputation was growing more and more resounding, to the point where he was almost on par with the 10 young dukes. This was something that Hegemony Qing didn't have. Senior apprentice brother is here. Suddenly, Hegemony Qing let out a cry of delight and ran towards the Senfu's gates. A short while later, a black-robed youth walked back. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you've disappointed the elder. The black-robed youth's seat had been taken by Hegemony Qing. His voice was very cold, and there was no hint of brotherly love in his voice at all. Faint lightning flashed within the main hall, emitting rumbling sounds and an incredible aura of power. It was utterly astonishing. The black-robed youth raised his head. His left and right eyes were each filled with a world of lightning, filled with thousands of bolts of lightning. Even the slightest hint of lightning caused Hegemony Qing's forehead to be covered with cold sweat. Hegemony Qing quietly lowered his head. In front of his senior apprentice brother, all he could do was stand there obediently and not try to defend himself. Hegemony Qing didn't say anything, but in his heart, he cursed Lin Fei 100 times over. When Hegemony Qing said that he wasn't afraid of anyone, he was definitely lying. This senior brother in front of him was born with a noble bloodline. Later on, he grasped the tyrannical great Tao of thunder, and his strength was unfathomable. Even the sect's veteran core disciples were no match for this senior brother. Hegemon Dark Sage. One of the 10 great young masters. Lin Fei's matter has already attracted the attention of the 7 major sections. If we let it continue, it will not be a good thing for our demon mystic sect. Senior brother has already broken through the 900th floor, so it is impossible for him to do it himself. Now, among the remaining junior brothers, only you are strong enough. Whether we can stop Lin Fei or not depends on you. Black Saint Ruler's voice rumbled like thunder. Senior apprentice brother, you are absolutely right. But that Lin Fei. Hegemony Qing said, a hint of fear in his voice. That's not a problem, Black Saint said. I've done some research on Lin Fei. That saber attack truly is mysterious, and ordinary treasures aren't able to block it. If you want to block that saber attack, you'll have to attack your physical body. Only by ignoring his attacks will you be able to completely defeat Lin Fei. Hegemony Qing nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he mused to himself, who doesn't know about this? But if my physical body is only at this level, how can I possibly make a breakthrough? This is an Empyrean God body pill. After consuming it, for an hour, your physical body will be strengthened to an inconceivable level, comparable to an Empyrean God's body. Hegemen Black Saint pulled out a blood-colored pill. If you do this well, I will recommend you to become an inner sect elder. Hegemen Black Saint rose to his feet. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. If I really do run into Lin Fei, I'll definitely go all out and kill Lin Fei on the god's dais. The 7 major sects sent people to pay a visit, but Lin Fei didn't respond at all. The outside world was abuzz with activity, but he didn't care at all. Aside from opening the treasure chests, all he did was wait for the upcoming battle. Lin Fei had been keeping an eye on the rankings this entire time. Right now, there were at least 1,000 first-stage hegemons who had entered the 900th level. All sorts of mysterious experts had appeared as well. Previously, they had all been very low-key, but now, they had all begun to show themselves. Quite a few of them were existences that even Lin Fei himself couldn't see through. More importantly, they all had Empyrean God bloodlines. This was the truly terrifying part. According to what the little fiend had said, anyone who had the Empyrean God bloodline would have an extremely mysterious background. Their cultivation speed was incredibly fast, and they were able to constantly make breakthroughs. They were more than 100 times more powerful than ordinary hegemons. More people have come? Lin Fei frowned. Ever since the 7 major sects had arrived, the representatives of the supreme hegemons hadn't sent anyone over. All of them maintained their silence and didn't make any moves. Lin Fei swept out with his divine sense and saw a grey-robed hegemon standing outside. He looked very ancient, as though he had lived for countless years. It's him. Mo. Lin Fei had a very deep impression of this person. This person was very mysterious. He also had the Empyrean God bloodline. Lin Fei remembered that this person would always attack powerfully. Basically, he wouldn't use more than 3 moves. Up until now, Lin Fei hadn't seen him use more than 3 moves. Usually, he would be able to settle things with a single move. Lin Fei felt very strange that the demonic hegemon had come looking for him. Daoist Lin Fei, meeting me might not be a bad thing for you. The other party transmitted his divine sense. I wonder if you still remember this item? Lin Fei finally opened the door. This was because the other party had taken out an item, something that had left a deep impression on Lin Fei. Even though it wasn't of much help to Lin Fei now, Lin Fei still remembered it clearly. This was because the other party had taken out a primal chaos divine stone, something that came from the primal chaos dimension. Who exactly are you? The moment this person entered, Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept over the other party. The primal chaos divine stone had helped Lin Fei greatly in the academy back then. Now, someone actually took it out. Moreover, when he mentioned the scene on the stone platform back then, Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect the other party. You should know my name very well. The demonic hegemon said indifferently. Or are you afraid in your heart? Afraid of your wife and daughter outside? Boom! Lin Fei directly erupted with a tyrannical aura and pressed down on the other party. These words had indeed hit Lin Fei's soft spot. Anyone who brought a primal chaos divine stone and mentioned the academy's matter, Lin Fei would definitely suspect the other party's motives. Up until now, only Lin Fei knew about this secret. Chapter 1619. Lin Fei did not believe the other party's words. A fellow with a heavenly god's bloodline came here and even took out a chaos divine stone. If this wasn't a threat, then what was it? This fellow's strength is a little unfathomable. He easily broke through my aura. He's much stronger than those rulers with potential. Moreover, he gives off a very dangerous aura. Lin Fei was a little surprised that the other party could easily break through his aura. Little Devil, help me scan this fellow. Lin Fei communicated with Little Devil. This person was mysterious. Lin Fei had to pay attention to him. After his aura was broken through, Lin Fei retracted his aura and said in a sharp tone, "If you don't say anything useful, I think there's no need to continue this conversation." The fiend ruler smiled faintly and said, "Young man, if it was 500 chaos years ago, someone with a temper like yours wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. I'll make you disappear from this world for real. Now that I'm old, my temper has also diminished. I won't bother with you anymore. An old monster who lived for more than 100 chaos years? Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. No wonder he looked so old. Perhaps he had lived for more than 500 chaos years. If you take out a piece of divine chaos stone, will everyone calm down? Lin Fei retorted, I don't think so. I don't have much interest in becoming friends with you. Why don't you tell me your motive? Lin Fei sat down again. The fiend ruler looked at Lin Fei and suddenly laughed. As expected of someone with a temper. No wonder the demon mystic sect's disciples suffered so much in your hands. I like your temper. You should remember the chaos beast who helped you get the chaos divine stone. He's from our clan, and I'm also from the chaos beast clan. So that's the case. From the moment the other party took out the chaos divine stone, Lin Fei had been guessing the other party's origin. Your 18 primordial clones also came from that place. This is just an ordinary cultivation technique of our primordial beast clan. The devilish ruler said indifferently, you cultivate the cultivation technique of our primal chaos beast race. That means that you have a karmic connection with our primal chaos beast race. We should be friends and not enemies. Our primal chaos beast race did not do anything to your wife and daughter. Instead, we arranged for a few experts to stand guard outside the world. You don't have to worry about the 8 great sects threatening you with your family. Although the battle fortress is useful, it consumes too many energy points. Lin Fei almost blurted out how they knew about the battle fort. Even if the demon mystic sect suspected him, it was because someone leaked the secret. Apart from that, no one dared to confirm that the item was on him. At that moment, for a split second, Lin Fei felt that all of his secrets were exposed right before his eyes. Ding! Blocking function activated. The upgrade system automatically activated one of its functions. Lin Fei instantly felt an additional layer of barrier on his body. The feeling of being watched disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This guy is really treacherous. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. A strange look flashed in the devilish ruler's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. This Lin Fei is a little interesting. Of course, he didn't mean to do it. Now, the willow tree has grown into a shade. Just now, he was even able to block my spiritual peeping. He must be the best among the younger generation. The devilish ruler thought to himself. He had a higher opinion of this Lin Fei. Master, that guy just used a secret technique to spy on you. Luckily, my system blocked it for you. Little Devil said angrily. How's the analysis? Lin Fei asked. This guy is very strong. His strength has also been sealed. If the seal is undone, I'm afraid you will have to use your full strength. You might even need to use the celestial god set to fight against him. His celestial god bloodline is estimated to be at the level of a 6-star celestial god bloodline. He should be able to completely control divine power. This guy is very dangerous. I suspect that his goal is not the deity general platform. Master, be careful. Little Devil warned. 6-star celestial god bloodline? Completely control divine power? No matter which one it was, the guy in front of him was very terrifying. Bloodlines were divided into nobility and nobility. Especially bloodlines of the same level, there were also stars. The higher the star, the more powerful the bloodline. It was also a threshold that couldn't be crossed. With a 6-star celestial god bloodline, the devilish ruler in front of him was extremely powerful. Lin Fei was thinking about what to say next. He did have a connection with the chaotic beast clan. He couldn't deny that he had received some favors from them. Back then, he had promised the chaotic beast clan to do something for him. He had never done it. Now that the devilish ruler had come looking for him, he had to be very careful. Actually, you don't need to be afraid. We won't do anything to you. The devilish ruler said. On the contrary, we admire you. You grew up with an ordinary bloodline. Who doesn't have secrets? You have them, and so do I. We came looking for you today to ask you to do something. It will be of great help to you. In fact, it's a win-win situation. Lin Fei didn't think that the devilish ruler had come looking for him to establish a relationship. Sir, you're stronger than me. Is there anything you can't do? If you can't do it, I can't do it with my strength. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. You're right. However, not everything is absolute. The devilish ruler laughed. Based on my eyesight, you've hidden a large portion of your strength. That blade of yours must have grasped a portion of God power. That's why you were able to break the God power treasure and kill them so easily. Lin Fei pretended not to know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just an immortal. How can I grasp God power? The devilish ruler didn't get angry. He still said slowly, don't deny it. My eyesight is very good. That's not important. Do you know the ultimate use of the Divine General platform? Do you think that it's an ordinary way to choose a Divine General? I believe that you definitely won't think that way. This is just something those majestic fellows did on purpose. Lin Fei nodded. This place is indeed very strange. That's because the Divine General platform is a place to choose representatives. It's a place that provides an endless source of power for the upper realm. What I want you to do is actually very simple. You just have to go up to the inheritance platform and place this seed on it. With that, a seed that emitted a blue glow appeared in his hand. Lin Fei actually couldn't see through this glowing blue seed. It felt very mysterious. That's simple. Lin Fei suspected that he heard wrongly. Why don't you go up yourself? Chapter 1620. Friendship. Friendship my ass. Lin Fei really wanted to say that, but he was shocked by what the other party took out. This thing has a familiar aura. It seems to be a part of the battle fort. Lin Fei's gaze landed on what the other party took out. The evil ruler was holding something in his hand. A black metal object. You should have guessed it. This is a part of the battle fort. You might not know this, but the battle fort of the war race has an outer part and a core part. Only when the two are combined will the battle fort be a true battle fort. It can unlock more functions, and this thing in my hand is the core part. The evil ruler said it very casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Would you be so kind as to give me such a precious thing? Lin Fei took a deep breath. From the moment the other party took out the black metal, Lin Fei could tell that the other party was not lying. This was indeed a part of the battle fort, and it was the most important part. The war race's item is good, but it's nothing to us primal chaos race. The evil ruler laughed. The battle fort can combine the inside and the outside to increase its attack power. It will undoubtedly be a great help to you. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, this guy really thinks I'm an idiot. If I really bring this thing over, without enough energy points, I can only stare at it. Luckily, he doesn't know that energy points are not a problem for me. Getting such a good thing for free seems like a good thing. Although he did not know what this blue seed was used for, there was one thing Lin Fei was clear about. It was definitely not a good thing. If he did not handle it well, it would bring him trouble. You can think about it. Whether you agree or not, we will give it to you. The black metal flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. The evil ruler stood up and left. The primal chaos beast race also appeared, and they even targeted the divine general platform. Interesting. Lin Fei reached out, and the black metal landed on his hand. He opened the system scan and scanned it from top to bottom, inside and out. After confirming that the other party did not tamper with the black metal, he relaxed. Lin Fei checked the battle fort again, and he really did find a missing part that matched the structure of the black metal. I can't waste a free gift. Let's take a look at the battle fort first. Lin Fei put the black metal into the missing spot. Hua hua, the battle fortress broke apart into pieces of black metal and reassembled itself in the air. F***ck, do you have to do this? Lin Fei admired the war race's people for coming up with such a method. He was even more interested in the war race, and seeing how the primal chaos beast race could easily take out such a thing, he didn't dare to look down on them. The reconstruction of the battle fort took half a day. Half a day later, a new black battle fort appeared. Compared to the previous one, this one looked even more majestic and domineering. Lin Fei could sense the danger even more clearly. The battle fortress floated in the air like a terrifying demon king, giving off a terrifying aura. Especially around the battle fort, the pitch-black cannons gave people an inexplicable sense of fear. Anyone who looked at it would feel their scalp tingling, and they would fall into a state of fear. Such a terrifying aura, it's at least 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei looked up and down before entering the battle fort. The interior had also changed, to the point where Lin Fei almost couldn't recognize the core component that the evil ruler took out had such an effect. Lin Fei used his divine sense to look around, and in the central region, he found the central control hub and appeared in the central region. Hua 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 at the central control hub, the space fluctuated, and countless light spots gathered. A human figure appeared, and the face became clearer and clearer. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. Respected master, welcome to the battle fort. I am the battle fort's manager, number 157632. If master doesn't like it, you can give me a new name. This war race really lived up to their name. Lin Fei thought to himself. Master, this guy is a virtual existence. He can connect with the entire battle fort, and he can only exist. He's like your helper. Little Devil ran out and said. This can be done. Lin Fei said, if the number is too long, it doesn't sound good. From now on, you'll be called Battle Number 1. Little Devil rolled his eyes. What a good name. Who asked him to have a master like this? This wasn't the first or second time already. Thank you, master, for the name. Battle Number 1 said. Tell me, what are you good for? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei asked casually. After the battle fort was rebuilt, it brought about such a change. Lin Fei naturally wanted to understand it. If it could be controlled by a super overlord, it naturally wouldn't be an ordinary item. Before this, Lin Fei was still thinking that the battle fort's reputation was a bit too big, and its attack power seemed to be slightly lacking. Now, it seemed like the battle fort's previous power was only on the periphery, and didn't touch the battle fort's core. Master, come with me. I will explain the complete battle fort to Master. Battle Number 1 moved to the periphery of the battle fort and pointed at the rows of black cannons. Master, this is the giant war cannon. It is one of the most common attacks of the battle fort. Its attack power can easily kill an 8-star dominator. The entire battle fort has a total of 108 giant war cannons. This is much stronger than the previous battle fort. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this giant war cannon. When he heard that one shot would consume 5 million energy points, he immediately felt a little unhappy. 108 shots at once was really not something that an ordinary person could withstand. For a second or third-rate sect or family, Lin Fei had no doubt that one round of the giant war cannon would completely destroy the sect. 2 or 3 rounds of the giant war cannon would be enough to remove the sect's name. Perhaps even the 9-star dominators would have to run away pathetically. Master, this is an enhanced giant war cannon. The battle fort was a huge fortress building. Battle Number 1 led Lin Fei to the highest point of the fort. There was a black cannon erected there, emitting a black glow. This is used to deal with the 9-star dominators. Every time it is activated, it consumes 10 million energy points. Standing next to the enhanced giant war cannon, Lin Fei could feel its power even more clearly. The power of the black cannon's mouth was even stronger. He didn't doubt the power of this giant war cannon at all. The 9-star dominators would definitely not feel good if they were hit by it. If they were not careful, they might even die. Chapter 1621. The power of the battle fortress that had been added to the core far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Ordinary war cannons could deal with 8-star sovereigns, but the cost was 5 million energy points. As for 9-star sovereigns, they could be dealt with by enhanced war cannons. The cost was not considered high, only 10 million energy points. After looking at the war weapons, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the battle fort was. No, it should be the battle race that was terrifying. They could actually create such a powerful weapon. Master, this is the war beast summoning pool. It can summon war beasts, Master. This is the war angels summoning pool. It can summon war angels, Master. Under Battle 1's guidance, Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the battle fortress. The battle fortress would be able to unleash 100% of its power. Lin Fei had no doubt about the terror of the battle fort. As long as there were enough energy points, it would be a nightmare for those sects and families. 100 cannons would be enough to wipe out everything. The war beasts and war angels were even more amazing. Along the way, Lin Fei was beaming. The chaos beasts had given him a great gift. No energy points? Who said he had no energy points? As long as they went to the outer territories to plunder resources, they could obtain large amounts of energy points that others didn't have. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if he had a nuclear weapon. No wonder those super overlords could sit in their positions without wavering. Master, it's all about the new attack methods of the battle fort. Apart from that, the battle fort also comes with some additional functions, such as long-distance movement. Lin Fei smiled even more happily. He didn't know how the battle race had managed to build this kind of battle fortress, but it was a killing machine. Even the rulers of the 9 stars would feel their scalps go numb if they encountered this battle fortress. Lin Fei tried to ask Battle Number 1 about some matters regarding the war race. Unfortunately, he did not receive any useful information. Battle Number 1 instinctively retained control of its consciousness and knew nothing else. This result was also within Lin Fei's expectations. The war race was such a powerful, intelligent race, so how could they have left behind such an idiotic method? They must have made some cuts and left behind only Battle Number 1. Lin Fei was just asking casually. He didn't really want to know more about it. The war race had long since disappeared in the river of time. He was just curious about how the evil sovereign lord had gotten his hands on the battle fortress core. Clearly, there were many secrets hidden within. Right, you said that the war beasts and war angels don't have a time limit? Suddenly, Lin Fei thought of something. His figure flashed and he arrived at the side of a huge pond, his eyes falling on it. Battle Number 1 followed closely behind. Yes, Master. This is the greatest advantage of a complete battle fortress. As long as Master has energy points, you can summon it. However, summoning requires time. After all, it is condensed from energy points and has a simple consciousness. If the enemy wants to destroy the war angel, they have to kill it completely. There's still cooldown time. Yes, both the war beasts and the war angels need time to be summoned. Master, you can summon them in advance. When the time comes, you can release all the war angels. Battle Number 1 suggested. That's not a bad idea. Lin Fei nodded. The thought of directly releasing a group of war angels to crush the enemy when he encountered them would definitely feel great. 30 million energy points for a war angel. That's really not cheap. Thinking of the energy points consumed, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. Let's summon one and see. The energy points that he had obtained from plundering a large number of holy stone veins last time came in handy for Lin Fei this time. Yes, Master. Battle Number 1 replied. Hua 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 energy points that had condensed into black entities were thrown into the summoning pond by Battle Number 1. Immediately, there was a commotion in the summoning pond. That was what Lin Fei thought. The whole process did not last long. It barely lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The light on the summoning pond dissipated and a black-armored angel appeared. It had the appearance of a human but a pair of black wings on its back. With a murderous aura, it stood in front of Lin Fei. Master, this is the war angel. Our war race likes to call it the massacre angel. Lin Fei sized it up. The war angel in front of him was filled with a dangerous aura. Its combat power was not to be underestimated. However, its face remained expressionless. Attack me. Lin Fei tried to give an order. Hua. The war angel's blood-red eyes flashed and it charged in front of Lin Fei. So fast. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and slapped at the war angel unhurriedly, sending the war angel flying. The war angel that was sent flying was not affected. With another flash, it appeared behind Lin Fei. The 30 million energy points were not spent in vain. No one knew better than Lin Fei the power of the casual slaps just now. The war angel's defense was very strong. An 8-star dominator would not be able to break through the war angel's defense in a short time. Master, the war angels are naturally good at speed. Apart from speed, they also have war blades forged for them by the war race. They are condensed from energy points and can easily break through low-grade dominator battle suits. Hua. A black war blade appeared in the war angel's hand. It turned into countless black blade flashes and attacked. Lin Fei tested the war angel for a while and told it to stop. He was very satisfied with the results. He needed such an elite fighter. Looks like I have to prepare to get energy points. Summoning a war angel with 30 million energy points, Lin Fei could not get more for the time being. He could only wait until he left the Divine General platform. After summoning the war angel, Lin Fei sent it to the side. As long as it did not fight, the war angel's energy points would not be consumed. This advantage was quite good. After coming out of the battle fortress, Lin Fei was in an extremely good mood. If the evil ruler knew that he gave me such a big gift, he probably would not be in such a good mood. Who asked me to have a way to get energy points? Lin Fei flipped his hand, and the blue seed landed in his hand. The blue seed had already been analyzed by the system. For the time being, there was no result. He only knew that there were countless seals on it, and the system's analysis could not penetrate it for now. Lin Fei could only give up. The Chaos Beast race has helped me a lot in the past. Isn't it just a blue seed on the Divine General platform? If they don't help with this small matter, I'll be taking advantage of them for nothing. Chapter 1622. More and more people were trying to break through. One after another, they reached the 900th level. Those who reached the 900th level were in the 4th stage, and they were getting closer and closer to ascending to the God altar. Look, that guy also reached the 900th level. And that guy appeared so mysteriously. He actually hid his strength. Isn't he just trying to bully us? Heh, luckily I'm not the one who ran into them. You guys better pray for yourselves. The 900th level became more and more intense. All sovereigns who felt threatened became extremely cautious, afraid of encountering them. He's here. I wonder who it will be this time. Please don't let it be my turn. A streak of dazzling light landed on a senfu. Then, a figure shot into the sky. Bathed in light, everyone could see his face clearly. It's him. Hegemony Qing of the Demon Mystic Sect. I didn't know I would be so unlucky as to run into Hegemony Qing. Many people frowned. Hegemony Qing of the Demon Mystic Sect was famous for being difficult to deal with. Although he wasn't as terrifying as Hegemon Dark Sage of the 10 Young Masters, he wasn't easy to defeat. Hegemony Qing's sharp gaze locked onto him. Whoosh! Yet another streak of light descended. Hegemony Qing's eyes lit up. The heavens are really on my side. My opponent is actually that guy. As the figure appeared, a black-robed figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, causing quite a commotion. This is going to be a good show. Lin Fei really did run into Hegemony Qing. No matter how I look at it, it's going to be a fierce battle. That guy is quite bold. He killed someone from the Demon Mystic Sect just like that. Luckily, I wasn't the one who ran into Lin Fei. Many rulers secretly let out sighs of relief. Everyone present was very wary of Lin Fei's saber attack. Even now, they had no good way to counter it. An unbreakable attack was what they didn't want to face. Hegemony Qing versus Lin Fei. They were very interested to see who would be able to make it. One was a potential ruler from one of the 8 great sects, while the other was a ferocious dark horse, Lin Fei. Just thinking about this battle was exciting. No matter who won or lost, they would at least be able to deal with one of them. This meant that they would have one less powerful enemy. Both of them landed on the stage at the same time. A victorious smile was on Hegemony Qing's face. He said calmly, "I really didn't expect that you and I would be fighting in the final battle. You probably didn't expect it either." As he stared at Lin Fei, Hegemony Qing could only force a smile to suppress his envy and jealousy. This was a nameless fellow who hadn't given him any face the first time they had met. Hegemony Qing had wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei, but due to the rules, he had decided to use a different method. He had used a few moves to attract the attention of others, hoping to use them to kill Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, however, all of these people had ended up becoming stepping stones for Lin Fei. Yi Qing's nightmare also followed. First, the hegemons who had tried to curry favor with the mystic demons sect had perished at Lin Fei's hands. Then, the disciples of the mystic demons sect had perished at Lin Fei's hands as well. One after another, the 7 great sects paid him a visit. Lin Fei's name instantly became known to everyone. This caused Hegemony Qing, who had previously threatened Lin Fei, to feel extremely embarrassed. This was a provocation against the mystic demon sect, and a provocation against himself. Hegemony Qing no longer feared Lin Fei's terrifying saber arts. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei with the eyes of a victor. It didn't matter how dominating his saber arts were, so long as Hegemony Qing consumed an Empyrean god body and temporarily consumed an Empyrean god's body, Lin Fei would be like a tiger that had lost its claws. Lin Fei would no longer be as terrifying as a fish on a chopping board, and Hegemony Qing would be able to slaughter him as he pleased. Lin Fei chortled. "It seems you are quite confident in yourself." Hegemony Qing laughed loudly. "I am quite confident in my ability to deal with you. The mystic demon sect once gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Instead, you chose to oppose us. Today, I'm going to let you know what happens to those who oppose us. I'm going to stomp you under my feet, break every single bone in your body, and then slowly kill you." Whoosh! Lin Fei's body flickered as he struck out with his saber. A long, narrow saber light slashed out. "If you want to break my bones, that'll depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so." Lin Fei's saber attack came very quickly. Hegemony Qing's body trembled as a 5-colored light descended from the heavens. He punched out with a single fist, completely shattering the saber light. "So this is your saber art? It looks pretty weak to me." Hegemony Qing had consumed an Empyrean god body fortification pill, not giving Lin Fei any chance to succeed. He knew how terrifying Lin Fei's saber art was. If he didn't give Lin Fei any chances before he completely understood it, then there would be no hope for Lin Fei. After shattering the saber light with a single fist, Hegemony Qing unleashed another attack. His fists rained down like meteors, transforming into a series of black tornadoes. Lin Fei continued to strike out with his saber light. Thanks to the endless supply of divine power, his saber light continued to crush everything in its path. This was his most common attack style, and it was also a way for him to confuse his foes. He didn't want anyone to be able to see through his divine power, and so far, no one had been able to see through it. "Lin Fei, do you really think you can kill me with this sort of attack? Heh heh, today, you are destined to be killed by me." Yi Qing's hegemon fist art was ferocious with his Empyrean god body. All the attacks were shattered by Hegemony Qing, and nothing happened to his body. Instead, he sensed that something like a needle was about to stab into his body, but it was blocked by his Empyrean god body. Now, Hegemony Qing was completely relieved. His opponent's terrifying saber art was no longer a threat. Lin Fei also sensed that something was wrong. The demon mystic sect really knows how to invest. I don't know what treasure they used, but they can actually block the invasion of my divine power. Little Devil, help me scan it. Lin Fei hurriedly communicated with Little Devil. Got it. Lin Fei continued to attack without batting an eyelid. Outside, the Senfu people all secretly sucked in a cold breath. The demon mystic sect was indeed the demon mystic sect. They were truly amazing. Hegemony Qing blocked Lin Fei's saber art, and it seemed like he had the upper hand. This time, Lin Fei is doomed. Yeah, it seems like his saber art is useless now. The demon mystic sect must have deciphered Lin Fei's saber art and found a way to counter it. Hegemony Qing became extremely excited as well. He used his terrifying fist art to press forward, constantly closing the distance between him and Lin Fei. A smug smile appeared on his face. Don't you find it strange that you can't use your zone class killer moves anymore? Hegemony Qing's fist slammed into the back of Lin Fei's saber. The more he watched Lin Fei suffer, the more he liked it. I think you really want to know, so I might as well tell you. Right now, I have the body of a god. At least in your eyes, that is an invincible body. With just your attack, how could you possibly break through my defense? Hegemony Qing laughed wildly as he suddenly retracted his attack, allowing the saber light to land on his body and shatter it. Chapter 1623. Hegemony Qing had given up on attacking and chosen to use his body to block Lin Fei's saber attacks. This was truly shocking. The demon mystic sect's power had reached this level. Ordinary potential hegemons couldn't see what sort of treasure Hegemony Qing was using, which made them feel even more apprehensive. Everyone knew how terrifying Lin Fei's saber arts were. To be able to block such an attack was naturally extraordinary. Because the arena was isolated from the outside world, they couldn't hear what Hegemony Qing was saying. But to others, they immediately recognized Hegemony Qing's current state. What a dark sage. He actually gave Hegemony Qing a god body tempering pill. He really is going all out. Within a majestic senfu, one of the 10 princes, Hegemon Luoxian, was watching with a smile on his face. Hegemon Luoxian was able to see the changes in Hegemony Qing at a glance. In his heart, he felt a hint of interest towards this Lin Fei, just a hint. Their righteous sect had gone to look for Lin Fei before. Senior apprentice brother, isn't that Lin Fei going to be in trouble? Aside from Hegemon Luoxian, there were a few other disciples of the righteous sect in the senfu as well. That's right. Once a rare pill like the god body tempering pill is consumed, it will be comparable to a true god's body. No matter how powerful Lin Fei's saber arts are, it won't be able to break through his defenses. That's a vicious move. These hegemons cursed at Hegemon Luoxian for his shamelessness. This wasn't the first time Hegemon Luoxian had heard of Lin Fei's name. He didn't care much about Lin Fei, but he was curious as to why the demon mystic sect was so interested in such a person. They had even taken out a heaven-defying pill like the god body tempering pill. The junior apprentice brothers all looked at Hegemon Luoxian, wanting to hear an answer. Hegemon Luoxian said calmly, Lin Fei's luck isn't bad. However, against people like us from a true sect, he won't have any advantage. The god body tempering pill can maintain an invincible defense for a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Fei will soon be killed. The demon mystic sect isn't afraid of paying such a high price, but in the end, they won't be able to return. Within the senfu of Sovereign Dark Saint, he was currently watching the battle on the arena with a smile on his face, especially when he saw how Dominator Yi Qing was crushing his opponents. Junior brother Yi Qing is still somewhat useful. If I really meet Lin Fei, my divine body strengthening pellet will also come in handy. I don't believe that junior brother Yi Qing, who has the divine body, can still win against Lin Fei. Hegemon Black Saint had never taken these people seriously. No matter how influential the other party was now, in the eyes of Hegemon Darksage, it was nothing. Powerful saber arts? There was always something that countered it. Even though a single celestial god body tempering pill was expensive and not everyone could buy it, Sovereign Dark Saint didn't mind wasting one. Hegemon Black Saint believed that Lin Fei would not be able to escape death. Whether it was the 10 great dukes or the other sovereigns, they all believed that Lin Fei was going to lose. The demon mystic sect's base camp on the peak of the Divine Mountain. The 5 hegemonic elders were in a great mood. Junior brother Yi Qing did well. That's right. Otherwise, if Lin Fei really did enter the next stage, it wouldn't be a good thing. It's best that we can conclude it now. Recently, they had been constantly frowning over how to deal with Lin Fei, unable to come up with a solution. Helpless, they could only contact Hegemon Black Saint and have him deal with Lin Fei with ease. They were very satisfied with the result of the battle. They all knew that Hegemon Black Saint had taken out a rare pill like the divine body strengthening pellet. When they heard it, they were shocked. To be willing to take out such a rare pill, it was truly extravagant. At the very least, they couldn't do it. Although their status was higher than Hegemon Black Saint's, they still had to treat him with respect. His bloodline was nobler than theirs. He had the bloodline of a heavenly god. In the future, he would definitely become a heavenly god. Rumor had it that Hegemon Black Saint had opened up a treasure trove that belonged to him in an alternate dimension. It was even rumored that there was a heavenly god artifact within it. This time, they owed their junior brother Hegemon Black Saint a favor, and a very big one at that. As long as Lin Fei dies and we get the Ring of Holding, we'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief. It's worth it to pay such a huge price. Elder Fong Su was one of the elders who hated Lin Fei the most. The elders nodded in agreement. You can't make up for the difference between you and me. Hegemon Black Saint punched out, shattering the saber light like an invincible heavenly god. The power of a heavenly god body isn't something you can understand. In the blink of an eye, Hegemon Black Saint unleashed over 100 punches that crisscrossed like an inescapable net, locking down the entire arena. Lin Fei was constantly moving, dodging one afterimage after another. Master, that guy took a pill and raised his body to the heavenly god level. His heavenly god body can resist your divine power, but it's passive. As long as you increase the output of your divine power, that guy's heavenly god body won't be a problem at all. The little fiend laughed coldly. To put it simply, his heavenly god body isn't a true heavenly god body. It's a fake. In truth, there was no need to explain. Lin Fei already knew what Hegemon Black Saint was relying on. So he took a pill. Heh, then I'll increase the output. Lin Fei had been suppressing his divine power this entire time, not wanting to make it too obvious. Now that his opponent was relying on his heavenly god body, Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. This guy had been targeting him from the start, and now he was showing off. Lin Fei was constantly moving about like a ghost, infuriating Hegemon Black Saint to no end. This was the source of Hegemon Black Saint's headache. His divine sense couldn't find any trace of Lin Fei, and so Hegemon Black Saint's attacks repeatedly missed. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Fei, you coward. All you know is to keep dodging. If you have the ability, come out and fight me in the open. Hegemon Black Saint sneered, secretly trying to force Lin Fei to come out. Heh, you really are thick-skinned. You took a pill, and you still have the nerve to ask me to fight you in the open? Do you think you're some sort of god? Why should I listen to you? Lin Fei's voice echoed throughout the arena. Hegemon Black Saint felt a bit uncomfortable. You're afraid, but I have the patience to waste time with you. Let's see who can last longer. His fists grew even more ferocious. Lin Fei still didn't appear. It was as though he had completely vanished. Get the hell out here. Hegemon Black Saint was enraged. This guy was actually playing hide-and-seek with him, but his divine sense couldn't find any trace of his opponent. As you wish. A black blur flashed past, and a torrential wave of saber light swept forth, covering the entire arena. Boom! 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 The saber light slammed into Hegemon Black Saint's body. I have the heavenly god body. You can't do anything to me. The saber light dissipated, revealing Hegemon Black Saint's tattered body. There was even a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he stared disdainfully at the nearby Lin Fei. Is that so? The heavenly god body isn't that impressive. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. Explode. Chapter 1624. This quasi-sky god body isn't all that impressive. A destructive aura swept out, instantly tearing Hegemon Yi Qing to pieces. Lin Fei curled his lips. With a wave of his hand, he collected the items and left the arena, returning to his senfu. This entire process was inconceivably fast, leaving no time for the spectators to react. Outside, an uproar erupted, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Hegemon Yi Qing had actually been killed in such a situation. They couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lin Fei's senfu. Lin Fei is going to be hard to deal with now. Anyone who wants to kill him will have to consider whether or not they have the ability to do so. Hegemon Yi Qing is dead, and he was killed with a single blow. That blow was absolutely terrifying. The spectating hegemons could no longer remain calm. Hegemon Yi Qing, who had the upper hand, had still been killed by Lin Fei. Most likely, no one would be able to stop Lin Fei at this stage. Lin Fei was destined to enter the fourth stage. Hegemon Yi Qing had been killed on the arena without even being able to react. This was completely unexpected. After entering the 900th level, the fourth stage hegemons became extremely important. They didn't even have time to carefully observe the power of that single blow. Hegemon Yi Qing had been torn to pieces, disqualified at the final stage. Lin Fei is truly surprising. Hegemon Luo Xian's eyes shone with a strange light. Even he was surprised. Even the sky god body couldn't block Lin Fei's blow. It seems that Lin Fei has comprehended an extremely powerful strength. Perhaps I should get to know this Lin Fei better. Hegemon Luo Xian knew that he wouldn't underestimate this Lin Fei any longer. Hegemon Yi Qing had killed him with a single blow, and even the sky god body hadn't been able to block it. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that blow was. What a useless thing. You wasted one of my sky god body tempering pills. Hegemon Darksage's expression didn't change much, as if Yi Qing's death was nothing more than a small matter. This Lin Fei should have grasped the divine power, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to break through the heavenly god's body. However, how did he, a lowly bloodline, grasp the divine power? Sovereign Black Saint was born with the bloodline of a heavenly god. As the reincarnation of a heavenly god, he knew many things that others did not. In Hegemon Blacksage's view, the terrifying power of that saber strike was completely beyond the Hegemon level. Hegemon Blacksage also began to think in that direction. Hegemon Black Saint didn't dare to be certain. How could that guy use divine power? He was very sensitive to the ripples of divine power. He moved and went to a side hall of the senfu to check the battle. It really is divine power. He hid it so deeply. After observing for a while, Hegemon Black Saint finally came to a decision. Lin Fei Shenli interesting, the death of one of the demon mystic sect's capable sovereigns caused quite a stir. This time, Lin Fei had thoroughly offended the demon mystic sect. Hegemon Yi Qing was someone that the demon mystic sect had spent a great deal of resources to nurture. The ones who could feel the fury of the demon mystic sect the most were the people of the senfu. At this time, no one dared to offend the demon mystic sect. One of the disciples of the demon mystic sect secretly mocked the demon mystic sect. When the demon mystic sect found out, they were viciously taught a lesson. After Lin Fei killed Hegemon Yi Qing, the remaining opponents were much easier to deal with. There was no longer any difficulty. In less than 10 years, Lin Fei quickly broke through the 900th layer and entered the fourth stage. After entering the fourth stage, Lin Fei welcomed a long period of rest. The final stage would only allow a certain number of sovereigns to enter. As for what the fourth stage was, Lin Fei wasn't very clear, and he couldn't be bothered to ask. He spent his days in the senfu doing his own things. Lin Fei was still very surprised by Hegemon Phoenix Su's visit. I didn't think you would personally come to find me. Hegemon Phoenix Su's aura was even stronger than before. The aura of a peak 8-star hegemon was more than 100 times stronger than when she had been an immortal exalt. This aura was the result of her bloodline being fully activated. The aura of a heavenly god bloodline. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen a heavenly god bloodline. Hegemon Fiend had the most powerful bloodline of all. Ever since that day, Hegemon Fiend had never come to find Lin Fei again. It was as if he had never been there before. Hegemon Phoenix Su was dressed in red, and she sat down leisurely. "Do you not welcome me?" Hegemon Phoenix Su couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Lin Fei, whose strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had a heavenly god bloodline, and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, this person had also reached the same level of strength and was on par with her. For a moment, Hegemon Phoenix Su really wondered what kind of bloodline Lin Fei had. Lin Fei chuckled. "Fairy, your visit brings light to my humble senfu. I'm just worried that those flower protectors might hold a grudge against me. You know how cowardly I am." Hegemon Phoenix Su emotionlessly exposed him. "Those who believe your words deserve a lifetime of bad luck." There was no way she would believe a single word Lin Fei said. "Actually, I was just joking." Lin Fei put on a serious expression. "You didn't come here just to chat with me. If there's anything you want to say, say it. For better or for worse, we're acquaintances." "Lin Fei, shut your mouth." Hegemon Phoenix Su didn't want to think about how she had been captured. Her heavenly god bloodline immediately suppressed him. "I didn't just blurt it out. I definitely won't do it again." Lin Fei ignored Hegemon Phoenix Su's aura and grinned mischievously. Hegemon Phoenix Su felt as though Lin Fei was intentionally trying to anger her. But right now, she couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. "I urge you not to go to the Divine General Dais," Hegemon Phoenix Su suddenly said in a serious tone. "Not to go? Why?" Lin Fei chortled as he asked. Hegemon Phoenix Su stood up and said coldly, "This is my advice to you. The Divine General Dais isn't suitable for you, and the 10 dukes aren't as simple as you think they are. Each and every one of them has an incredible background. You had best reconsider." Lin Fei truly hadn't expected that Hegemon Phoenix Su would come here just to warn him of this. Not to go to the Divine General Dais? He felt rather grateful. Lin Fei knew that Hegemon Phoenix Su probably knew some secrets, but this wasn't something he should know. Perhaps Hegemon Devil Fiend knew some secrets as well. Perhaps it had something to do with the blue seed. In this moment, Lin Fei suddenly had a thought. He wanted to put everything together. "And if I really do go up?" Hegemon Phoenix Su turned around. "Then I don't mind personally killing you." Lin Fei just watched as Hegemon Phoenix Su left. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Why would this woman be so kind as to warn me of this? She can't be plotting something against me, right? "Fairy Su Feng, why are you looking for that despicable bastard Lin Fei?" As soon as Hegemon Phoenix Su appeared, a handsome young Hegemon walked over to greet her. "Who I see has nothing to do with you." Chapter 1625. Hegemon Su Feng's warning caused Lin Fei to pay more attention to the Divine General Dais. He knew that Hegemon Su Feng wasn't as simple as she seemed. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that this Divine General Dais probably wasn't as simple as he had imagined, and that it involved some sort of secret. Without question, Hegemon Su Feng knew this secret. This made Lin Fei very curious. What kind of secret was involved in this that even the chaos beasts would appear and participate in it? After entering the 900th level, the grey-robed emissary did not appear. Lin Fei remained in the 4th section for 50 years. During this period of time, more and more hegemons entered this level. One after another, the previously empty Senfu buildings lit up with light, indicating that someone had taken up residence there. Eventually, all of the Senfu buildings were filled. Lin Fei knew that the people below had lost their right to participate in the final section, as well as the right to ascend to the Divine General Dais. The number of participants in the 4th section had been decided. The grey-robed emissary appeared once more. He stood towering in front of everyone, and anyone who looked up would be able to see him. "Welcome to the 4th section, everyone. To be able to reach this stage means that you are the most talented hegemons in the endless territories. The final opportunity awaits you. Who will be able to ascend to the God-sealing dais will be up to you. The gray-robed emissary's voice was just as calm as before, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Boom! 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 As soon as the gray-robed emissary finished speaking, 3 golden dais appeared behind him, suppressing the boundless void and radiating divine might. As soon as the 3 golden dais appeared, Lin Fei could sense that everyone's emotions had been stirred up. Is this the God-sealing dais that the gray-robed emissary spoke of? Lin Fei could tell that these 3 golden dais were extraordinary. He didn't know what sort of supreme-grade materials had been used to create them, but the golden dais were covered with ancient characters. They were divine glyphs. Lin Fei did his best to see through the golden dais, but he was blocked by a power that prevented him from seeing what was going on inside. Everyone should have guessed that this is the divine seal altar. The first 3 will have the qualifications to become divine generals. They will obtain the support of a divine force and soar into the heavens. Said the gray-robed envoy, "Now, I will announce the rules for the 4th stage. It will still be the arena life and death competition, but this time will be different from before. You will have a certain amount of time to comprehend the absolute arts, and then you will fight. The winner will advance, and the loser will perish." This kind of rule made many people excited. Ha ha ha, I like this method the most. What's so difficult about comprehending an absolute art? It would be even better if I were to comprehend a god-tier cultivation technique. Not to mention the 10 great princes, just the low-profile sovereigns at this level weren't easy to deal with. Their comprehension abilities were top-notch. In their eyes, the rules of this stage were not difficult at all. The gray-robed emissary waved his hand again, and one arena after another flew over, hovering in the air. After announcing the start of the next month, the gray-robed emissary vanished from everyone's sight. Isn't comprehending absolute arts just like cheating? In terms of comprehension ability, Lin Fei could only be said to be average. However, with the leveling up system, Lin Fei didn't need to do anything to comprehend the absolute arts. It was the last month of the final life and death competition. It was rare for everyone to have time to relax. Those who knew each other sat together, or went into seclusion to increase their strength. Lin Fei didn't go out, and he remained in Senfu. In this 4th stage, there weren't any weaklings. Lin Fei had seen many mysterious and powerful races. Apart from them, there were also people with deity bloodlines. Those people were the most tyrannical. Lin Fei was also doing his best to increase his strength. From all sorts of things, he could tell that the divine general platform wasn't as safe as he had imagined. Even a hidden race like the primal chaos beast race had appeared. Lin Fei didn't know how many sovereigns with potential had appeared, and he wasn't the only one. I've already drawn a deity set. If something really happens, I can wear it, and no one can do anything to me. At the very least, escaping won't be a problem. Thinking about the deity set, Lin Fei calmed down. The only thing that made his heart ache was that the deity set required divinity points, and it was deducted from attacks. It was extremely terrifying. He understood what it meant to spend money like water. In a dark corner of Senfu, Sovereign Devilish sat quietly, his face buried in the darkness, and no one could see it clearly. Opposite him were 3 black-robed sovereigns, also hidden in the darkness. The exciting moment is about to begin. For this day, we've prepared for over 1,000 chaotic years. Finally, this day has arrived. I believe we'll definitely teach those people a lesson they won't forget. An extremely ugly sovereign on the left flashed a cold gaze, and his entire person was immersed in excitement. We've already given away the demonic seed. How can those greedy humans refuse our treasures? Almost all of them have agreed to bring the demonic seed up. Sovereign Devilish didn't say anything, but his face was clearly filled with excitement. You've all done well. Now, we can proceed to the next step. If we succeed, our primordial chaos beasts will be able to see the light again. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The most exciting moment had arrived. No one could resist the temptation of the 3 golden platforms. Once they stepped onto the conferred God platform, they would receive divine power and become a divine general. That was far beyond their current status. It would be a supreme position, and they would truly be able to call the wind and summon the rain. They would also become a peak existence in the entire endless territories. Everyone was rubbing their palms in anticipation. This was their chance. The day has finally come. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and the 3 golden platforms entered his field of vision. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Whoosh 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 whoosh, beams of light descended, covering the senfu. One figure after another entered the arenas. Lin Fei became one of them, and he entered one of the arenas. Lin Fei also saw his opponent for this round. It was a burly fellow. He was 30 meters tall, and his body shone with starlight. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. Hee, so it's you, Lin Fei of the lowly bloodline. The burly man opened his mouth, and his voice was like a great bell. Looks like I'll win this round very easily. Who asked my luck to be so good? Long Ao. This person left a deep impression on Lin Fei. He was the son of a dragon king of the dragon race, and he had inherited the bloodline of the dragon god. His rank wasn't low either, and he was considered a powerful opponent amongst dominators. He was invincible in close combat. It's good that you know my name. Otherwise, when I die, I won't know who killed me. That would make me feel no sense of accomplishment. Dominator Long Ao laughed loudly. The 2 of them didn't attack, because they were a distance away. At this moment, a black armored puppet appeared between the 2 of them. It was expressionless, and it carried a dangerous aura. Participants, greetings. In the next 10 years, you will comprehend this divine talisman together. This divine talisman contains a cultivation method. 10 years later, you will use the cultivation method you comprehended to face your enemies. After the black armored puppet disappeared, a golden divine talisman floated quietly in the air. 10 years is more than enough. Dominator Long Ao immediately sat down cross-legged and glanced at Lin Fei again. Lowly bloodline guy, I hope you can comprehend a cultivation method. Otherwise, killing you will be too boring. Comprehend a cultivation method, hee. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. This guy from the dragon race was quite arrogant. He really thought that his comprehension ability was the best in the world. I have an awesome existence with the system. System, analyze it for me. Lin Fei also sat down cross-legged, closed his 6 senses, and looked like he was comprehending the divine talisman. The first few stages are respectively aimed at a certain existence. This stage is a test of comprehension. It's really not ordinary strict. Lin Fei said to himself, fortunately, I'm not interested in divine generals. It's better for me to earn more divinity points. The temptation of divine generals was far less than divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the blessing of divine force. The divinity points converted to divine force was no weaker than the blessing of divine force. Looking at Dominator Long Ao's divinity points again, Lin Fei's eyes turned red. These were all great gifts for him. System analyzing, the golden divine talisman was extremely mysterious. After the system began to analyze, it analyzed for a month before it came out with the first cultivation method. This was not the end. The divine talisman contained various cultivation methods, but it required a long time to deduce them. It was very exhausting. This cultivation method is very powerful, but it doesn't seem to be the strongest attack. When the first cultivation method came out, Lin Fei looked at it for a while and lost interest. This was a palm technique. According to the classification, it was a low-grade divine tier cultivation method. Lin Fei always felt that the real importance of such a divine talisman might not be the cultivation method. Continue analyzing. Half a year later, the system deduced another cultivation method. This time, it wasn't a true cultivation method. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. As expected, the true meaning of the divine talisman should be divine talisman attack. Level 1 Flame Divine Talisman. This was the usage of the runes that he deduced in half a year. Lin Fei easily grasped the level 1 Flame Divine Talisman. That Long Ao should also comprehend the attack of the runes. This one is far from enough. I still need to continue using the system to analyze. There might even be a level 1 Divine Talisman. After grasping the flame divine talisman, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. This was an attack that involved divine power, an attack that surpassed the power of great Tao. Its might would increase infinitely, and Lin Fei was overjoyed. In the outside world, he would be able to easily learn the attack methods of the divine talismans. This was equivalent to having another attack method that would be even more powerful than the single saber slash. Level 1 Earth Divine Talisman. Level 1 Ice Cold Divine Talisman. The system's analysis ability was still very awesome. The condensation method of the Level 1 Divine Talisman was constantly deduced. Chapter 1626. Ruler Proud Dragon was in a good mood. Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman, I finally comprehended it. This Divine Flame Talisman is really magical. It's so powerful. It's worthy of being mastered by a celestial god. Ruler Proud Dragon was born with a powerful dragon god bloodline. No one dared to underestimate his comprehension ability. It took him a year to comprehend the Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman. All he lacked was time to master it. Elder's words are indeed correct. The most powerful thing here is the Divine Talisman Mastery Method. It is far more tyrannical and terrifying than ordinary cultivation methods. That lowly Lin Fei is probably still very proud of a low-grade god-tier cultivation method. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't believe that the other party had the ability to master a low-grade god-tier technique. Moreover, it was a more powerful Divine Flame Talisman attack. He didn't know its true power before comprehending it. Their dragon clan would participate in the Divine General platform every time. They knew a lot of secrets. Ruler Proud Dragon believed that Lin Fei would be lost in it soon. I heard that the guy got the treasure of Demon Mystic Sect. As long as I kill him, I want to know what good stuff that guy stole from Demon Mystic Sect. If it's really good stuff, I'll make Demon Mystic Sect bleed. Ruler Proud Dragon focused on cultivating the Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman attack technique. 10 years passed quickly. The Divine Flame Talisman in the air disappeared in front of them. The barrier between the two also dissipated. Ruler Proud Dragon laughed unscrupulously. A mysterious wave pressed down. Whether it was Ruler Proud Dragon or Lin Fei, they both felt that their strength was sealed. Both of their faces changed slightly. This power was so powerful that they sealed their strength completely. After trying to break through several times, they still couldn't break the seal. 2 waves of energy descended from the sky, blessing the two of them. Their bodies were like a dried-up river that was filled with surging water, turning into a huge river. A cold voice came, "The power that blessed your body is divine power. Use divine power to activate the technique. Your battle can begin. The winner can take away everything from the other party, including this blessed divine power. It will become the driving force for you to move forward." Is this divine power? It's really powerful. Ruler Proud Dragon swayed his body. He was in a state of excitement. He understood these words. The divine power flowing in his body made him feel invincible. The heavens are really helping me. You have to give me a good gift in the first round. As long as I have your divine power, I will have an advantage over others. Sovereign Proud Dragon stomped his feet, and the entire arena shook non-stop. Level 1 Divine Flame Symbol. Long Ao drew a talisman in the air, and a divine talisman appeared, bringing with it a golden sea of fire that instantly covered the entire arena. What a pity. The power of the divine runes activated by divine power was beyond Hegemon Proud Dragon's imagination. This fire was enough to sweep away everything. Ruler Proud Dragon instantly had the feeling of controlling the other's life and death. Hua in the sea of fire that filled the sky, a water dragon soared through the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sea of fire was extinguished. As the saying went, water subdued fire, and they were existences of the same level. Hegemon Proud Dragon felt a huge threat. You actually mastered the divine talisman attack. Layers of sea of fire flew out, forming a long flame dragon. The huge claws broke through the air and grabbed the water dragon, blocking the opponent's attack. A large portion of divine power was instantly consumed, which made Hegemon Proud Dragon very unhappy. This was equivalent to losing his advantage. Level 1 Divine Earth Symbol. Although Hegemon Proud Dragon was a little shocked, he still thought that he was the final winner. He drew another talisman in the air, and the meteorites that filled the sky turned into a meteor rain. This was the second divine talisman attack that he had comprehended in 10 years, and it was also the second divine talisman attack that he had comprehended in 10 years. Their dragon clan knew many secrets. They all had some understanding of this stage of the test. Within 10 years, only divine talisman attacks could be completed quickly. Comprehending 2 types of divine talisman attacks was more than enough to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei could comprehend the level 1 water dragon divine talisman. In Long Ao's opinion, he must have gotten lucky. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend a divine talisman attack. Long Ao did not think that this guy could comprehend a second type of divine talisman attack. Accept your fate, Lin Fei. It's useless for you to struggle like this. A large number of meteorites fell from the sky, and the arena was faintly shaking. This Long Ao's potential is still very terrifying. In 10 years, he comprehended 2 types of divine talisman attacks. Fortunately, I did not choose a cultivation technique. Divine talisman attacks were the right choice. Lin Fei also rejoiced at his choice. He couldn't help but smile. Your attack is not good. Lin Fei shook his head. The water dragon suddenly roared. With a whip of the dragon tail, the fire dragon was smashed into pieces, and it went straight for Hegemon Proud Dragon. Pa pa pa, the dragon tail continuously smashed on Hegemon Proud Dragon's body. With every whip, Hegemon Proud Dragon felt like his body was about to split open. His tyrannical body also cracked open with wounds, and blood flowed out. Damn it, how can your water dragon be so powerful? Hegemon Proud Dragon roared. His body turned into a huge black dragon, but it was still unavoidable that his body was covered with dense wounds, and these wounds were still expanding. Hee, I forgot to tell you that this is a level 2 water dragon divine talisman. Its power is naturally much greater than yours. Hua. The water dragon coiled around Long Ao's body, and his huge body was instantly entangled. Cough cough cough, Hegemon Proud Dragon kept coughing blood, and his body was close to breaking. Impossible, I have the dragon god's bloodline, and I only comprehended 2 types of divine talisman attacks. How can you comprehend a level 2 water dragon divine talisman? I am not willing. Dragon god's bloodline, burn for me, the danger of death shrouded Hegemon Proud Dragon. This time, there was no reaction, and his bloodline was completely sealed. Hegemon Proud Dragon's heart instantly fell to the bottom. Caw caw caw, the water dragon twisted hard, and Hegemon Proud Dragon's huge body exploded. Large pieces of flesh and blood flew. This is really a good place to kill people. Without the help of the power of the bloodline, these people are all dregs. Lin Fei said. His hands did not slow down as he collected the large chunks of dragon meat. This was the best tonic for Hairball. The dragon meat that contained the dragon god's bloodline was a great tonic. Lin Fei could not bear to waste it, and he could also taste it. This is divine power. After Hegemon Proud Dragon died, a black object fell. Lin Fei held it in his hand and felt the surging power in the black object. It was divine power without a doubt. Lin Fei moved his mind, and the divine power entered his body. It temporarily merged with the previous divine power, and all the layers of divinity were kindly accepted. When he returned to Senfu, he could exchange them for divinity points. What is this thing? There was another thing, and Lin Fei did not recognize it for a while. Master, this is the Dragon Ball. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei, you shameless guy, if you don't want to die, quickly let me go. The black dragon suddenly had another face, and a mini dragon appeared in the Dragon Ball and roared. This person was Hegemon Proud Dragon. You are not dead yet. Lin Fei was also very surprised, and he quickly realized the true function of the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, it was on the arena, and the surroundings were blocked by power. Otherwise, this guy would really escape. Hegemon Proud Dragon almost vomited blood. No matter how he thought about it, he would never think that he would be killed by Lin Fei. If it wasn't for the last Dragon Ball, he would really die, and at the same time, he would curse this place. I am born with the bloodline of the Dragon God. How can I die so easily? If you are sensible, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, the people of our dragon clan will not let you go. Lin Fei flicked the Dragon Ball. I dislike people like you the most. You threaten people at every turn. If you dare to say another word, I will immediately crush the Dragon Ball. I don't know if you can survive this time. You dare, ka. Lin Fei really squeezed hard, and the Dragon Ball made a ka sound. There were a few more cracks. His current power was so great that the Dragon Ball could not withstand this power. Don't, Hegemon Proud Dragon hurriedly stopped him. This was the only place that could save his life. Once it was broken, he would definitely die. He was very resentful towards Lin Fei, who did not follow the routine. You'd better shut your mouth. Lin Fei put away the Dragon Ball, and at the same time, he added several layers of seals. As long as Proud Dragon dared to come out, he would definitely regret it. Back in Senfu, Lin Fei found that he was not the first to come out. Many people came out early, and 2 of them were in the top 10 young masters. Lin Fei could only be in the middle among them. Lin Fei was not interested in competing with them in speed. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had mastered 8 kinds of level 1 divine talisman attacks. He had also mastered a few level 2 divine talismans. It was difficult to calculate at the beginning, but after a long time, it was not difficult to calculate. Lin Fei relied on the system to master a lot of divine talisman attacks. This divine power can only be used temporarily in the arena. When I go outside, I will seal it. Lin Fei sensed a little, and the divine power was completely sealed. He did not care too much. The divine talisman condensing method in the system was all there. As long as he thought about it, he could activate the divine talisman attack. Master, can you let me deal with that Dragon Ball? The little devil made a request for the first time. Lin Fei quickly agreed to the little devil's request. As long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want. Master, this guy is born with the bloodline of the Dragon God. He must know a lot of secrets. Isn't this what Master lacks now? Maybe you can learn some secrets from this guy's mouth. It will be of great help to Master. Lin Fei was moved. Okay, I will leave this guy to you. Master, you also have to authorize me to use the divinity points. I promise to dig out everything he knows. Lin Fei readily agreed. Wasn't it just divinity points? The divinity levels and treasures that he had just plundered from Ruler Proud Dragon could be exchanged for a lot of divinity points. There was no loss in using wool on a sheep. The little devil happily left with the Dragon Ball. Lin Fei, get out here right now. Chapter 1627. F***ck, someone came to find me so quickly. As soon as the sound appeared, Lin Fei couldn't help but rub his nose. When did he have such a big hatred value? Could it be someone from the Dragon Clan? This speed is a bit too fast. Lin Fei muttered. Using his divine sense to investigate outside, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. He had guessed correctly. Outside the Senfu were indeed people from the Dragon Clan. Not only one, there were 3 people from the Dragon Clan. F***ck, this Long Ao sovereign even brought bodyguards. With a simple look, Lin Fei knew that the 3 Dragon Clan people outside should be here to protect the Long Ao sovereign. Lin Fei, get out here. Outside, the 3 middle-aged men's voices were like thunder. Their faces were filled with anger. This Lin Fei really deserves to die. While we were not paying attention, he killed Long Ao. If we don't get the Dragon Pearl back, we won't have a good end when we go back. Dragon 18 said with a gloomy face. Damn, everyone said that Lin Fei is evil. Who knew that this guy is so evil? Long Ao suffered. Now is not the time to complain. The most important thing is to get the dragon pearl back. As long as the dragon pearl is not damaged, Long Ao can still come back. Otherwise, the Dragon King will not let us end up like this. At the mention of the Dragon King, the three of their faces sank again. There was even a trace of fear on their faces. That was the terrifying Dragon King. Even the great Dragon King of the Dragon Clan had to be courteous and polite. Although they were also potential rulers under the other Dragon Kings, compared to Long Ao, the gap was not small. They were far less important than Long Ao. After knowing that Long Ao was in trouble, they did not gloat. They immediately came to Lin Fei's senfu to force Lin Fei to hand over the dragon pearl to prevent it from falling into the hands of outsiders. The three Dragon Clan people wanted to break into Lin Fei's senfu. This was not a small movement. Now, Lin Fei's reputation was not small. A few days ago, the people of the 8 major sects were in contact with Lin Fei. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the people of the Dragon Clan would also find Lin Fei? His ability to stir up trouble was not small. Then Lin Fei is in trouble. Just as some busybodies came out to watch, the 18th dragon slapped them away with his dragon claw, then coldly said, "If this happens again, I'll kill without mercy." Under the chilling killing intent, everyone was so scared that they retreated and hid in the senfu. Dragon Clan. Because of these 2 words, ordinary sects and clans had to be very careful. Compared to the previous onlookers, there were almost no onlookers this time. No one was willing to offend the Dragon Clan. Weren't they just onlookers? In the senfu, weren't they just watching? It wasn't a good thing to incur the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei still showed up. And it was swaggering. "You people from the Dragon Clan are really too much. Isn't it just killing Long Ao of your Dragon Clan? If you don't want Long Ao to die, then I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, I don't mind crushing the dragon pearl myself." Lin Fei stood in front of the door, and before Dragon 18 and the others could speak, he spat out his own words. The 3 of them were shocked, and then they were filled with endless anger. "You dare to threaten our Dragon Clan?" Dragon 18 almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. After killing their Dragon Clan's Long Ao, he still dared to threaten them. When had they ever met such a thick-skinned person? Of course, when these words fell into the ears of others, there were also some who clapped and cheered. This Lin Fei was indeed very bold. When the Dragon Clan came to find him, he threatened them first. He was much stronger than them. At least they couldn't be as straightforward as Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed, "That's right, I am threatening you. The dragon pearl is in my hands, you'd better listen to me. If you really think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully, you will regret it sooner or later. Despicable bastard, you have successfully enraged the dragon race. You lowly bastard, accept my wrath." One of the dragon race beings roared out in rage as he punched out at Lin Fei. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boom! This punch landed on the senfu door and was instantly blocked by the door. "Come again." Seeing that his companion was angry, Dragon 18 hurriedly stopped him. "Don't attack, that guy is provoking us. If we don't do it, we will all be finished." That Dragon Clan person regained his senses and gnashed his teeth at Lin Fei. He almost fell for it. Lin Fei was indeed provoking them, forcing them to attack him. At that time, he didn't need to do anything, that guy would be dealt with by others, and it would save him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, they didn't fall for it. However, Lin Fei verified one point. The Dragon Clan's temper was very irritable. With just a few words, they would attack angrily. What a pity. Lin Fei took another step forward. "I thought that your Dragon Clan's courage was very big, but you don't dare to attack. I'm really disappointed." Dragon 18 also wished that he could kill Lin Fei at the door with a punch. This was the most shameless guy he had ever seen. If he didn't maintain his consciousness, he might really kill Lin Fei. Originally, Dragon 18 thought that since he represented the Dragon Clan, Lin Fei would give him face. He had already prepared a draft, but in the end, it was completely messed up by Lin Fei. The control was also in the hands of the other party. Our dragon clan, without waiting for Dragon 18 to finish, Lin Fei rudely interrupted, don't mention how strong your dragon clan is, how influential. If you don't want me to crush the dragon pearl, then scram. When you leave, you better apologize to me. Every time you open your mouth to ask me to scram, your dragon clan's mouth is too smelly. The three dragon clan people's faces turned black again. Since when could the dragon clan's influence not affect a human brat? Instead, they were constantly being scolded by the other party. Based on what? Based on this. Lin Fei flipped his hand, and the dragon pearl fell into his hand. Dragon Lord roared, damn Lin Fei, let me out. You shameless guy, sooner or later I will kill your entire family, ka 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 ka. Lin Fei squeezed hard, and a few more cracks appeared on the dragon pearl. A scream came from the dragon pearl. Don't. Dragon 18 also tried to stop him. They didn't think that Lin Fei would dare to crush the dragon pearl. However, Lin Fei really had the courage to not take their dragon clan's threat seriously. Dragon 18's heart jumped. This Lin Fei really dared to do it. Lin Fei, don't crush it. Everything can be discussed. Dragon 18 said. He was afraid that Lin Fei would really crush the dragon pearl in anger. Once the news spread, the unlucky ones would be them. The Dragon King would tear them into pieces. Lin Fei stopped. Why are you scared? Didn't you threaten to kill my entire family just now? Dragon Lord's resentful gaze turned into fear as he cursed in his heart, damn guy, I am a dignified dragon clan's dragon god bloodline holder. Today, I am a tiger that has fallen to the ground and is bullied by dogs. When I get out, I will definitely make Lin Fei regret. No, that's not possible. Dragon Lord squeezed out an ugly smile. Is that so? Lin Fei flicked the dragon ball, scaring Long Ao so much that his hair stood on end. Chapter 1628. Ruler Proud Dragon had nowhere to vent his anger. Originally, he wanted to threaten Lin Fei, this lowly guy. In the end, Lin Fei used a little trick and he had to surrender. He even had to suppress his endless hatred, fearing that Lin Fei would crush the dragon ball and cause his death. Ruler Proud Dragon could only scold the three clansmen. Dragon 18 and the others were startled. Although their talent was not as good as Proud Dragon, being scolded in public was another matter. What are you doing? Get lost. Ruler Proud Dragon kept roaring. The loud voice of the Dragon clan came in handy at this time. Dragon 18 and the other three dragons looked at each other. Even though they were angry, they had to leave first. Who made their status not as good as Ruler Proud Dragon? We will leave immediately. I hope that you won't hurt Daoist Proud Dragon. Dragon 18 said with difficulty. Since when did he speak in such a submissive manner? Dragon 18 had never said that. If he didn't follow Proud Dragon's words and angered Lin Fei, it would be a big problem. Wait, who asked you to leave just like that? You really disregarded my words. Lin Fei snorted coldly, you haven't apologized yet. You, Dragon 18 lowered his voice, we are from the Dragon Clan, do you really want us to apologize? Those who were watching also admired Lin Fei's boldness. Not only did he threaten them, but he also wanted them to apologize. Awesome. If this spread out, he would become the object of worship. Lin Fei smiled and flicked the dragon ball again, you dragons are not obedient. When did our dragon clan listen to others? Ruler Proud Dragon wanted to say that, but he held back in the end. Dragon 18, apologize. I only want you to apologize, I don't want you to suffer mental damage. You should all be very happy. Ruler Proud Dragon and the dragon ball spat out a mouthful of blood. When did someone dare to ask for the dragon clan's mental damage? Lin Fei's tone was really big. But Ruler Proud Dragon didn't dare to say anything at this time. Who asked his life to be in the other party's hands? Losing his physical body was already a huge blow to his vitality. He couldn't have any more losses. Draconic 18 and the other two were furious. Lin Fei had shamelessly threatened Long Ao, and then used Long Ao to threaten them. They could see this little trick, but they couldn't do anything about it. Kill Lin Fei? Without waiting for them to make a move, the gray-robed emissary was the first to deal with them. We apologize. Dragon 18 said sullenly. We're sorry. His voice was very soft. Lin Fei pretended not to hear. Can you speak louder? You are dragons, not rats underground. You can't hear me if your voice is so soft. Sorry. It's still too soft. I can't hear it. Draconic Shiba's face twitched. This Lin Fei really didn't know what was good for him. Sorry. This time, the sound rumbled. Everyone heard it. Lin Fei didn't mind their gazes at all. Anyway, he had already come this far, so there was nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a dragon? He wasn't afraid of being bitten when there were too many lice. Offending one was offending a group was also offending. That's right. The 18th draconic dragon and the others left in shame. He didn't have the face to embarrass himself at the door anymore. He Gemin proud dragon was too ashamed to show his face. An exalted member of the dragon race apologizing to a human was something that had never happened before. Are you satisfied now? Of course I'm satisfied. So the dragon race's voice is so loud, ha ha ha. After scaring away the dragon race, Lin Fei prepared to return to Senfu. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Daoist Lin Fei, this is really satisfying. Long Ao's expression in the dragon pearl turned ugly again. Now there was someone who wasn't afraid of death and dared to say such words. Lin Fei looked back and saw a ruler not far away. He was very young and had a proud look on his face. When Lin Fei was sizing him up, he was also sizing him up. Let me introduce myself. I am a subordinate of Ruler Black Fetus, Ruler Ironstone. Ruler Ironstone smiled. Someone from the 7 overlords. Yes, I am indeed from the 7 overlords. Ruler Ironstone still smiled calmly. Ruler Black Fetus was one of the 7 overlords. Lin Fei had heard of this name a long time ago. At this time, someone from the 7 overlords had come to find him. Why? Could it be that the Ruler Black Fetus had a feud with the dragon race? I have long heard of Ruler Black Fetus. Lin Fei said with a smile. Ruler Ironstone didn't believe that Lin Fei had long heard of his Ruler Black Fetus and wouldn't expose him. Daoist Lin Fei is also quite famous. You even killed someone with the dragon god bloodline like Long Ao. I am inferior. The two of them complimented each other a little. Lin Fei invited Ruler Ironstone to Senfu as a guest, and Ruler Ironstone also accepted the invitation. After some small talk, Ruler Ironstone stated his intentions. Daoist Lin Fei, I don't know if you can give this dragon ball to us. Ruler Ironstone said, you should also know that many of our people lost their lives at the hands of the dragon clan. Now that Ruler Long Ao has fallen into your hands and his true body has been destroyed, it is a joyous thing. If you can give us the dragon ball, we are willing to pay a satisfactory price. So it was for the dragon ball. Lin Fei had some understanding of the matter between the Ruler Black Fetus and the dragon clan. There was indeed a conflict, but he didn't know the specific cause. Lin Fei really didn't care much about a dragon ball. Ruler Long Ao, who was in the dragon ball, heard Ruler Ironstone's words and immediately jumped up. Lin Fei, don't hand me over to the Ruler Black Fetus. As long as you promise not to hand me over, the dragon clan can also give you a lot of benefits. Ruler Ironstone said lightly, Daoist Long Ao, the words of the dragon clan really don't have any truth. I'm afraid that you won't get what you want, and you will have to pay the price with your life. Nonsense. Ruler Long Ao was furious, and his face looked uncomfortable. Whether it's nonsense or not, everyone knows it. Ruler Ironstone laughed. Daoist Lin Fei, the people of the dragon clan naturally love to lie. Their words are like farts. If you agree to them, you won't get any benefits. But we came with sincerity. This is the sincerity we brought, you can take a look. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine sense. It actually contained many holy stone veins, and the quality was very high. There were more than 100 of them, which could be said to be a big deal. And you really brought sincerity. Hundreds of holy stone veins, Lin Fei still liked it very much. This could be exchanged for a lot of energy points. The last time he summoned the War Angel, he consumed a lot of energy points. He was worried that he couldn't find a place to get holy stone veins.